I mean, that's why I go to tournaments. At the end of the day, if I know all my friends are going to be there, that's why I want to go, and it's the entertainment that I look for. And I don't know, I've had fun with it. I hope I can provide that for everybody who comes to my events, is that they're able to socialize, they're able to have fun, and play backgammon. Right now, I'm just trying to put on the best events in the US. I think I have the best team in the country. We're doing things that are different as far as technology goes. We are trying to just be the best at every turn, from our customer service, our marketing, our registration systems, the way we're displaying brackets, I mean, everything.
It's now one of the top tournaments in the country, and I'm a big, huge fan.
Definitely is one of the best, and now it's got the added money. I think it's really the only tournament with added money in the U.S. now.
I mean, it's a great tournament. There's, well, great directors, great lectures.
It was great last year, and it's going to be great this year.
What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top. And I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now.
Awesome.
What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier back here in my commentary room, getting ready to start the ABT main event. We ended up with a field of 72 players. We're going to be playing 9-point matches all day. I think we shared the schedule there too, but we'll jump to the daily schedule for a second. Our first match today is going to be Marty's store playing against Rich Munitz. $300 entry, so huge prize pool at stake here. There's a path to the finals. I think both of these players, if you check out the brackets, had an anti-buy, so that's 7 match wins in a row to just win out without losing. But it's a double elimination tournament, so you can always also lose, go to the second chance bracket, and make your way back to the finals that way. So yeah, our streaming schedule today. We're missing the image on there somehow. Okay. But I think I might have posted that on Facebook as well. But we're starting right now. We're going to have a lecture for you with Kent Golding as well. That will start at, I believe, 1 p.m. And that'll give us a little break between the matches until 2 p.m. We'll continue play at that time until the dinner break at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then resume play at 8:30. And the plan on streaming is just to stay on and cover as much as we can get here. So I'm super excited to get started. If you don't know these players, Marty's store, always a contender for maybe the best in the U.S. Rich Munitz here too, USBGF board member, pretty strong stuff too. I think probably averages right around a 5 in that like solid master level. Lots of experience from him too, like winning lots of tournaments on the scene. So this should be a really good match and a tough matchup. Look like they're chatting a little bit as we get started. You can see the playroom is full today. We've got 72 entrants in the main. I believe it's 28 in the advanced and something like a dozen or two in the intermediate as well. So I think year over year growth, like total player attendance, a little bit higher than last year, but like way exceeding our expectations for the Open. I think the expectation was that we'd get 64 and that would be a pretty good turnout. We had 72, so we had to, it's stretching the tournament out a little bit further and everything like that, which is super exciting. So happy to have so many people showing up. Excited for all the matchups. We had a lot of good ones to choose from this morning too. You can always, hunt through those brackets and see what else is going on. Probably have Jason capturing shots of the matches as we go through the day too. But I think another contender was Baman Zandi and Dana Nazarian are playing in the first round, and both of them are are 2 of the 5 finalists in the Masters jackpot. So they may see each other in that event too. On another table, I think in an anti-buy region too, the Michael Niagu and Boris Dektar are playing too. So a lot of our international crowd might recognize those names a little bit better. They're at all the tournaments all over the place, all the ARTA tournaments, everything like that too. So that would have been a cool one to catch. I forget who else on there. Well, I mean, they're just, look through those brackets, so many strong names in the field. I think John O'Hagan and John Klein are playing too. I think they start in the round of 64. Maybe, I can't remember if, yeah. So I think all those are available on the USBGF page. You can go look at brackets and like current tournaments and go see all those. You can see where all the jackpots are and things like that too. So yeah, you can follow along all weekend. I'll be giving what updates we can. Of course, Jason and I are going to be making cool recap videos, walking you through those brackets at the end of the day before tomorrow too. But yeah, do some leaderboarding yourself too. It's a lot of fun to see what's going on. As people kind of get out of matches too, I'll try to bring people in here for commentary. And I have it set up too that I should be able to do interviews where you look at the transcription together afterward. So I'll try to bring players in a little more often after matches too. We'll see if we can pull that off. But yeah, I keep saying we're super excited about all the things we're adding to the stream. So we do have the pip count by popular request on the board here too. It just, the only reason we don't do that sometimes is like maybe it looks a little ugly to some people or something like that. We're just pulling it out of Extreme Gammon. We need something pretty someday. But yeah, it is valuable for trying to figure out what's going on in the match. So we're glad to have that added today too. But proof that I pay attention to what people ask for. I just met Yvonne that said the dice are like glary and difficult to see too. As you're watching the match, keep an eye on the XG board on the right. And if you can't see the dice roll, but I can, then I will be able to, I'll type it in over there. And I'll try to remember to announce the dice too. But you can see the roll over on the sideboard there too, as well as the suggested play. So I don't know. I guess also, like I try to stare at the board and figure out what I would do before I look at the XG feedback. Maybe you're trying to do that at home too. So I'll try to help out and announce what I'm seeing as well. But yeah, all kinds of, we're trying to get all sorts of information here. So everything you might want for watching is available to you. We got 10 of you so far. We are getting up to like 80 or 90 over the last couple days on the weekdays. I want to see what we can do on the weekend. So tell your friends. Hope you'll tune in with me all day. I understand it's early at 10 a.m. Eastern here. But I guess it's a nice time to watch probably for our international crowd, for everyone over the seas. They drop off in the evening and then all the U.S. people show up. It's fun getting familiar with like who from the audience shows up when. Let's see. We're about to start here, too. Let me... All right, we'll get that set up to match direction that they're playing and everything like that, too. Excited to start the action. I wonder if Andy saw that. I'm tempted to run out there. Trying to message that the angle we've got a little bit, that our graphics over the bottom right of the board there. We'll try to get that adjusted before we get going. Maybe there's still announcements. Okay, I'm going to be right back and we're going to get started in just a second. Oh, now they're rolling. We're playing. Okay. Maybe we'll move the camera if we can. All right. And a 4-1 for Rich to start us off. There we go. We got the camera going. Please don't get motion sickness. Double fives is going to be our standard blitz. And with Marty thinks about just making the 3-point there. It might be a close option. But, okay, we get a fan. And with the checker deep on the deuce point, we know this is a reference where it's not going to be a double, but it's very close. There's a blot out in the outfield that we could chase after, too. There we go. Yeah, Andy's making it beautiful for us. I love it. But it's very close, so I guess maybe Marty has seen this one. I guess he's going to go ahead and send it. Okay. I think as a reference, Rich is going to be very familiar with the take, too. Maybe Marty knows something I didn't. After the 4 down there, it's closer than it seems like, or maybe this is just the kind of position that he likes to send. Awful tempting to continue the blitz by hitting, but with so few checkers in the zone, we can start to focus on the race as well. Just remake that 8-point. If we get a fan, we're happy. Rich is going to be quite happy to establish the 23-point. This is why the cube is weaker when the checker is so deep, is that it's hard to attack deep, and if we get hit, then the follow-up is just nothing. So it kind of makes this play a different game, where when he's up on the 20 or 21 point, we're so likely to attack up there that it's nice to get in the cube before we go for that sequence. But Rich survives the initial onslaught. Marty, just with the racing lead, is going to need to get those back checkers moving very quickly with how deep he's placed all his front position so far. Twos gets to do that. So usually we'd want to use it to make points and such, but the priority here is escaping the back checkers, and sending a checker back while you do it is pretty nice too. 2-1 is a bit awkward for Rich. Enters and not anything to do but slot a point, so he chooses the best point, the 5-point. And 3-4 gets to send another checker back in and work on escaping. I think it'll just link up with the 16 there. What else can we do? We could bring another one in the zone, but feels looser than we need to be when we're just trying to escape to a winning race basically here. 1-6 fans. Okay. So there is some gammon threat here with the way this is going for Marty. Wow, double 5s is going to solve a lot of problems. Gets to clear the 16 point and probably bring 2 down from the 8 as well. And wants to think about spreading out builders or something like this. But yeah, this looks like a pretty natural play and just working our way home effectively. The 4 is going to come in, and then does the 3 want to slot another front anchor and risk being pointed on? Or should it just start working on our board? I guess there's no reason to give Marty a chance to point on head, so I like this. And we want to establish our position quickly. 2-1. I don't think this can avoid leading me a shot, so Marty decides he's going to go ahead and hit loose. And does he want to play 8-7 with it for covers and distribution, or just lift it and play safe? I don't see a reason to have to play safe against this single point board where he hasn't made anything yet. And also, even when he hits, he has the blot to shoot at on the other side. And he can still be ahead in the race, even if he gets hit right now with this massive 76 pip lead. So, yeah, I think I like doing something more pure. John's here on the West Coast. Oh, it's early over there, man. Like 7 a.m. Thank you for getting up with us. Nice play by Marty. Tends to find the best of it. We'll see what Rich can do from the roof here. Hit and cover is ideal. 2 in, not so strong, but it gets to make the board point. And he's going to deliberate between whether he needs to step up to try to make an advanced anchor here while his opponent has a blotting board and has double dealing with it. But having the stronger board just more important here, especially if he can't cover. Create some aces that can hit and cover, things like that. 5-2 could cover, but okay, Rich has definitely gained on this roll, the 5-2. It looks like it would probably be happy to cover from the 11 points if he hadn't stepped up, but now he's getting a double shot if he goes for it, but not all the shots are able to cover as well at the same time, so I think it's probably just fine to cover from the 11 too. Oh, look at this though. He should actually break the 11 and go for the loose hit and try to keep his opponent from making any advanced anchor. Fits the blitzing theme, and Marty's going to go ahead and look at that. Pretty sharp stuff to find this, I would say. I guess he's leaving a double shot either way, so why not prevent the anchor as part of it? But it looks pretty strange to not cover the point and not make a 4-point board when you could. But 3s make a point, 2s and 6 hit. 2s and 6s hit. The aces and 3s cover with it. Yeah, so it's very tough. Oh, he's trying to remember where that came from, I suppose. Chooses just to cover. Very understandable mistake to me, I think. That's a tough play there. And 6-2. Okay. So are we going to hit one of these checkers? I presume so, but we could just cover as well and leave the anchor slotted. So if we do hit, which one are we hitting? I guess there's less returns when we hit on the 11. Or, yeah, 20-14. And then the 2 could come down for a cover as well. Yeah, that seems like good interaction. When we hit with the 2, I don't think we like our 6 very much either. So this seems to be the best of the hitting plays. And I think it makes sense to go for here. No reason to give your opponent the full roll to keep attacking. Nice find. 5-6 is brutal, though. That's going to hit 2 checkers for Marty. And now we're stuck with 5 back, shooting at a 6th. Rich in a lot of trouble here. 2-6 enters 1. Oh, we got Ben Friesen in the background there on the right. Cool. Watching a little bit of backgammon for the first chance over the whole weekend, I'm sure. He's been a busy guy. This 2 gets to hit, and I guess it can cover the bar point, but maybe just the 4 down from the 14 or 13 is better to prioritize making the 5. Yeah, I think I like that. He goes for the builder indeed. Yeah, not big difference between 13-9 and 14-10. Not sure why there was a small preference on that. Okay. Rich is able to enter 1, which means Marty's going to have to hit loose from the 11 to try to prevent that second anchor. A back game is the greatest hope for Rich here in this position. Definitely down over 100 pips here. Hits back and gets to fight for it a little longer. Let's see if Marty can return fire. He cannot. So I think it's probably better to just hop out and try to make our way around instead of worrying about fly shots. If Rich enters on the 5, he's not going to use the 2 or 4 with it to hit most likely anyway. Wants to keep the anchor. So I don't think it's very risky to have blots around right now. Giving up the mid to hit's not that strong either. So I just want to prioritize getting checkers around and escaping. I think that looks much nicer. Good play by Marty. And huge swing on a 5 for Rich here. Let's see if he can find it. The 2-1, not so strong. Going to enter and start a point. And he may get another chance to make that 5 yet, but Marty's going to be hitting with all 2s, 3s, and 4s. Does the 6-5 and things like that don't reach? 5-5 does. 6-4. Interesting. I'm not sure why he chose to start the bar point instead. I guess he doesn't want to blot and board for the tactical melee upcoming. 6-3 gets to hit and gets to link up there as well and make another blocking point. I like that play. And Rich, desperate for a 5 again. Oh, he finds it. And so here we are. I think he should hit that and keep it there and probably break the mid to hit so he can keep the point slotted. I think it's very important to stay camped on that 20 point. This is what I was talking about a roll ago, where it just seems very unlikely that he would continue from the 5 and very unlikely he would break the anchor. But I still think it's unlikely that he should even unslot it, So any fly shots that hit, yeah, he's looking at this idea. I like this a lot. And any fly shots that hit him on the bar point or the 11 anyway, still give him a chance to roll a 5 and establish that anchor. It's just so clearly the plan to win that I like that play a lot from Rich. Good find. Well, it hits 2 as well, so he's not going to leave any fly shots. But okay. Really dying to roll a 3 here. And he finds it. Okay. Pretty sure that he needs to establish the anchor and just not really worry about the deuce. Yeah, he can make a nice blocking point in the 11. Okay, that looks pretty nice. And once again, we just can't come off it to hit yet. We're not ready. We have no board. We can't go forward. And we're under a lot of blitzing pressure when we open up that 5 point. He's got the plan. So Rich navigating these many checkers back very well so far. 6-1, can't hit anything for Marty. He's just going to look for freedom. I wonder if he wants to clean up the ace or not, because I guess he prefers not to be hit when his opponent escapes with a 5 right now. Just more to deal with. I like that. And 4-3. Yeah, it can step up for mobility, and then the 4 can do kind of anything with. 1 second. Who is it? Oh, you're fine. Oh, okay. So we switch there, and what does the 2-4 do? It's going to hit and continue. Rich is going to fan. Yeah, I guess it wants to hit just to buy time to escape, and Rich is basically over time now, so slowing down his progress a little bit is good. And 4-3 for Rich, fanning. Yeah, so Rich definitely has the timing for the back game, but really needs to enter quickly to start building some board points to be ready to hit a shot and mobilizing checkers. Right now, it's just really losing him gammons to stay on the bar here. So 2-6 gets to pop out with the 6 and hopes not to be hit. Once again, Marty can keep trying to overtime from this position. 3-6, he misses. So what can we do here? We could just... Clearing the 9 point doesn't look like too much value, but it doesn't look too bad either. I don't really want to bury a checker is the only thing, but I guess we still... Rich wouldn't mind hitting either to buy some time, so maybe just safetying the blot is worth the most here. I guess he's going to think about after this to keeping the checkers pure and playing 9-6. Yeah, his opponent's very unlikely to use a 4 to hit, so I kind of like that idea. Surprised it's so far off there, but yeah, I don't think Rich is really ready to hit with a 4 still, but it does create a 3-4 and a 5-2 if he plays them both. So Marty finds the tactics of this position a little different than a typical back game because Marty doesn't have the strong priming structure in front of both points. So if he gets hit, this can still go forward for Rich kind of quickly. He has to be a little bit careful. Up to 28 in the chat. Hi, everybody. Who's here watching? Talk to me. This is going to be a long day of backgammon, so I'm going to need some company, okay? It is a bit of a dilemma. He has to look through and see what shot lever is there, how much it's going to cost him to semi-bury a checker, and how much would it cost him to volunteer a shot now. But, yeah, Marty, very analytical player, tends to find the best play. Well done by him. 4-1 can play from the back and slot the 5. Simple stuff for Rich, but looking for 3s and 5s to get those extra spares on the 23 working sooner than later. I think you would rather use a 5 to pop out than make the point right now, but we'll see next roll potentially. 3s gets to clear a point and stack up the 3, unfortunately. The 8 looking to be the problem point here. Oh, we're going to find out. I think he can go all the way with the 5-3. Oh, the 3 can step up. Yeah, this is a nice compromise. I like this quite a bit. Yeah. 3-6. No 6 available, so the 3 is just going to stack another checker on the 3-point. And I don't even know who's favored here. Rich's position offensively looks pretty strong. Marty is getting pretty stiff there and having difficulty clearing the points properly. So I think he's going to run a checker off the front here. Look at this. He should just make the board, though. Okay, interesting. I would have thought no need to switch 7 to 3 afterward. I didn't think. The 7's already part of the prime. So I really like this idea of his to get a checker moving and involved in the fight. And then instead of playing forward and slotting the front, I guess he could just slot the front 20-4 too. That looks nice to me. 6-3 is going to lose one more checker, one more spare for Marty. Lots of shots coming. 5s is a beauty to get that checker from the 23 moving. He doesn't have any timing issues to worry about either. So yeah, with a 112 pip deficit, the double 5s is actually very good, where a lot of times we're worried about cracking with a roll like this. Okay, a little better to slot the point instead of stacking checkers on the prime, just a little bit less efficient. 5-3 is going to be forced to crack something. Probably give up the 6-point to avoid leaving shots. Yeah, okay. And Marty's still somehow a slight favorite, XG is telling us in this position, but it doesn't look like it. I don't see how he's going to clear that 8-point safely. All right, Rich just rolling forward naturally and waiting. Oh, that's how. Okay, I understand why he's a favorite now. Now we just have a deuce point game. And Marty likely to win a gammon in this one. Interesting. It's so unlikely that Rich can save it running that he shouldn't be playing like this and should just focus on the board is what XG is telling us. And count on the shot. 6-3. But we saw Rich's plan last time, so I imagine 2014 and coming around 15-12 or something like this. Yeah, just prioritizing spending pips efficiently. And 3-2 for Marty. 6 left on the 3 points and 5 checkers on the ace. So a 6 roll position. Yeah, 3-2 can just come in perfectly to the 6 now, but he's going to take one crossover a different way. That's fine. Ooh, double 5s is going to put the pressure on. And now Rich is definitely going to have to run off the 23 point as well, I do believe. 6-4. One of them is going to go to make sure we don't lose the backgammon when Marty rolls some big sets. And the 4 he's going to use to try to save the gammon, even though it's pretty unlikely here. Bot looks to prefer to make the point a little bit. And there's the double 6s. Okay, Marty's going to make a go at the backgammon anyway. Needs a 4 or less for Rich. Doesn't get it, so he's going to escape the backgammon. No gammon save here. He can just resign it now. And he does. And that's going to be 4 points to start for Marty. Well played game by both of them. Ooh, what's Ben interrupting them about? Needs Rich for something? Maybe he's trying to bring him in for an interview so we can ask him, how did it feel to lose that gammon on a 2 cube to start the match? What do you think about that? Greetings from Michigan. Hi, John. Hi, John in Michigan. Hi, Tal. Where are you located, Tal? I can't remember if you told me before. Tal Siegman. What does that sound like? Should come up with a guess. I don't have it though, really. Some Scandinavian location, maybe. That's what I would go with. Or German. Up to 33, okay. Yeah. What else do we have to chat about while we're waiting here? Not sure why they're taking a small break. Tournament director Ben needed something from Rich. Maybe it's sort of like rules thing or a ruling or some sort of bracket feedback. That's if you guys haven't met him before, Rich Munitz is involved with the USPGF in the rules committee. I think he's been a big part of everyone's favorite thing, the Dyson checker in the US, but also trying to unify the rule sets, I think, between like UK federations and international WBGF federations. I've heard that's well on its way with a committee of international members, and I think Rich is included in that. So yeah, very active behind the scenes, Rich Munitz for sure, and a pretty strong backgammon player as well. Oh, Alex Ashagian from Los Angeles. I see you posted on Backgammon Strategy all the time. I think you're the one that's working on the Backgame book too, right? Really interesting content from you. Nice to have you in the stream. Okay, there's Ben, so it seems like Rich should be free now. Or he's trying to announce something about Rich? I don't know. I think I saw Lila back there chatting. Oh, yeah, this does seem like some sort of ruling thing. And we've got Andy Lindeberg there, too. Cool, okay. Well, having to wear a lot of hats at the tournament, this is how things kind of go there. So it seems like some sort of like ruling that we needed help on. That's cool to be able to pause him in the middle of a match. Man, that would stress me out if I was Rich for sure. I would not like to have to leave in the middle of a backgammon match to go make some sort of rules kind of declaration or something like that. I'm just guessing that's what's going on too, but stuff like that comes up, you know? It's such a funny game that way where like what's a legal role and all that stuff. Like when you're just playing with friends, of course, you just, you know, it's easy to be comfortable about that. But at a tournament, you never know, and it's got to be fair, and you don't want to be, you know, arguing over what was legal or not in the last roll of a $10,000 match or something like that. So it's very important to have standards for how that works. Oh, David Todd in the background there too. Okay. I expected he would be playing the main event today too. I thought I saw him in the bracket, but wandering around, I don't know. Maybe he found a way to play a one-game match. If he's free, maybe I can get him in on commentary. I think he's not a fan of my commentary, so he can come tell me how to do it. He's a classic player. Irene from Austria, welcome. Oh, it's dinner time over there. Yeah, I guess we should be right around there. Well, I hope you guys can watch late into the evening, but we'll still be streaming probably 12 hours from now. Tal is Bloomfield, Michigan. Okay, I was close. Northern states are kind of like Scandinavia, aren't they? I know it's like that in Minnesota and Wisconsin, at least. I've seen that name before, too. Maybe I've met Tal before. I don't know. Oh, we've got... Who else do we have there chatting? Some sort of important conversation there. I think I saw... Oh, who was the other one that I just... Looks like Roberto, maybe? This is a lot of fun. I wish I could run around and investigate this. Henry from Chicago, thank you. Good to have you here. If you guys haven't noticed, we're on like a 3-minute delay. So I'll respond to you in a few minutes when you type in the chat. But I'm watching. Oh, they should have told me they were going to take a break. I probably had enough time to go brew some coffee for everyone. I missed Rory to begin with. He was sad about that. Well, there we go. Marty's got some time to clean the board up, make it more beautiful looking for us. Oh, yeah, I see it now. I saw that little black speck. That's the Gammon Stuff board. The tournament board in Rain has created this nice XG board to match it for us. So thanks to him for helping out. Oh, Alex thinks the 2-5 is a very weak back game. I actually like it a lot. I think in some sense, it probably doesn't win as many games or create as much contact, but it loses a lot less gammons. And so in an equity sense, it does pretty well. And the extra nice thing about it is that you can take way more often when you have the 2 and 5 points, even though the contact's weaker. When you run out of timing, you don't have to worry as much because you can choose your battle and maybe choose to leave the 23 point or the 20 point as the game progresses and just play a single anchor game at some point. So it's very flexible in that way. So maybe it's easier to classify as not a true back game or something like that. But I think kind of like historical opinion of it was that, yeah, it was too weak and you shouldn't even play it. And the Ace 5 is like that. You need to just leave the 24 point as soon as you can and try to play some other game. But yeah, the Deuce 5 works pretty well. It actually forces your opponent generally. Our rule of thumb is to have 3 points in front of the anchors left to clear before you send the cube. And a lot of times in Deuce 5 games, when you have the 6, 7, 8 left, you still don't have a cube and prefer to clear one of those points and lose your market and send the cube first, which is another exception to back games. And to me, really shines with its strength in that exact moment that like you have to do a lot of work to get past it. So I don't know. I like that one a lot, but I can see what you're saying there. You look at the metrics, it definitely doesn't win as much as the deeper back games. There's Rory in the background there too. We're up to 49-1 now. Oh, Richard Stubbe from Houston. Welcome, man. Yeah, if you saw the recap, I got up at 6 a.m. to make that with my buddy Jason from Blunderbots. Blunderbots. I always want to call it that. Yeah, 4:30 a.m. seems like a nice time to be sleeping. Tal and I have messaged. Yeah, I knew I recognized that name. I don't remember what we messaged about, but cool, man. Or a woman. I don't know if Tal is. Which one of those that is. Easy to assume. Oh, yeah, a little bit of like trivia about the room here, too. So it's the Hyatt Regency near the Dulles Hotel in the D.C. area that we're playing at. And it just happens that I think last year, I don't know how many years it's been going on, but there is a pole sports convention that goes on in the meeting room right next to us. So they started bright and early before we did even. But yeah, poles, if you're not familiar, you can Google what that is. But it's like pole dancing. They're all performing crazy costumes and things like that. I think it's like $35 to get in there, but it's distracting. It makes it harder to be here on commentary when I could be going watching like athletics like that. It seems like a lot of fun. Welcome from Montreal. JF, is that John? Oh, John from North Carolina too. Nice. You must be the brewmaster that's been wanting to talk to Blunderblots and stuff, right? Jason, maybe? Oh, working on a Saturday too. That's not fair. I guess that would make sense as a brewer or something like that too. Well, I hear a conversation outside. I'm kind of curious to go see what's going on. Oh, what was the most interesting part between Victor and John? Well, getting to an 8 cube with perfect play is just so unusual. I mean, a 2-game match is really unusual. The fact that Victor was able to find a leading recube to 8, a leading recube to 4 at a leading score, those are really unusual. And you saw the numbers. It looked like they were similar to like 3-away score lines with an initial cube where it is so impossible to find that window. But both of them just like navigated that without error through the whole thing, which was just wild to me. I mean, it was very accurate play, very interesting. And of course, there was some back and forth in there. It looked like after John hit the shot, maybe he was going to win a gammon to win the match. And then all of a sudden, Victor was back to winning the gammon for the match. And there was a really interesting moment, too, where Victor, holding the 8 cube that he received back from John, was supposed to, well, not supposed to, but it was optional, basically, to just claim that game, claim his 8 points instead of playing on too good, which is just another thing that we never see in their, I don't know, their feel for it and the luck swings that they had to deal with. It was just really exciting stuff to me. This is exciting. Maybe I'll, who knows? A lot of times we like to leave the drama behind the scenes, you know, but it might be interesting to get Ben to come in here and tell us why we had to pause and have a meeting. But it looks like Rich, Dan Minardi, and Roberto Litzenberger are chatting, which maybe all of them are members of the U.S. Rules Committee. So something going on with that. And I see Ben chatting with Lila. So some sort of ruling going on. I don't know what it is, but we'll find out there. Try not to be too noisy. Nosy. Let them figure it out. That was an exciting one, but I think Victor keeps insisting that his match with Kent Golding, KG as well, was talking about that one. Sounds like there was a really epic matchup. I think I'm going to have to do something with that match, some commentary, so I can see it myself. I haven't watched it yet, but that was late on stream without commentary. I think not last night, but the night before. So if you can find the Masters Jackpot, Victor Ashkenazi versus Kent Golding, I guess that one ended in fireworks too. So lots of exciting backgammon that we've seen so far. Yeah, BG tournament starts at 10 a.m. They tend to really cram it in at these U.S. tournaments, trying to let everyone just get here for a weekend and play a Saturday and Sunday and be about their business. Bigger fields that way. And so that means we got to start at 10 a.m. and play till late. Yeah, so lots of backgammon action. Just the 10 a.m. start on time. Well, I guess we started at 10 a.m. on a number of days. A lot of events start there. But yeah, we'll be starting at 10 tomorrow too. Richard wants to see the airport. Okay. So actually, this is my first time flying into the Dulles Airport in the DC area. And the most unique, I mean, it's a giant airport, I guess. I didn't see a lot of it. But the most unique thing about it to me was that, you know, big airports always have some sort of tram to get you around and everything like that. This one, they have these giant, like room tractors that they roll up to like whatever gate to move you around through the airport. It's crazy stuff. I've never seen anything like that, but it's like this vehicle that somewhat clearly has no other use case other than moving people around in an airport. So I thought that was really funny to see. Well, they're moving my chat around. I'm going to go hijack that. Can't let you do that. Yeah, there we go. All right, it looks like we're back. Rich has sorted out whatever he was working on there. I'll be interested to hear what that was about. And yeah, there is David Todd in the background. I wonder why he gets... oh, maybe he's in a match with Lila. Maybe he's on the other side of whatever's going on with the rules here. We'll find out. But okay, back to 5-0, 9-0, Marty leading. Rich is going to split up this score. Nothing different to do with the 6-3 to open. 5-3 is just going to make a point for Marty. Marty will have to be more conservative with the cube with this big lead. And double threes gets to make the anchor most likely and unstack. Looks pretty nice. Sure. But we can just go for the board too. Oh, that's very interesting. I guess there must be some score influence on this play. That's a tough one to find, but they're very close options. 5-2 is, okay, would like to split, but has no way to do it. So Marty's going to be under pressure to establish an anchor of his own. Aces gets to make the 5 point. Beautiful. And double twos. Still can't advance to make an anchor. So I think making the 11 and the 4 would be very nice. He's going to think about the 9 instead, but why not have a board point here? Yeah, I'm excited to hear what the controversy was. All the backgammon drama. And Rich is ready to pause and think about this. Okay, he's got a 2-pip lead and has the advanced anchor when his opponent does, has good priming structure, and finds a new nice match trailing cube here. This looks like it would be slightly early for normal score, but at the score, it's good. This is well found. I wasn't even thinking about it, but I should have been for sure. It seems like Marty's got a good board, but with 9 in the zone already, it's going to be scary for Marty to split, which means he's going to be stuck with a poorly timed ace point game a lot of the time. So it's a bigger advantage than it might look like for Rich. The 6-5 is a whiff, though. That is going to be forced to slot some sort of point with the 6. Maybe the best one to slot would be the 4, and we could just play the 5 down. But that allows Marty to split the way he wants with tempo. So maybe for that reason, it could be better to slot the deuce. 2 down looks pretty nice as well. Okay. The typical play is 2 down, but we do have this checker on the 10 point that allows us to do something else with the 6, which is a bit unusual in this position. All right, 2 down. And what does Marty find here? Cannot hit. Is it worth stepping up to the 23? Maybe. I guess why not? And he could just shift to the 10 too. I'm not sure which buys him the most mobility. Oh, he can also switch to the 5. Yeah, sure. It just seems like at least like usually we don't want to make the 23 point early, but if it's just a simple choice, like there's nothing better to do with the double aces. The 23 is a little bit better than the 24 once all these points are established. Usually we like to keep 6s to hop out, but our opponent is very likely to close the bar point anyway. So I think we're going to be behind the same sort of priming pressure either way. Now I've got Richard interested in the controversy, huh? Maybe I should just shut up about it. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do here. But I am too. I want to go gawk at something. Let me see. I'll ask about it for y'all. Or maybe you're more interested in the airport now that I talked about the crazy tractor. Yeah, he does see that he should make the 23, so Marty's going to figure this out, and then both options very similar here. He's going to think about splitting too, but against all this material in the zone, I think it's a little too scary. I think we should have a point here. And this would be the play if we were going to split, but where are we trying to get anyway? We're trying to spend a 2 or 3 to get up to the 4 point, and then go from there. And it just like, I don't know. I don't think it really gains us enough chances to make an advanced anchor. So I like his decision. Looks like this is going to cover, and I don't see much to do with the 4 other than play in. And position coming together very nicely for Rich. Very happy to have sent the cube here. And what can Marty come up with? Double 6s. That's going to immediately overrun his position. So now stuck primed on the 23 point and 10 pips ahead in the race is just a disaster. This is going to speed things along a little bit. Allows Rich to clear safely, though. So I think he'll go for that. And still not enough timing for the 23 point game, though it's getting closer for Rich at least. He can hope for some big sets now. Or for Marty, sorry. 4-3 for Marty. This is just going to try to work on the board however we can and see if we can avoid crashing. So I guess getting those checkers into board as soon as we can is also going to kill our 6s, which will slow our progress down a little bit. That'll be good for Marty. 6-1, yeah, I think the 6 is down, and then any ace really, maybe 8-7. I don't know why, but just playing down is good too. We'd prefer to bring a checker in or bring something to the 5 or something like that. We don't want to come into the 6, I don't think, because we lose a builder for the 4 point. So really the ace just seems to be shuffling checkers around somewhere where it's not destructive. Two down. Yeah, we had double 4s anyway. Sure, okay. Maybe we lose it when we shift 8 to 7 or something. 4s is going to bring everything in, and then what else does it get to do? I guess it's just going to play him however we can from the rear, right? Yeah, it has to shift to the ace. Interesting. Maybe I would have tried to leave it on the 5, but we have no cover for it anyway, so that makes sense. Same idea for Rich, just trying to keep builders around. Nice find there. And Marty is going to lose his 6 point and lose all hope of making the 5 point as well. 5 checkers dead. No closeout possible. 3-2, and Rich gets to complete the 4 point. Okay. Smooths out his ride home. And there could be some gammons in the future for this one to even out this match in a 5 point match suddenly. Both players playing really sharp here, too. Double 4s. This doesn't leave a shot, does it? It looks like it does, unless we want to switch 5 to ace. Wow. With a 3 point board, I don't think we need to play that stiff, but unfortunate roll for Rich that he found here. And I guess we might as well just clear from the rear. If we're going to leave a shot, then 2 are coming in 8 to 4, 1's coming 7 to 3, and then we can pick which one, but it just reduces shots to do the other one, so why not? He decides that's the only forced one. Okay. If he switches, he'll be moving those 2 in as well as switching 5 to 1. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just long term, if we look at the position afterwards, I guess maybe, can I show that on here? I don't know if we can. Oh, yeah. I could do the final, but there we go. He's going to show us on board. When we look at this, it just looks like, wow, we're going to leave a lot of shots anyway. Maybe we allow our opponent to run with a 3 or a 5 or something like that, and we can pounce later. It's actually pretty close, though. Okay, so it's not unreasonable to be thinking about this. It just feels like we're going to want the 5 point to like help bring this position home, and like we're going to leave so many shots trying to clear the 8 and the 6 anyway, that it's worth volunteering now. And we don't need to worry about the immediate shot, at least the immediate one anyway. This is going to help our bear off so much when we get there too. But we don't have to worry about the immediate contact so much because our opponent's so crashed. So yeah, I don't know. I think we can afford to play a little more pure and not have to have long-term issues. And he does find the best play. Well found, spotted by Rich. And 6-2 is not going to hit. The follow-up on a 6 is pretty strong here too. So now he's got checkers well distributed to attack and potentially close out. And with 9 pips outside, there's some 10% gammons at stake here if he can get that closeout. There it is. And so, yeah. So this is played out pretty reasonably for Rich here. He'll want to bear off aggressively to try to win those extra gammons too. What is that going to look like here? Maybe just 7 to 3 to try to keep checkers on the high points instead of the safest play, I think, would be something like 6 to 5 after we come in. But I think, yeah, maybe we could go for, okay, it does win more gammons, doesn't win as many games. Understand Rich's play, though. 6-1, he's rewarded for it. Going to take a checker off and just shifts 4 to 2, or 3 to 2. Yep, I like that. Double aces, gets to take another checker off. And so the bear off's going well as gammons are creeping up for sure. 5-1, the gammon play is to, again, take the checkers off the 5, just like he did there. 1 off there. Leaves the same gap, and he does create a couple extra shot levers at a small price. 4-3 has to leave a shot to Peel, so I guess he's going to just clear. And 6-5 in for Marty should save all the gammons. So most likely going to travel on to 5 away, 7 away from here. 2 crossovers, any which 2 you like. Yep, Rich just taking as many checkers off as he can with most of his rolls. 6-4 is going to bring both in. And, oh, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, he finds something a little bit better. Doesn't have to leave gaps on like a 5-4 to not be able to take a checker off. Okay, nice find by Marty. 2 off there. Nice tactical stuff. 4-1 is going to take 1 off, and I guess it's still technically possible he thinks maybe to a win, or at least he's just going to roll it and find out. Now he's ready to let it go. And near perfect play from both of them in that game. Nice stuff. Well found cube by Rich early there too. I like that one. All right, a 6-3. Standard splitting stuff for Marty. Never really starts to run even with a score lead. 3-2 is supposed to split in response in general. Nice find. Probably a little bit of 4 duplication there. And the 6 that attacks is also trying to make an anchor. 6-3 can cover both. Okay, after beautiful to follow up with that after the splitting roll. Makes the advanced anchor and a nice outfield point in the 10. And Rich is unable to anchor here. So the 2 covering the 11 looks nice. And then where's the 5? We are down in the race significantly. So I guess I would be thinking probably like 13-8 or something like this. Interesting. So the XG output is telling us that its first instinct was 21-16, but on 4-ply it likes the 13-8 instead. 8-3 is just a little too deep and kind of strips a point that we don't want to strip. All these kinds of things. So all plays running very close. Not great stuff for Rich either way. And 3-2. We can either just play 13-8 and play quiet, but we don't have that big of a race lead, just 6 pips. So probably the double hit is worth it to try to clear that contact zone out and work on the race further. At some point, we've got to move those checkers forward to play home safely. So now it seems like a nice time while everyone has 1-point boards. Yeah, this can be a concept in the early game too, where we prefer to leave the checker on a high point to make it, but I just don't think that's the right game plan for Marty here. Not a big deal. 6, yeah, we don't want to bury deep to the 2, so now that Rich has a lead in the race, he's just going to advance the checkers, try to escape or establish an advanced anchor himself. 1-6. We're going to enter with the ace, and then which 6 do we want to hit with? I guess we don't have to give up a point if we hit on the 4, so maybe I like that better. We do leave the direct in line there when we do it this way. Yeah, I think I would err this way too. 13-7, of course, a nice candidate too to just leave less shots. 4-5 is going to hit and can clean up the blot. And Rich looking for a simple racing game now against that bar point holding game with some extra back. The extra back can generate some gammons too, so might have a strong cube coming up here. Maybe he needs some points first before he can threaten that, but yeah, it's getting good for him. What should Marty do with this 3-1? I don't even know if he really needs to be split on the 24, but looks very loose. I think he's going to slot one way or the other, though. Whether he enters on the ace, he's going to be slotting 8-5 then, I would think, or else enter on the 22 and slot 6-5. The 6-5 and 22 seems pretty loose, but it's just 1-point boards for now. Maybe some good ace duplication. Maybe we threaten to clean up quickly, so I lean toward that. And we can see XG on 3-ply thinks they're all very close ideas. Okay. Favors this for the safety a little bit more. Okay. No need to have 3 blots around, I suppose. That's fair. 6-2 can't escape the safety even though he's 8 away. So with this 31 pip lead, I think he wants to find some way to play safe here and try to cash in on that race. So there is no way to play safe though. What am I talking about? So I guess, yeah, if we just played 8-2, the 1 is duplicated. But long term, it's not really where we want the checker anyway. I guess this reduces shots, but I'd probably be tempted by the pure play to just put it on the 5 point and try to make the point that I hope to have. So he gets a little bit bogged down by tactics there. And here's what you get when you duplicate. Marty's going to cover and hit. And what else can we do? I guess actually switching to the 4 looks nice here because you could hit loose 6 to 4, but when you don't have another spare to cover it, you don't prefer to do that in general. So I think, oh, look at this. This is a loose hit somehow, though. I would have thought the switch, oh, maybe because we have the 10 specifically, and that's part of the priming structure when we do it. That's a little bit unique to this position. But yeah, that I guess we also have spares to cover from the 10 in that way, too. So that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Well spotted by Marty. Find the loose hit instead. There's a second checker up, too, which is a little bit different. And 3-1 is going to enter, too. And what is this? Marty's still down 12 pips in the race, has a bunch back, but has the better board, has the anchor, threatening a lot of things. With the leading score, of course, has to be a little more careful. But it's looking good for him all of a sudden. Just rolls a 10 forward and has the rack now. See if Rich can find some improvement. Oh, 2-5, not too bad. That will anchor up and keep the cube off at least. And then I think he probably, with the race lead, just makes sense to play stiff in 11-9, I would think. Or 11-6, sorry. But, wow, he finds the tempo hit instead. Well done. Chooses to unstack and focus on the structure. Try to advance those checkers. Get him out of his way. There's merit to it for sure. And what is this? Marty wants to think about cubing with the shot at the checker here, huh? No. He rolls a 2-5 of his own. I see. So we could just link up with the bar point. Why do we want to give up the midpoint here? Yeah, I don't see any reason to leave like actual shots, so I like this play. 5-4 can... Well, the 4 is going to leave a shot no matter what, so maybe we just hit and cover, right? Oh, we can run off the butterfly anchor, actually, too. Is that the time to do this? We're ahead in the race. We have to do silly things otherwise. I think so. Yeah, this was the first play that jumped out at me because we think about just keeping our anchor so often. But I've learned this now. It's so often that when we roll a 9 that we just want to leave this 22 if we're ahead in the race. We like to establish it early like you did with the 2-5, but then we almost immediately want to just escape the safety. You know, it's just a temporary landing place. Looks like Rich knows this idea. We'll see if he can pull the trigger on the play. It's scary to do against a 3-point board with 9 in the zone, that's for sure. You feel like you're going to get attacked a lot right while you have a liability on the ace in that blot there too. But, you know, it's the best way to get to your racing game plan, so makes a lot of sense to me. And he does it. Well done by Rich. And 6-2, I think Marty's hitting with most things that he gets to. This is not one of those. So, yeah, just mobilizes a checker from the 18. That looks strong. And double threes can't escape for Rich, so he's going to start improving his structure, it looks like. What's the best way to do that? I want to make the 5 points. I'm not sure I see a way... Well, I guess there is a safe play in clearing the midpoint and playing 11-8. And against such a strong board, maybe I have to do something like that, but I would have a hard time finding that. I imagine that I would like to play 11-5, 8-5, and then figure out my last 3. And if I do it that way, maybe playing an extra one down from midpoint after doesn't seem so bad. Yeah. Wow, he does find this safe play, though. Well spotted by Rich as an option. 2-1 is going to hit. Still no board points. Feels like it protects us a little better from plays like this, too. to have the board point. 2-5. Big lead in the race, so he can enter and cover. Okay, hopping out seemed like maybe something to consider too, but yeah, why not turn the blot into a asset? 5-3. This is going to probably vacate the 8 point to cover. That's what I would think. Even though it unblocks 6s to escape, it makes our board much stronger, so it feels worth it, and we're still covering the outfield pretty well when he tries to run. Very close game here, though. And hitting seems a little bit like overkill here. We can make too big of a structural improvement and are still containing well. It doesn't seem so desperate that we need to go for that right now. But it does prevent our opponent from escaping with one roll. Just leaves a double shot as well for him to buy a tempo. And our position could get kind of a little bit stiff and overrun quickly there too with too many checkers back. And the race is actually close enough that we could get in and just win that way too. Only a 17 pip deficit currently, so after the play it'll be 9. 45 of y'all watching now bright and early? Who else has joined us now? Talk to me. Interesting match so far. Both of them playing pretty clean. And a 4-3. Can't escape. Can't really make any new points either. So what do we do? Wow, our only safe play is to bury to the ace. Is that the plan here against a 4-point board? I can't see how volunteering a shot could be. Ten to 6, 8 to 5 to volunteer. Oh, there's some 3 duplication there. Okay. So there are some nice tactics. Yeah, I totally understand why Rich did this. Just missed that 3 duplication. That kind of allows him to play a little bit more bold. And now Marty wants to think about this again. Down in the race, but structurally way ahead. Leading the match makes it a little harder to send too. Are his loose hits with a 3, an 8, or an 11 going to be market losers in general? Maybe, but I wouldn't think by enough. So we're pretty close here. He's wise to be thinking about it, and for money, for sure we'd have a cube. But 5 away, 7 away, we should wait a little bit longer. Seeing a small match score influence here. So I talk about in my book, we should use scores like this to decide somewhat borderline decisions where it feels like it's close. And if we do that, then we could choose to roll pretty easily here. 3 is going to hit for sure. And then what's the 5 doing? Could bring it in for a cover, or we could play big and play 13 to 8. Why not get more material in the zone? Yeah, I think I like having the direct 6 to cover. Covers the outfield well as well. Feel like this player cam is funny when they both sit back. Looks like just an empty board. Wonder if there's a way to zoom out a little bit. Nice find by Marty. And Rich fans, and this should be strong enough for a cube for sure. I think there's enough work too where it's not going to be too good. But maybe. Could be worth just taking a roll here now. Yeah, we're right on that cusp. That's a hard one. Trying to figure out when your opponent gets back in the game is difficult on this one. But yeah, it's tough to take that roll when you have this big of market losers. It just wasn't likely enough that he was going to find this sequence. So does well to wait and then cash now, even though it's very inefficient with the cube and everything like that. Hi, James. James from the UK, I do believe. 4 away, 7 away. This is that fun, aggressive score line as the leader, where still a little bit more conservative, but in gammonish positions, he still has incentive to send cubes and try to win the match in one game. But with the lead, he's going to adjust to running with 6-4 appropriately, just to focus on wins. Despite that logic, it still doesn't mean that we should play like Gammon Go or anything like that, even though we have that Gammon leverage. 2-1 is going to enter and hit. Nice shot for Marty. Double fours doesn't seem to be able to hit the blot on the bar point, but it can buy a tempo by pointing on the deuce. And what's our last one? Just bring a builder into the zone? That looks pretty strong. 5-6 gets to hit, I think, right? It's going to leave a ton of returns from the bar, actually, though. So maybe we should just make the bar point here. Chooses the hit instead. It's hard to imagine what the roll is where Rich doesn't hit. 3-2 has options. I think he should hit the deeper checker, the one on the bar point. And how is Marty going to respond here? Rich waiting to send an aggressive cube here too. Can do that because it's going to be very difficult for Marty to ever recube. And yeah, I think this is a nice distribution 5 and make the anchor now that your opponent has a deep point. Interesting that it's close to think about just entering high and trying to make the advanced anchor. 4-1 I think should just make another offensive point. Even though we could make the defensive bar, the 5 point is the 5 point. Oh, he's going to go for the bar point anchor instead though, okay. Those are hard to explain. It's just like a feel in the opening. But it tends to be that like focusing on offense is very good. Getting hit isn't going to change on the bar point. It's going to leave a ton of returns anyway, right? Your opponent has no board to punish. And so you don't really need an anchor against that yet anyway. When you make the 5 point, you make it very difficult for Marty to ever split into this game and just kind of like handcuff his game quite a bit. So this is out on an opportunity there. The 14-8 to just safety up against the slightly stronger board makes sense, but he can actually play bolder than that. That's an interesting play. Not sure how to find the slot there. 6-3 gets roll forward, makes another structural point. Marty against 2 deep points I don't think wants to split at all. I think he's just going to sit back for a long time, makes a board point. Actually a close option to split, which indicates to me that maybe he could with against only the 9 in the zone. Very interesting. This is going to hop up with the racing lead for Rich. Yeah, wants to get moving. And yeah, I don't know. If Marty's supposed to split here, I would have a hard time finding it. But okay, if he rolls a number that hits in the outfield, that's going to work for sure. See what Rich can do from the bar here. 5-4 does not return fire, but it can send a checker 18-13 and get it working. And what can Marty follow up with? 4-2 is probably... Oh, it gets the point on head. Making the 11 would have been nice, too. 1-6 links up with the bar. Simple game for Rich now. Let's see if Marty can establish outfield point of his own. 4-5 or 6-3. Cannot. So maybe he can just step up and try to link up with that checker. He could bring it around the bend and try to get it closer to home. Probably the default would be 15-11 here. I'm not sure. Looks like they're pretty close. Not sure what he gains exactly with 15-14. That's interesting. Maybe just because it keeps him from having to advance as far under the gun. And he just really wants to park on the 21, and there's just high value of that. And of course, the value of 15-11 is that checker is closer to safety. Likely to safety it more when we get missed. Oh, I didn't even think about making the 5 point. I've been like missing that as an option a lot. It does make the strongest 4 point board, and contact gets very scary for Rich at that point. Race is really close, but you know, with the spare on the bar point, he doesn't have to break the bar point to hit with aces. So we are giving up quite a bit there. And I don't know though. I could still see that play getting made a lot of the time. Almost up to 50 viewers. Wow, Marty is going to find the absolute best play, too. I'll be excited to ask him how he sorted that one out after the match if I get a chance. 4-1 looks like it wants to hit loose. I mean, it's a very close race, so I guess you could make an argument for just playing 18-13 here, too, but hitting and lifting seems fine. And 3-6 fans and a small tempo for Rich. Is this enough to send a cube at a trailing score? Maybe the threat of hitting the 2 could be and bringing a checker down. Then we're bearing on the 5 and 4 point pretty aggressively, but it does feel like he has a lot of work to fill in the board. I think probably because of the score, it could be close. But at normal score, I wouldn't be thinking of sending it yet. And yeah, it's still shy here. So I expect Marty to find a pretty easy take. And he does. And 3-1 is going to miss. So it's just going to bring a checker into the zone. Work on the attacking plan, I do believe. 3-2. Okay, yeah. Keep it deeper to bear on the high points more effectively. That makes some sense. And 4-1. It's going to enter and clean up. That's a happy roll for Marty for sure. We'll see if Rich can continue the attack or not. Double fives can hit for sure, but it can't do it safely. So maybe it has to leave a shot no matter what. So he's going to hit, and then I think probably just clearing 18 to 13 with the remainder makes a lot of sense. Ben's here to eat donuts. You can come talk on the mic too if you want for a little bit. Just pop that one on. Wait, not with food in your mouth, though. That's unacceptable. 4 or 5 hits and price down. You wait a minute. There we go. So the 5's going to enter high, and then he's going to be ahead in the race after this play, too. So maybe just running seems fine. And we don't want to break a point to hit. And we don't want to create another blot, of course. So just, process of elimination. What else do we have?
No, but hitting's close.
Yeah, I am surprised by that, too. We do have a blitzy structure. We do like to win gammons at the score, all these things, but it doesn't seem like the...
After he fans, is that the 9 rolls that kind of swings this?
If
he hits, maybe it's a take, but that's sometimes a factor.
If he can get Marty to accept that he doesn't already have the cube, then I think that would be good logic for it. Underneath the... Yeah, I think the other... We can see by the numbers there, too, that that 8-4 is not a play for normal scores because it loses more gammons than it gains. But the gammons aren't worth as much for Marty here at the leading score and worth more for Rich. So we can go for it here. It's very interesting. Those are hard score plays to find.
This is one of those plays when I'm thinking about my clock management that I'm annoyed I spent time on because it doesn't really matter. But it happens. If over the board you don't know which game plan is right. I think you were talking about this this weekend.
Absolutely, man. Tell us about the tournament.
Yeah, amazing turnout. 72 players in the championship, 118 in the ABT main events, and another, I think we're at 32 beginners right now.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, we're running out of boards. I'm having to Amazon 1 hour prime them. But really excited. We've got some awesome stuff. You can actually see in the player cam our digital displays that we're using for the brackets. This allows anyone to report their wins on their own or to any staff member, and the pairings are up there. Only hiccup was we had to shorten the match lengths in the championship to 9, which I was disappointed, but I think the people that go deep in the main will appreciate going to bed by 1 instead of 4.
Oh, this is another really hard play to find. Probably just 13-6 for me to not allow him to escape with tempo. But if he hits, he should also play bigger and play down 13-10. That's super fun. Instead of creating a stack of 6, that makes sense. Oh, I think I'm most curious, though. Rich, I noticed, had to leave the match for a while to have some discussions. Can you tell us anything about that, or is that all private? Private drama?
No, I will go. Unfortunately, the last thing the director wants to do in the opening round is have to make rulings.
So what it looked like was happening. Yep.
Fortunately, the match was not one of the anti-buy rounds. Unfortunately, Rich and Marty are, so I probably shouldn't have pulled Rich, but many know Rich is the rules expert. He wrote the rules, so if I ever need a quick ruling, he's the guy. So it was an interesting one. I actually got it wrong. The ruling question was, can a player insist on using a cup with a baffle box?
Oh, okay.
And I thought the rules were that a baffle box is the preferred method and hands are okay. In fact, the rules are that using a cup with a baffle box is preferred, which means either player can insist on it unless the director ahead of time, or I guess in the moment, has declared that we're not using that as a rule, or that I'm overriding that rule.
Yeah.
One of the things I pride myself on is I don't do that. If I didn't declare it, we follow the rules. Maybe there's an exception somewhere, but in this case, I followed the rules.
Yeah. Nice.
That was a big swing.
That took a long time to sort out. That's surprising for something so small.
Well, unfortunately, following that ruling was
Oh, no roll. Okay.
another ruling because the player who insisted on the cup also insisted that the cup be used to shake the dice 3 times before rolling.
Okay. Okay.
This is the one actually I was 0 for 2. I also got this one wrong. Fortunately, I like I said, I look up the rules every time. So I looked up the rule the first time, got it right when I made the actual ruling. This one I just asked Rich, and Rich said, in fact, no, you do not have to shake the dice when you are being mandated to use the cup.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
The rule just states that it has to be used to put them in the baffle box. and so, interpreting that, they said, look, it has to come out of the normal part of the cup. Like, it's not, you can't put it on the top or bottom or whatever.
Yeah.
And the follow-up was was just explaining that ruling to the party that, didn't like it.
Okay.
Showing them in the ruling guide. We have these printed ruling guides that the USBGF provided, which are really cool. And there was a little bit more to it. I think there was some history with these players.
I was going to say, how much do these two people hate each other?
In fact, I said to one of them, does the stream know who it is?
No, I have no idea. Well, it looks like, I did say I saw Lila walking around and David Todd and put 2 and 2 together. Okay.
No, it was two other people, but the short version is neither of them seem to like each other very much. So I don't know, and that might not be true. I mean,
wow, nice play by Marty here, by the way. Keeps contact with a single checker, but keep going.
Sometimes, in fact, it's fair of people to insist on following the rules. Many of us don't, right? Many of us don't read every rule. We don't insist on every detail, and so it can be difficult for players who go to a lot of ABTs to then be told, "Oh no, that's not the rules. You have to do something different."
Yeah,
I get that. I get why we had the conflict.
Sure.
I wish that both players would have stopped talking to each other sooner because they were, it was getting a little bit silly.
Yeah.
But it all worked out. I don't think either player is happy, and that's a sign of a good ruling.
Wow, that is way more boring and dramatic than I hoped. I thought it was someone died. I was hoping.
Yeah, no, we had a fist fight. That is my favorite ruling, actually. I had 2 players. So
what, fist fights are allowed?
To fight.
Okay.
Somebody called me out, and I said, "They're not in my ballroom. It's their problem." And then, I decided that wasn't the right approach. So I walked out there, and basically they had gotten into a disagreement. I think somebody disrespected the other person's board. And basically said, "Your board sucks," after they lost. They had agreed to hedge, and so now, having been insulted, their honor questioned, they decided they weren't going to pay the hedge.
Oh, jeez.
So I walk out there, and they said, I said, "Guys, what's going on?" And they both explained briefly. I knew what was going on. And the guy said, something like, I don't know. They explained it. And I said, "Well, what does this have to do with the hedge?"
Yeah.
And they both stared at me blankly. I said, "Okay, so pay the hedge you agreed on and walk away." And he threw the money at him and walked away. And that was the end of it.
Perfect. There we go. Yeah. I don't know about insulting boards. I don't really care that much about that. But like the guy that tries to not pay the hedge after that, it's pretty wild.
Unfortunately, I really try to insist that people are very clear with hedges because this stuff happens. I have one happening this weekend.
Yeah.
I have somebody who, because they decided to hedge a dollar amount, not knowing what the prize pool was, has hedged in a way where they're going to win $40, and the 2 people they played are going to win $200 and $240.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you misinterpret it, then I guess that can happen. But we're in like a dead even race, 3-cube kind of scenario here too. Going to be tough for Marty to find that.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to put him into the match. We can't do that until we're 7-away, 2-away. I don't study enough. 17%.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I think so. Right, same as 1-away, 5-away is how I remember that basically.
A couple of percent basically. You're never, 25. You're not going to do it.
Yeah. So in a 75-25 game with the wastage, he realizes that this is a cube for money. But yeah, we got to wait and get a little bit further and ideally lose our market as well to claim this one. Yeah.
I'm being called away.
Okay.
Duties. Thank you, Nick, for everything you're doing. I hope if you guys appreciate the stream. You'll share it. You'll like it. You'll tell your friends about it. This production is amazing. Has been amazing. Also, admittedly, has been very expensive. So I hope you'll show us your support and tell all your friends. I'd love to do it again for the next tournament. And yeah, I'll be back later, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much for bringing us out here and bringing Jason, too, making all those cool videos, man. This has been great.
Make sure you subscribe to Blender Blots. If you can find it in the description of the YouTube videos.
Yeah. Later, Ben. Thank you.
And your channel. But that's
Oh, yeah, mine, too. You can subscribe to mine, too, Ben says.
Yeah.
He permits you.
Yes, please do. Who are you again?
All right, so here we are again at like close to a double pass for money, and Marty's going to figure that out with his equations. But as we were talking about, take point closer to 16% here. So he's probably got to get, maybe we call each pip like 2.5% or something like that, or a little less once we get past. So we'll say like 2 or 3 pips past the point of last take before it's going to be passable for Rich. And we want to be like creeping up on that to send the cube. When it might come back for the match like this too. Yep. Ben survived eating a donut. I think it was close. Close call. Okay, coffee. Oh, I can switch to the camera view if you want to show that off.
I'd rather not. I now have a coffee pocket.
So what are we doing this? It's only a 1 pip lead, but he has 2 checkers off to 1, it looks like. And so we can add 1 pip for that. We have a gap on the 4 is some punishment too.
He's got to stop thinking about this, doesn't he?
Yeah. 3s, though, is going to improve Rich's situation, so doesn't have to think about this one. And, yeah, Ben pointing out that the clock is getting low there. Yeah, and I don't think Marty is like 143 is funny to play this match. Never mind. He should be okay.
Yeah, but still.
But he's not a speed gammon guy exactly, you know. And 4-3 is a pretty big miss. This could be enough to send the cube for Marty now. We're down to 11 checkers on one side, 9 on the other. So 2 punishment there. The gap on the 4 is a pip punishment, and 2 extra wasted on the deuce. That is a lot to be adding to the race in a 33 to 35 race. And we can see in EPC terms, 2 pips down the race and almost 5 wastage like we talked about. So that 42 to 49 is enough to send it here now, it would seem, and a pretty massive pass too. Lost our market, happy to do so and not have to deal with the cube. And Rich going to pass that now. And we're going to continue on to 2 away, 7 away now. Maybe going to take a short break here. Probably just going to grab some water. We'll see here. Oh, maybe we're taking a real break here. Okay. Well, solid start for Marty. A couple interruptions in this first match. Been going pretty well for him, though. Both playing really well and exciting backgammon. We got a ton to go through the day, too. We'll have to keep an eye on brackets, too, and see what's happening. I'll try to keep you posted on the stream, too. Any updates we have as people get knocked out. But, yeah, I'm excited to be working on this all day. And pretty low on bank there for Marty. 124 left on the clock. Could be quite a few games left here. You never know. Thanks for the break sign, Marty. All right, who's with us now? Talk to me again. I could take a break, but I'm worried they'll come back from their break too quick. So I'll probably just hang out here. 55 people, that's pretty nice for early in the morning on a Saturday. Thanks for waking up early to watch this with us. 11:30 my time. I guess in a lot of the U.S. it's much earlier. And much later overseas. Marty looks ready with his 2 waters. Man, that's really exciting that I think they said like was it over 30 beginners that Ben said we had? I'm really excited about that. Julius High spends time with them. I'm hoping that our guy Jason from Blunderbloss can catch some footage of that. But he told me his plans for him, that he's going to walk him through some like introduction to lingo kind of stuff too. Maybe they're doing that right now, teaching you what I'm talking about when I talk about point numbers and splitting and down and up and all these different things. And then I think they get to play too with some, I don't know how much guidance they get there too, but yeah, if you haven't been out to a tournament before and you want to come out and learn, I mean, showing up is a great way to do it. We really want to cater to that out at these things. Don't always get a ton of turnout to it because I don't know if we have the word out, but I don't know. People are picking up on it apparently and know that they can come out for this beginner stuff. That'd be cool if that's who's all showing up from like, I've been sharing about this tournament on my YouTube channel and I have no idea if anyone's showing up as a result of that. But man, that would be exciting if like 30 beginners saw it and were like, I'll come check it out. That'd be a lot of fun. Definitely come check these things out. We had some nice interviews with like Marianne Cohen that's been in some matches here too from our intro video. Saw her out at the club tournament. I guess she first started like playing at Cherry Blossom a year ago and just caught the bug. It's been studying and now is back at her next ABT tournament after joining club tournaments for a year. I don't know, it's just such an exciting game, so much fun to study, you know. Get out here and maybe you'll get as addicted to it as everyone else in the room too. We tend to show a lot of the top players too, just to see, like, try to get a feel for how they reason out the game and things like that. It's exciting to see too. But I always worry that that's like intimidating to see, like we have on stream here. We can check the summary while we look at it too. Players playing a 1.17 and a 3.06. If you're like newer to the game and practicing at home, that probably seems unimaginable. You know, and these are like very good PRs for both these players, very strong players even, but even like better than their average. And we're also generally picking from like the best players in the field. Once we get to the finals, sometimes, you know, like strong open players and amateurs and all that have just as good of a chance of making it there. Maybe not just as good of a chance, but they have a chance of making it there too. And we start to see some different things, especially as people get tired by the end of the weekend too. But yeah, you know, this is like the peak performance level available, and then plenty of people like learning the game out here and just getting in the mix too. So yeah, people that like record their matches and transcribe it, I would bet even in this like top level open division for the ABT main, probably like 8 PR seems like a reasonable average across the board. And, you know, the best players are going to play like a 3 or something like that. And some players are going to play closer to the double digits. But you see a lot of people that are just like pretty solid in that range for open play. 2 away, 7 away for Marty. Very difficult to get any cubes in here. And Rich is going to need to send it very aggressively. And so 3-2 is a nice aggressive gammonish play to go for too, adjusting his checker play in the opening already. Usually after down, we choose to slot as well. But apparently at this score, we can still split. Prioritize that. I think 5-1 can be an exception in general too. Nice split there. And not enough to cube quite yet, but we're not far off either. That's how sensitive these 2-way cubes can be. Maybe have 4-way, 2-way. I think it would be enough. Splits makes the 10-point and the 5-point. Very nice improvement for him. Marty can't do anything with this, and so I think this is going to be a cube. Best he can do is try to just run past and play a race, apparently. Okay, yeah, I guess the 2 up 24 to 22 seems kind of reasonable, less provocative than 23 to 21. So that with the 13 to 8 would be okay, except we already have the distribution between the 13 and 8 the way we want it. So we don't really want to create that 5 stack. We could also think about the tempo hit on the ace. That's reasonable. Marty under a minute now on time. Eventually finds the best play there. And he does get the cube in. Nice take. Well found by Rich there. And let's see what Rich can do with this. 6-1 can hit. Is it better to just make the bar point? Probably not. Sending a checker back seems pretty strong. So he's going to hit and bring something into the zone. But yeah, plays very close here. Probably a lot of it having to do with additional gammons there. They're close regardless. 4-1 does not return fire from the bar. Probably worth taking a tempo hit now. But wow, look at this. He just played 13-9. I just don't want to let my opponent like fill in the bar and the 4-point and all these things with their full roll here. 4-1 looks like it's going to cover the 7, and then the 4 can just come in as a new builder, probably 9-5, I would say. Oh, he can cover and make the 5 prime. That's an interesting play too. Yeah, I suppose aces are pretty well duplicated here right now. Nice find by Rich. 6s. That is too fast while we're trapped back on the ace. So he's going to point on the deuce and consider hitting loose on the ace as well. Could make the bar point with it, though. See what XG likes here.
If you have 2 commentators, we can only hear you.
It's only me.
Only you.
Go tell him. All right, so we see that the double hit was good. 1-5 enters and hits 2. Very nice return from the bar. Sends a 3rd checker back. And so Rich with his structure has 3 behind the prime now. Very strong. 2 enters and 4 gets to hit. Has to leave shots anyway. Might as well buy the tempo and prevent the 6 prime from getting made. Aces cannot hit the slot and can't cover the back either. So all he can do is clean up the checker. Very nice. And what do we have with the 2-5? That gets to... Oh, he has to re-roll it? What did I miss? Oh, it looks like a 3... Oh, 5-2 makes the point, yeah. Then he gets a 5-2 of his own. Yeah, okay. Marty's playing so fast. Yeah, he does have to play some speed gammon now that he's low on the clock. All right, I'm caught up again. John Brown beat Ray. Thanks for the update, Ed. Okay. My student, glad to see him doing good things. 3-4 gets to make the 5 point. Okay. Would have been nice to have some time to think about splitting as well. 5s is going to fan. And double aces. Wow. Just going to fill in the gap there. That's interesting. He's making like very good plays very quickly. But I would have thought maybe we need to start thinking about getting up to the edge. 2-4 finds a way to do that. Three, 4 is going to make the anchor. Okay, Marty's finding a way to work this out. That would be pretty wild to turn this game around when he was on the ropes for a gammon. And there we are crashing now instead. Okay, just going to take them both off the 6 point. So it's gotten very difficult again. Rich enters 1 deep, but doesn't send another checker back. So Marty has a chance to close the ace and maybe buy some time to slow him home that way. Pretty perfect roll for him there, covering the ace and hopping out. Rich looking for a 6 quickly, and he gets it. What is the 4 with it? Yeah, take the checker off the edge of the prime. Beautiful shot for him. Okay. Gammon back on. But Marty returns fire, gets the hit at the edge, just playing the checker outside. I think that makes a lot of sense there. And 3-2 fans. Okay. Looking for 3s and 6s. Not that kind of 6. And 5-1. Not much to do with that one. Just looking for ways to play checkers behind gracefully. Rich fans again, and now 4s are going to crack a little further. Okay. Marty's job just got a little bit more difficult. But Rich still fans. And the 3-up is huge for Marty. I'm not sure why the 4-3 would be better. I like his play. 4-3 fans looking for a 6 out, and he gets it. Wow, okay. So he's got some chances here. Still far from favorite, that's for sure. Rich a favorite to enter every time, but can't do it. 6 up is huge. 2-1 is going to get into reach, I think. Yes, he should be staying a little bit further back to try to duplicate numbers or something. Yeah, I don't know. I probably would have just quickly played 12-9 as well under some time pressure.
Down to 39 seconds on the clock. You can tell he's worried about it and conscious of it. Wow, and double sixes. Clears all contact. And this looks like it's probably going to be the match for Marty. Really unlucky stuff. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. I'll leave a shot. No such luck for Rich. 2 checkers off. Almost dead now. And Rich enters with the 5-4. Is he going to give it up on that? Yep. All right. There you go. You have your first round winner in Marty's store. Maybe I'll grab him and see if we can talk to him, but they probably got to go play a match pretty quickly here. But I will send it to break briefly, and we'll be back with more backgammon action shortly. But congratulations to Marty moving on, and Rich still alive in the second chance bracket. We'll let you know as soon as we know who's up next. Be back soon, y'all. What's up, everybody? I got behind me here Marty's store to take a second to look at the match file before he goes on to his next match. I got it up on XG here. If you can look on the screen here.
Okay, I'll look on the screen.
But yeah. If you got any questions about any plays, we can take a look at them. Anything you were interested in about decisions or anything like that. You played pretty much perfect, so I think you got most of it right.
I felt good about the way I was playing.
Okay. Were there any particular ones that stuck out there? Yeah, I saw you spent like a lot of clock time on it.
Yeah, it was a double sixes, and I was thinking this might be critical. And then Rich said, "Are you aware that you're down so much?" And I said, "Yes, I'm aware. I just have to,
Yeah.
All right. That served as a reminder to hurry up on the decision, or I don't know what, but it was
Sure.
gentlemanly of Rich to do that. He doesn't have to do anything like that for me at all.
Was it this double sixes?
I think
here
I
or
started.
something else?
Yeah, I started the game with 124, I think, or something like that.
Yeah. You got down to 39 and found your
Yeah, 30 seconds. But I've seen so many players who play against me, beat me in the last game at 39 seconds. You know what I mean? They just, I figured, I might be able to do it too, but maybe I better hurry up.
Sure.
Yeah,
I was curious about this one. This seems like a standard reference that you chose to send to Cube anyway.
It's a standard reference, but, it's, if you go plus now, it goes up to like a little bit there, and if you roll it out, and so this is a, it might really be a small double. I forget, and I knew it was at least very close. And now if the builder outside, his builder were on the 10 or the 11 point, I would not have doubled.
Oh, interesting. The shots
because
matter
I've got
that much,
more shots at this one.
Yeah.
And so that could be important. It's just a 6-2, 5-3, 4. 4-4 is good anyway. But
sure.
It's like if I do something like 5-2 split.
Yeah.
He's still that's a sort of an innocuous roll, but he's still on the bar. And And I've got the 8 point. I rolled a 5-1. I made my 8 point and split, and then I was lucky as hell to win this. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so, this was an interesting play, too.
Yeah,
I really liked your play. I saw you kind of deliberate. Yep.
I did not know this one. I mean, I thought, all right, it might be right to just hit him off it. But apparently this is my big mistake of the match.
Probably your biggest one, yeah. But this was tough to hit twice.
It was tough. I don't know. Yeah. I try to think as clearly as I can, but it's like, well, it's... I don't know. I just thought, well, I don't like all those blotches, 3 blotches or whatever.
Sure.
The one I only have 2 after that one, and unless he hits and covers, but I guess he could just roll a 3 and he'll have a great game that way, and then I have to bear in as quickly as I can before he builds his board. I was thinking, I wasn't sure at all, but I just went with my gut, which was too big or too small at that point.
Kind of how it went in the end anyway, too, right? He ends up making the 20 point.
Yeah, he made the 20, and then I just got lucky.
But it was a really nice game by both of you. I don't want to hold up the show too much. Do you know who you play next? Do you have that notification?
I play a guy named Ron Schleifer, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the fellow, but I'm going to find out pretty soon.
Well, good luck to you. And
I look at and now we put that on plus. I get under 1.
Yeah.
So.
Good luck to you, and hope to see more of you this weekend. And I'm going to hop back to...
thank you, Nick. You're always
thanks,
good commentator, man.
Next up, we got Jeb Horton, and I'll take that from you, playing against Chris Trencher. Let me get my transcription set up here in XG. And this is a round 2, okay. Pop this out here, too. And okay, yeah, I think I can switch back to that scene too. I guess she's showing me that we're ready to pop over there maybe. We're going to go ahead and hit this button here. And so we can see that set up. We've got Jeb Horton run a tournament in like North Carolina or something like that. But his son is the one that hops over here and helps out with Paul Horton, is integral member of the staff here. Andy Lindeberg too, so definitely a staff favorite. And Chris likes the split with the 2-1 opening. Okay. Always nice to see preferences that way. Chris playing the black checkers on top. Of course, you've seen him on stream before. Very strong player from New York. One one of the U.S. Grandmaster stuff. And 6-4 for Jeb, gets to hit in the outfield. Nice shot for him. And a 3-2 to respond. What is this going to do? Yeah, enter and hit. Okay. Nice shot for Chris. (4-2) can't hit anything, so I think we're just going to try with the small racing lead to get our back checkers moving. I guess we can understack 13 to 11 because it's indirects and some of them are duplicated. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I like Jeb's idea there. They're very close, pretty much tied. Double twos is going to point on head. Then after that, it looks like the next best thing we can do is cover the 11. And the last one, for lack of options, I guess probably 8 to 6. I don't know. We would rather keep the distribution we have and just not have to play that last two. But what can you do? And 3-2 gets the anchor. Okay. I think that's more important than making the 11 point. And we talk about this. I mean, with the race close, the butterfly anchor, he's likely to run off that sooner than later as well. But at least for a roll, it's nice to have. 6 is going to take over the race for Chris. And so he can get one checker all the way around to safety and escape. That seems pretty strong to me. We do have the offensive plan of making the 5 prime in front of that, but it disconnects those 3 checkers from the back. So I think it just actually leaves our opponent with a game plan where they just don't after we take over the race with a 21 pip lead. He's going to need to comp the race to figure that out, but it is a bit of a dilemma. Hard to pass up making a 5 prime and making the bar point and the 5 point, but just not the strategy that's called for in this position. That's the trick of backgammon there. Marty in the back right over Chris's shoulder there, by the way. And I think that's Frank Raposa on the left. Well found by Chris. And what does Jeb follow up with? No indirect shots or hits. So I don't think he wants to allow his opponent to hit him and escape with tempo. So I think cleaning up the blot seems good like that. Can spread out 6 to 5. And he should still have enough game to, I don't think there's any cube coming here quite yet until Chris can fill in some more points. But he's simplified the game in his favor quite a bit here. 6-2 is awkward. The only safe play, I guess, is just to play this checker behind. And our opponent has a slightly better board and trailing the race. So yeah, I guess that's the plan. Not what we were hoping for. It looked like it should be able to clear the 15 somehow, but that was going to leave a direct 6. 6-4, I guess, is just going to work on his board for Jeb. Yeah. Rolling home naturally. Jeb, a pretty strong player as well. So 5s are going to clear from the rear as well. And then do they want to clear the midpoint or make the 5 point? My instinct would be the 5 as well, because I feel like we need that to bring this game home against the 22-point anchor. Surprised to see that just bringing them down from the 8 and getting rid of that midpoint liability is best there. Tough one to find, but they're very close. 4-1, yeah. We're just, well, I guess we could cover twice from the 8 instead. But the 4 down is a little bit better here. Okay. Can slot the front there too. Nice find, Jeb. And 30 pips, good structure, threatening close. For sure this is a cube. And is the contact good enough for Jeb to take this still? Typically with the 22-point anchor games, yes. Unless you're stuck behind a 5 prime or something like this. But, okay, close decision. Jeb going to let it go. Fine either way. No big mistakes available. And on we go to 8 away, 9 away. All right, a 5-3 gets the point to start for Chris. And 6-3 likely to split in response. Running is an option too. Interesting. Pretty close. 5-4 gets to hit in the outfield. Beautiful shot for Chris. Playing itself. And 2-3 gets to hit back. Nice shot for Jeb. Keep him alive here. Chris with a lot of numbers. Any 6 from the bar is going to hit loose on the bar. 1-2. I don't think he's going to want to break his 8-point to hit, given that he's ahead in the race with less checkers back. So probably just splitting to the 22 or something simple like this. But wow, okay. They're very close options. Just feels like too many returns when we've got an advantage, but we are outboarded, so that's an argument in favor. And we give our opponent their whole roll. I guess that builder I learned at some point on the 10-point requires us to make a lot of more aggressive plays like this to prevent our opponent from improving. 3-1. Looks like it'll make the 5-point. Nice shot for Jeb. Three-one for Chris. Probably going to make his own anchor. Tough to, or yeah, an anchor. So not his own. After his opponent makes a 5-point, that's the best place to lock up. 5-1 is going to make the bar point, and then the ace can go wherever. We're not too afraid to leave a shot in front of the. Yeah, I guess we don't want to give him good sixes though. So yeah, I like advancing 10-9. That seems nice. Flattening out 6-5 is nice for distribution as well. 5-4. This can hit, but then the 4 looks pretty loose afterwards. So I think probably maybe just 2 down like this. Yeah, only leaves deuces, some duplication of bar point, making numbers. I think I like this play. Look at that, though. Okay, he sees that the 4 is down for sure. I didn't realize that he hadn't played the 5 down yet. I guess that's where the 4 goes no matter what. Hard to find that 5 hitting somehow for me. I guess it turns him into a favorite while the other plays a slight underdog. Okay. So pretty important to do there. Aces is going to enter and probably hit loose given that he has an extra spare instead of switching, I would have thought. But wow, okay, he finds the switch and split. Nice play. 2-1. This one can enter and, yeah, clean a blot up. Okay, still way ahead in the race, so if he can just consolidate and come around, he'll be happy against Jeb's 4 checkers back. Aces not worth switching to hit or anything like that, but it does get to make the 4 prime. So nice improvement. Chris just wanting something to escape now. 6s is a lot of something to escape. Can't get either blot to safety, though, so what can we do? I guess we're going to... Oh, we can buy a tempo by hitting on the deuce point. That feels like overrunning the position, though. I don't know. That could be kind of difficult. What else would we do with this, though? If we run around and place a checker on the 5 or 4, it's going to leave a double shot. So, yeah, I guess we are stuck making the deuce point with any play. And now we have to pick the most tactical way to shuffle the checkers in the outfield. Maybe 23-11 duplicates 4s pretty well, which are also entering numbers. So I guess I would settle on that. Yeah, there's not really a big strategic difference in which checker we bring around. So then that's when we really have to look for tactics and exactly how different roles are going to play. And as you can see here, the 4 hits from the 18-14 from the roof. It enters, plays 13-9. So it's going to be difficult if he rolls a 4, right? He's going to enter with it here and have to find something to do with, have to play the deuce now. So a lot harder to hit when you sit on the right numbers that way. 4 in, and he should volunteer 13-11, but breaks his structure instead. Okay. Small impurity for Jeb. 4-2 is going to point on head. And under a lot of pressure here, Chris could have a lot of cubes coming up, even against the bar point anchor on a fan, because he's threatening a gammon a lot of the time, and 51 pips in the race is just a lot to overcome. I would think we would send this, and this is a pass, but I'm guessing Chris is playing on too good. But, I mean, the bar point anchor is strong, and your opponents will take a lot of these too. So I feel like that's a very practical cube to send as well. 2-5 is going to enter, and probably the best we can do is just not be under attack. Pop up there. And so now Chris's threats are pretty weak. Maybe he still has a cube, but it's small and pretty easy to take with still plenty of gammon threats, but he's going to pass that one too. And 2-1, is he going to volunteer a shot? Probably not, so it looks like just 6-3, but oh, he should slot. Before his opponent's board gets better? Why is this? Because he has the blocking point in the 11 possibly? So it's hard for him to escape anyway. This is tricky. Feels a little strange to slot in this position, but I guess even when we get hit, we still have the racing lead. It's going to make coming home against this much easier. When we play 6-3, we're very stiff and leaving a lot of shots next roll. So I guess the impurity is just a lot more costly than I was initially estimating. He sees that's his ace no matter what, and then has to decide if he wants to lift it or play down. Nice play, Chris. We'll see if Jeb can find a 4 here. And he does. Going to hit and probably just continue. No reason to leave 6s to hit from the bar. Oh, wow. Okay. Instead, he's going to, it's not too far off, but he's going to get another blot in the mix. When he does get hit back on this parlay, he's just going to regret having that extra thing to deal with. So 2 in, hitting loose on the 5 for sure now to buy time to pick up all those blots. And this was the scenario we were looking to avoid. 2-6 can't hit if he just cleans up. 6's fans, I think this is probably is too good now. So we missed our market by a mile. Now that our opponent's actually on the roof, we can just claim if he does enter on the ace anyway. We're so likely to cover the blot on the 5 or lift if we really have to and just claim later anyway. Very powerful position. Correctly chooses to roll on. Good for him. 6 is going to cover, and then what should our 3 do? I kind of like this because we like to make the 8 point as a landing point to bring the midpoint home should our opponent enter and get back to that bar point holding game. Not sure what the value of 13 to 10 instead would be. 5-1 puts another checker on the roof. Huge for Chris. Maybe the 5 duplication is why we don't do that. That's very interesting. Ace continues and threatening to pick up the 3rd checker on the 3 there. And yeah, very small mistake to play that 2 down for Jeb, but he's really suffering full punishment from that. 4s. Looks like, I think we want to keep that pressure on the blot still. I would stay back. We can just play checkers around, bring them in. Oh, this 5-1 switch is very interesting. I didn't think of that. I guess that's easier to attack and cover. And, you know, if our opponent can make the ace point, that can be very difficult to bear in against later, but misses that small tactical opportunity. Tricky one, I think. I probably would have spread out the same way to try to make the ace. Another fan, and 6-2 can't close out yet or hit. Okay. So what do we want to do with this? Yeah, we get another builder with 9-3. I like that. And then why not 11-5 with it? Nice play. Jeb just looking for aces. Can't get them. I think 4-3-2 combos close out. 2-1 gets to hit. All right, and there's a few backgammons in a position like this too, huh? If he can get the closeout. 6's fans. And 3-1 still can't close out. How do we get closer to in range? Do we create any sets that will make a point if we play from the 11 somehow? I don't think so. So maybe we just play around the bend then. I guess if we make the 11 points and just shuffle an ace inside somewhere, then 5s would close out. That's an idea. So 14-11, 3-2 looks like a fun tactical play, but yeah, I think this is just more important to not have like a cracking double 4s and things like that. 4s from Jeb, fans again. We'll see if Chris can find that closeout yet. 5-3, no such luck. Wants to bring a checker to the 6, but then our 3's a little awkward, so maybe just 10-2 is the best we can do with it. Oh, better to, I guess either way we're playing 5-2, and then we can pick which one comes in, and the 6's play better after this, maybe. Something like that. All right. Very close ideas. Ace in finally for Jeb. Chris is going to want to attack for sure. 5s, 3s, 2s. 6-5. I think it's worth hitting. He could just enter and peel as well. Play against a phantom ace point game. But that's just like long term a lot of winning chances if he lets Jeb create the 24 point. So maybe it's a little front loaded after we do this too, so he can still end up like not being able to clean it up. A little bit worried about doing it. Not finding the easiest ride home. Frustrated with that. Ace 3 going to hit. And now Jeb by himself a little bit extra time. 3s, 2s, and 1s very duplicated with entering and attacking, but he gets both of them. I think it's more important to like enter high than to use the 3 to hit like we would like to, since we keep all our spares there. I like that decision. And can Jeb find another ace to prolong the closeout? No. Low numbers close out, big numbers run. He gets both. Very nice. There we go. And just needs to dodge some 2s and 4s and things like that. To crack 6s. Comes around safe. Takes 2 off. Okay. Just like we planned. 6-3 gets to take 2 off. And Jeb enters 1. That should help him save some backgammons for sure. 6-5, another 2 off safely, staying even on the outside. Aces fans. And 6-5, another 2 off from the outside even. All right. Backgammon's getting real again. What are we at, 11%? Entering 2 should save most of those for Jeb. 2 sets would do it for Chris, but probably going to need both of them to do that. Yeah, now it should be no backgammons, all gammons. 4-4. He's going to save the backgammon decision for a roll. Now he's going to have to go. 2-2. Sure, all the same now, I guess. And resigns a gammon. And on we go to the next game. 9 away, 6 away. Chris with a quick 3-point lead in this match. Jeb is streaming the game. He can get the best moves from the stream. Oh, does he have it up there? No. I think he's just got the camera or something like that. Either way, our stream is on delay. So he definitely cannot see what's going actively. If he had our stream, he would see like the layout and things too. What I'm guessing is going on is that he just has his own recording setup as well. In fact, we can see the camera in front of the player cam there and confirm that way. So he's just making sure the video of the match is working for him. That's all that is. But yeah, we're careful about that stuff. Wouldn't want to be the first tournament where that was a problem by any means. 2's going to hit. We're going to make the 4-point. The last one, I guess, why not just make a point in the 9-point instead of a bunch of blots and return shots? Looks pretty nice. Good start for Jeb. No huge adjustments here, but maybe Jeb will send the cube a little more aggressively at the score. Chris is going to split and make the 5-point with this entering aces. Beautiful shot for him. Who's Jojas, by the way, and where are you from? Say hi, everybody. 4-3 could split and just clean up, maybe is the idea, but it can also make the 4-point or 5-point. That must be strong. Yeah, makes the rack. Of course, we got to go for that, even though it leaves some fly shots. Double 4s. Can't escape either back checker, so I think probably going to make the 9-point and the 4-point looks pretty strong. Even though it gives up the 8. I mean, we just love having the rack after we make the 5-point. Very strong offenses for both players. Lots of work to do on the back checkers for both, too. Wants to play this solid from the 9 instead, but yeah, misses an opportunity to make the rack instead. That's very important there. It looks like a priming point. I get it, but just a little bit better to have the board point. You won't always roll home safely here and get it later. A lot more pressure on your opponent the other way. 6-4 cannot escape the prime. That's going to make the deuce point for lack of options. So now Chris's position pretty overrun and stuck behind the 5 prime, not at the edge. Jeb just crushing this one. Probably a cube at normal scores, and I think for certain at this match score, and barely a take now, too. $62 with us in round 2 watching now. Welcome, everybody. Misses the cube, though. Going to roll that 6-5 and escape. And maybe he could be like too good here. 2-6 is a pretty good shot, though. I guess Chris just has to try to hop out. Or primed. I'm not sure he's playing either way. Here comes the cube. And big pass for Chris now. With the checker stuck behind that 5 prime. Just a little too strong. Threatening to hit. Win a bunch of gammons. Looks like a fairly clear money pass as well. So I think Chris will find this one and let it go. And there he goes. 1 point on the board for Jeb. 8 away, 6 away. Two one to open for Jeb. Okay. He's going to go with the slot. Trailing score is a little easier. But I think, Chris just making preference plays in general. 5-3 is going to make a point. Nice shot for him. And let's see if Jeb can cover his slot now. 2-3 is going to do it. It can cover both. The 11 point, even though it is 6 away, usually those points that interact that way aren't so good. About time you get to watch Jeb. Yeah. Glad we got some Jeb fans in the chat. Welcome, Bob. But yeah, even though they're apart, it still like contains the outfield so well that 11 point that we like to have it anyway. Goes for the minor split, a little bit better to go for the major split. Close stuff for Chris. 4-4. Not sure why that would be exactly. I guess the priming threat must be larger than the attacking threat. And double fours, what can this do? It could make the anchor. Yeah, this looks pretty strong. We could make the rack as well, but the priming structure looking pretty good here. And 5-2 is going to be able to anchor for Chris and play down, and that's going to keep him alive in this game. Was nearly dead. The direct 5, probably still not enough for a cube, but it is. Okay. With a little bit of trail in the match score, he can send this a little more aggressively, but looks like work to do in like a takeable game with a 22 point kind of regardless, so I would take a roll here as well as Jeb. 6-4 doesn't do much. Looks like it's going to have to play down and send a checker behind, unfortunately. Can't give up any of our other structure here. Not what he had in mind. Bob says Jeb is one of the most honorable people ever. Yeah, as far as I know, he's always a super nice guy to play. Like I said, runs tournaments too, so it'd be tough for him to get caught cheating and still do that job. 6-2 gets to make a point behind to prepare for contact. Nice improvement for Chris. Gets rid of that blot liability too, which I think is going to get rid of any cube concerns. Julius from Denmark, welcome, man. Am I pronouncing? I can't be pronouncing that right. Like Julius or something? Is that even a word? Or the name? Or is it like a combination of things? Hey, Avi, welcome. Why aren't you in DC with us, man? This has been an awesome tournament. Tons of great events here. 2 down. Yeah, what else can we do? We don't want to get front-loaded or anything like that. Don't need the midpoint as much anymore. Just looking for a set to escape from our anchor. 4-2 is just going to be stuck dumping a checker behind. Oh, look at that. It could optionally slot the bar point, too. Challenge our opponent to run off their anchor. Create some more pure structure. 4-2 is a huge improvement for Jeb, making that 5 prime. And a lot of times that can result in enough for a cube here now that he's stuck behind a 5 prime. However, he still has the 20 point to extricate, so I think probably not here, but it must be getting close. And again, the score is going to put us right on the borderline where for a normal score we would wait. Prefer to get it in time when you're trailing. Where normal scores we're balancing just a little bit differently with that fear of seeing a recube. Tough for Chris to find a recube at 6 away, 8 away. Takes a roll, totally reasonable. 5 can cover and 3 can step up, I think. Why not have the point ready for when Chris is forced to run off if he is? Keeping the checkers in front just as strong too. Okay. Slightly better to do that. Nice find by Jeb. 5-3. Ouch, this looks like it's stuck leaving a shot somewhere. So I guess for lack of options, just playing 2 down. Or, oh, we can play behind. Yeah, forced to break the board behind, which is a big liability for the contact. Jeb is going to pounce on that opportunity and send, and I think still find, still easy take for Chris, but this is probably a money cube now too. Just makes the contacts worth a little bit. Last gives Jeb the opportunity to run off his anchor. We'll see what Chris thinks of this position. Looks playable, though. He can't always escape and can rebuild his board a lot of the time, too. So, and still has the race even when all that fails. Only 9 pips. 5s is a beautiful shot, a market loser for Jeb. Just going to run all the way around the board. Doesn't even create direct contact with the anchor, so it should be easy to clear as well. And Chris just going to work on repairing his board. And hope that Jeb has trouble clearing that 8 and 7 points. And in fact, he should just clear the 8 point here instead of putting spares on a point that he wants to clear later. The one out of direct contact shouldn't be too hard to clear later anyway. And risks leaving less shots. 5-2 gets to cover the 4. 5-2. Can't clear the 8 points, so I guess we're going to play 2 checkers behind most likely. Oh, that's a nice way to do it. This is a fun distribution play to put a spare on the 5 and play to the ace. 6-2. Gets to repair the board. Nice little shot there.
We're claiming 3 gallons of coffee for me.
6-5, only safe play is to play behind. And 5-1 is going to just keep shuffling checkers forward, waiting for contact. 30 pip lead for Jeb now, and aces is going to clear safely. It's going to bring those both in. It creates an odd number on the 6 point with inner gap, but just too valuable to have the checkers in without risking leaving a shot outside. So I like that play. 5-3. Ooh, that would have to start cracking. So Chris is going to run off the anchor instead. I think that's good. Tough to lose a gammon when he moves so many pips around and into board anyway. And Jeb has that blot on the ace, which is going to make attacking undesirable anyway. 5-3 looks like it'll just make the ace twice. Oh, we can clear the 5 point. That's very interesting. I didn't even think about taking that off. Yeah, we get to take a checker off, 1 less point to deal with. The distribution on that's a problem anyway, so I can see some merit to it. And we really don't like stacking up checkers on the deep point. We take our spare off the 4 with that 6-1, 4-1. Very interesting, exceptional kind of play. Mick will definitely be here next year for the tournament. Thanks, man. Avi's saving his energy for a November backgammon trip. What is that, Cyprus? We miss you here too. Nice find by Jeb there. That's a creative play. 5-2 gets to complete the board if it wants, or it can just play inside. Either way. Not really worried about gammon, so we don't have to be super efficient about playing into the board, anything like that. And 6-5, okay. Takes a checker off, save for a roll, but we got shot levers coming up now. Just the 6-5, I guess, huh? 6-5, I think Chris needs to wait 1 more roll. The race is just too dead, and he has that 6-5 to play for next time. Unlikely he'll be able to wait much longer than that. Did he? Yeah, he played this legally. There we go. 5-4, delays 1 roll for Jeb. And I guess Chris would stay if he got to, but the 6 is going to force him to come around. You want to join me again, Ben? Yeah? 3-1 gets to take 1 off and fill in the gap on the 3. I'm not sure if we could hear you last time. You might have been turned off on the mixer. But yeah, you can plug that in and turn the mic on.
Test. Seems
Yeah,
like
I see on there. There you go.
All right. I think I would take 2 off with 6-1. Oh, 3-1? Oh, 6-1, yes, like I said. How are they?
2 off with either one. How are they playing?
Catch me up. Well, they're playing very well.
Yeah, very sharp. Chris with a small match lead, but of course, I think Jeb even it out on this 22-point holding game, and they should move on to 6-away, 6-away. Been pretty good stuff for both of them so far. Nothing too crazy.
I think actually Chris might be a little disappointed and Jeb might be a little happy. You know, they're both pretty close to their PRs.
Right. What is it? Chris actually won an undoubled gammon on a game where it could have been some backgammons there. Pretty disastrous for Jeb. I don't think he really missed a cube on that one either. Been pretty good stuff. 4 off and then the ace, whatever. You lost already.
You have to take 3 off. Is it 5 to 4 to say double twos takes 3 off? Yeah. No, 5.
Yeah, that looks good.
Oh, so 5, 4 off. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he already took the 4 off.
Yep.
It doesn't matter, obviously.
Mostly.
There must be some other doubles that play the other ways, you know?
Not in this universe, but in the one where like 1 in 1,000 shots come through, it matters.
Oh, so backgammon then?
Yeah, there you go. This is funny too. Like it's just like such a small amount of equity, but you know they're puzzles that we can figure out, so we spend time on them.
Yeah. Well, I think it's probably a mistake for anyone to spend time on it, but I also think Chris will be fine. You know, like he's not worried about it.
Yeah. And that's good enough to make it irrelevant. Okay.
Yeah. Jeb should have done him the favor of just rolling, showing him that it wasn't relevant.
He did.
Sure.
He rolled to make it irrelevant, you know? But okay. You're a perfect game for Chris there.
Have you given Rain any shout outs on his board?
Oh, I did. Yeah. His XG board there. Talk about it though.
You know more than I do. I mean, we reach out to Rain. I am blanking on his last name on my sleep
I don't know if
deprivation.
he has a last name.
All right, well, Rain, Backgammon Rain.
Yeah.
He will make custom boards for pretty affordable rates. Definitely reach out to him. Very affordable, actually, but I don't want to quote his prices for him. So we'll see what he tells. Yeah, but I love it. I mean, we have the board here of the arrows. This is a great feature. Nick, I think this was your idea. I mean, maybe not your idea, but you pushed to have this, and I think you were right. This is great.
Yeah, I pushed to have it here. It wasn't my original idea.
Sure, yeah.
You know?
I'll take credit. Why not?
I should, yeah.
Who's going to refute?
That's true.
So, is this hit?
Yeah, 2 back to 1 back. We're down in the race. Why not provoke the contact, I think. Oh, we have the anchor, too, though. I didn't even notice
of course.
That. Both very strong. Okay.
It's the difference between a good player and a great player.
We look for
an okay player and a great player, I should say. I saw one play. Jeb saw one play.
Chris just looking to escape here, and the 4 is going to delay that for now. Probably link up with the midpoint with the racing lead now, and same story for Jeb, just trying to get to a single checker back, like a racing game now that he's escaped one. 2-1 is going to hit back. All this progress we made, just gone.
Yeah.
Back and forth now. Wow, Avi's got quite the schedule there. That looks awesome. 4-6 is going to hop out. 3-2. Oh, it can hit, yeah. And I guess a little bit of a dilemma between trying to escape with the back checker or bringing another builder into the range. I kind of like the step-up play. Looks like XG thought we should bring something down. 5-4 cannot hit. It can hit loose. So I guess it'll do that. It's just like the opening, basically. We're still fighting for high points. I guess here it's actually not really the idea. The idea is more that we need to take away a tempo and not be pointed on.
Mm-hmm. Do get hit twice a lot, but still worth it.
Yeah. Any 6-up is looking much better, though, right?
Yeah.
Here's an instant 4 prime.
I think Jeb would let him re-roll.
Yeah. A lot of cubes in the near future here, especially on the 5-6.
Wow. Did this just go too good? Is that it's borderline. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying, I mean, is that possible? It's tough when both players are playing well. They know they're playing well. It's tough to go from no double to too good.
Yeah, massive no double to too good. So he's going to get the cube in, and I think Jeb should have it seems very passable, but it's pretty early in the game. Still work to do. It's only 1 board point he's made, so I could see him talking himself into it being playable sometimes.
Yeah, I've taken worse.
Yeah, for sure.
We do have the lecture coming up at 1, so we'll pause in about a half an hour.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I am still, it looks like they're pausing now.
Oh, is that what the players are doing? Okay, we're going to pause at 6:45 way?
I don't think they're going to pause for lunch. I think they're just taking a break. But
oh, they're not going to pause? I thought you were pausing all matches for the lecture.
We will, but I think at 1. I'm not, I don't know the schedule off the top of my head. I'll have to check to see if we already announced it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to do after all.
Yeah. It was either 12:30 or 1 that we were going to pause. So it looks like people are grabbing lunches. We may actually be pausing now.
Yeah,
I'll get you an update really quick so we can let the viewers know.
Okay. We can, put this on the little split screen, and now we can see us talking here.
Yeah.
too. There's your guy, Ben Friesen. I can't even see
Hey.
the coffee on your shirt.
Yeah,
anymore.
Mike's very
beautiful.
strategically placed.
Clever.
Yeah,
Clever.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what do we got coming up with that lunch thing? What did you tell us about
Yeah,
that?
so Kent Goulding is doing a lecture called Hidden Whoppers. These are positions that Mike Sankiewicz, Kent Goulding, I think Bill Roberti, and one other have put together. And they are mostly positions that they found to be obvious, but then got very wrong.
Cool. Okay.
Hidden just massive blunders where the idea might be that you have to slash and everything else is terrible, but it looks like you just make the safe play and you just don't realize how big of a deal it is.
Yeah.
So he's going to talk through these. I think this is content he's also working on for a book, so it's
cool.
kind of a nice sneak preview.
Are we going to stream that after all?
We want to, but the logistics are rough. So I'm actually looking for Jason. That's why I came in here so that I can check it out. We're gonna have it on that screen that is just straight back there in the middle of the room cam. They can't see it now, but but yeah. So there's a chance still. I would say it's an outside chance. We are gonna record it, so we'll be able to put up some highlights on YouTube. Tomorrow or middle of the week, depending on what, I think there's a lot on your and Jason's plate tonight. So that recap will probably later in this week.
Cool, man.
But yeah, and so after that, we go back into the main. We did schedule 3.5 hours of breaks for this tournament, an hour for lunch, 2.5 for dinner.
Nice.
This is just trying to allow people to socialize. That's why most of us come to these tournaments.
Yeah.
It is part of the reason we had to shorten the match lengths. Obviously, there's a cost. 3 hours of breaks means 9-point matches. Yeah. But I think everybody is enjoying it in there. If you want to see all the progress, you can check out the brackets online. We should have the link in the YouTube video there. But if not, go to uspgf.org and go to results, and then go to ABT, and you'll see all of the events. Once you click into one of them, then at the top you'll be able to select any of them in a drop down. You can see the brackets, you can see the pairings, and we'll play probably 6 matches tonight in the main, possibly 5, and then the other 6 or 7 tomorrow.
That's a ton of matches, man.
That's
awesome.
It's a lot of backgammon.
I love your idea of making this over lunch too, to get focused on the lecture. We always do those early in the morning, and you're worried about not attending.
So it's funny. Kent Goulding came to me in Florida. Yeah. We're about to start the lecture with Michi. It's 8:30 a.m. There's 6 people in the room, maybe 8. Yeah. We even put out pastries, $7 pastries for people, and they didn't care. Yeah. And he right in front of Michi, which we're Karen and I are looking at him going, Kent, let's walk away. He's going, well, what's going on? You've got the best lecture in the world here, and there's only 7 people. And I said, well, let's walk away. But it was fair, and actually Michi he understood. It's early in the morning. Yeah. Backgammon players don't want to get up, especially that tournament was another long one. We played very late into the night. Yeah. And so he said, look, you have got to do this as a feature presentation. Yeah. Make it the middle of the day. And I said, my gosh, you're right. And I went and talked to Karen. Karen, by the way, has really handed over the reins for these tournaments to me. She is a silent
director and owner
advisor.
Right?
I am now the owner, the organizer, the director. I'm signing the contracts. But I consider her, well, basically, she has handed the reins over to something that she's built into a great tournament. And so I still ask her opinion about everything. And in this case, she said, yeah, and you know what? When for conferences, they often just do these little grab and go lunches, and that could work. And I said, wow. So my hope was to get a sponsor for that. Yeah. I don't live in DC, so that was kind of tough. And so instead what we did is we have the, she saved us.
They're playing.
Instead, what we did was we included it in the registration fee. So 1 o'clock, everybody's gonna eat while they listen to Kent. It's gonna be, I think, one of the largest lectures in some time.
Wow. Nice.
Are you gonna be able to catch this? You want some help?
I think I'm good.
Yeah, I think so too.
Wait, did he enter? I thought he just got hit.
Double 5s. He came all the way around and yeah, all the way around and down.
Okay, I gotcha. Nice.
Yep, and then you got the double 6.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I thought for sure we were on lunch break, but apparently not.
No, yeah, I thought we were going to stop at 1, but yeah.
I saw people sitting by the board and everything, and I'm just like, okay, certainly that's what's going on now, right? So, okay.
Cool. Yeah, looks like you got it caught up. Nice.
Thanks, dude.
But yeah, so I'll actually be back with an update on if we're gonna stream the lecture. I hope so, but if not, watch for the content later on this week for sure. We'll get it out there. So.
Sweet. Thanks, Ben. You can turn that off and unplug it. Then we're good to go. Okay. Ben Friesen, everybody, organizer and director of the tournament. Hope you enjoyed that. I see someone asking for contact info for Rain in the chat. Yeah, Rain BG. I think that's in the YouTube description. But if it's not, look him up on YouTube. And he's got a video explaining like how he organizes these things and can give you information about how to get an XG board of your own to match exactly whatever board you play with, which is really exciting, I think. That's a lot of fun for people. Jeb finding a nice pointless double here. Trailing 6-away 5-way, so I don't think it's a big score influence. But he just has a mountain of checkers in the zone, threatening to bear down there, a racing lead, the anchor. And yeah, what sort of game plan does Chris have here? I guess he can take this just based on waiting for, not all of Jeb's rolls develop here. If he rolls like a 6 or a 5, for example, he could be in a little bit of trouble and have to leave a shot. But nice pressure double here. Well found by Jeb. Thank goodness Andy saved us there, too. I really thought we were on lunch break. Maybe we're going to stop closer to 1. We'll see about that. 65 people watching. Awesome. Yeah, this one's really giving Chris a lot of trouble, and it might give me over the board, too. My initial thought process all the time when I have one checker back is that I don't have an anchor or any sort of contact game plan. And so I need to be reasonably close in the race, like happy to escape, or I need to have some sort of contact game plan like that 18 point to restrict from leaving. And I really want to have an equal or better board too. So yeah, I feel like this is passable. Another one that I think Chris will be disappointed in when he sees after the fact, but yeah, he's talking about it a little over the board. Not sure about that one. Those are difficult to evaluate though. It's tough to know when you have enough contact to play with just one checker back. What do we have? 66 people watching right now, too. Thanks for joining, everybody. 6-4. This is a 5-point match, so we generally prefer making the deuce point in match play. But standard money play is always the split, and they're all very close, so nice preference play. 3-5 pops out and hits. 5-5. Cannot return fire. It could make the ace. We have 8 in the zone, so I guess it seems reasonable. And what else are we going to do? We could hit loose and make the 3, but then we'd have to give up the 8. So I think I would probably just come in, make the ace, and maybe 13-8, though we could clean up 18-13 and try to play for the race that way. Very close stuff. And whenever we have sets, we got to take a lot of time to figure it out. So he goes with the cleanup option, prioritizes the racing game plan instead of bringing material in the zone. Totally understandable. 4-2 is probably going to enter deep to not provoke. But then where's our 4? Looks a little awkward. I guess playing 13-9 duplicates 4s like infinitely across the whole board. So that looks pretty nice tactically here. I would go for that, but instead he's going to make the simple play, duplicate some 2s, not get an extra blot involved. Little over tactical, it looks like, at least according to 3-ply, but they're close ideas. 3-2 is going to get to hit in the outfield and then maybe just clean it up or step up here. Okay, like that. 6-5 returns fire. Nice shot for Chris. And 6-3, can't hit anything. So what are we in the race? Down 8, so I had 1 after the play. So we don't really want to get more blots involved. Yeah, hopping out somehow seems fine. Maybe this is going to get a double hit a little bit more. Wow, 13-7 is the play, though. I guess just some sort of duplication on that. I would have thought to run as well. 3-6 cannot hit. It can safety the blot, though. And after we do that, just plays behind. He's only ahead 8 in the race, so... But he is outboarded, so maybe he is right. I would think to attack for a high point, but he's got the right idea here. Yeah, okay. Very close ideas. Glad I could help Bob. Yeah, I've had a lot of rain boards made, XG boards made for the streams now. Did it for Gibraltar, for Rocky, for London. He does great jobs. And I see a lot of people playing on boards that like match their own home board too. 4-1 is going to hit. Send another checker back. Which round is this? This is round 2 of many. And I don't think either of these players had an anti-buy either, so it's probably like the round of 32 specifically. We make the anchor, and now that we're down in the race, it's tempting to play pure again. The double shot, though, yeah, Chris is navigating this really well, but I would have trouble dumping behind like this. Oh, sweet. Avi's going to help before I can. Okay. Jeb with leading the race just wants to consolidate blot somehow, so we can make the 16 or the 15. I guess 15 must be less contact, right? So maybe we do want to go a little bit further like that. I like that. And hop out with the other seems fine either way. 5-4 gets to hit, cannot cover, so we'll just play 2 down. Playing for contact now that we're way down seems mandatory. Now that we have an anchor as well, our opponent only has the ace point. Not such a scary board. 5-3 cannot return fire. Should it enter deeper to not provoke? Probably, because we really like that 13-8 along with it. I like that. Nice for distribution and working checkers towards home. Double aces is going to get to make at least the 5 points. And then what else with it? It could advance and make both 5 points. But look at this. Oh, it could clean up 9-8 and like unstack there too. Okay. Oh, we don't want to leave the direct 6. I wouldn't think that, yeah, with a close race either. But yeah, it's tough to see passing up on the 5 point to make the deuce point while hitting on the way. That is a difficult play to spot for me, I think. Well, the matches get longer near the final. I'm not sure if there'll be 11 points in the final. We did reduce the matches to 9 points because we had 72 players instead of the 64. Well, look at this. Chris finds the impure play, too. Well done. 1-6. I guess maybe it just tops out to avoid creating new blots. Why not? A distraction play for making the 5 or something like this, too. Nice find, Jeb. But yeah, 72 is a whole extra round over the 64 that we were expecting. So I had to shorten up the matches a little bit. Could be that we'll still be willing to play longer in the final, but I don't know. I'm not sure the plan. Did Ben say that while he was in here and Avi heard it and I just missed it? I don't know. Ace 5. No safe aces. We're down in the race now, though, so we can maybe afford to play a little riskier, but yeah, that's tough. In on the 24 and find some 5 seems to be best here. He goes for this, and then Chris is only 5 pips ahead, but with an anchor playing against a single checker back, looks like he's got work to do on the structure front, so I wouldn't think to cube yet, but it's looking good for him. Plenty of awkward rolls for Jeb to be able to play this out. 6-1, maybe one of them. What is most natural here? Do we have to just bury to the deuce and play safe and play that game plan, or can we start? It's just too many shots everywhere else with a racing lead, I think. So yeah, what can we do? And that's going to take him a step further from a cube. 4-1 doesn't look like it wants to provoke again, so I think he's staying back and just playing behind to the 3. Looks fine now. Getting a little more clear what the plan's going to be. Double 2s. Okay, instantly makes the 5 and the 4 point the rack. I think that's better than having the bar point. Let him out with the 6 with a decent racing lead anyway. And the follow-up is just so strong when we get away with it, when he doesn't run. Lots of cubes in the near future afterwards. I don't know what the other 2 2s would be after we make the 4 anyway, too. So, yeah. Nice find, Chris. And Jeb would be in great shape with a 6-3 or 6-5. Finds it. So now he's only down 6 pips, and Chris has to work to escape his anchor. So he's got some counterplay. 6-1, probably just slotting the ace point. So Chris going from a huge lead after that to basically 50-50 game. 4-2, what can this do? Still can't make any new points. Probably just slotting the deuce point from the 8, I would think. Though I guess we could leave a fly shot 15-11. I just don't see the value in it, so I'm just playing behind. Better distribution and more likely to build when we play 15-11, but it's just too many shots and doesn't, improving our board when we're just trying to play quietly and not get hit just doesn't matter that much, right? He's never going to be contact favored against this anchor, really, or at least he's a long way from it. So his plan is just somewhat clearly to stay safe and try to capitalize on what race he has available. Nice fine jab. 6-2 can run. With 2 blots behind, seems like the ideal time. Only 15 pips in the race, but it's enough to go for it, and just really a long way from contact pressure, it feels like. 6-2. It looks like this is going to cover the deuce and advance 15-13 most likely, and we're one step closer to attacking if Chris can't escape now. Chris looking for an 8 or a 12, I guess. 3-1. Gets to cover at least. And then the 3 probably just coming in. And now there are some hit and cover kind of numbers for Jeb. He's got some counterplay. 6-5 does not appear to be one of them. What is this going to do? It is an uncomfortable roll. It could just play all the way to the deuce and leave nothing, or it could clear the 8 and at least make another point. Both look pretty weak. Dead checker on the deuce either way. 6-4 gets to run now and only leave an ace. Oh, wow. Actually, his contact has improved so much that he should just stay back and keep provoking now that there's a dead checker. Tough to see those sometimes. 6-3. Sure, just happy to try to break contact. And Chris has to assess the race quickly and is going to find out he's only 1 pip ahead now, and it's not going to be enough to send here. Clear lead, though. And 3-2 is going to have to find some way to safety that blot. Probably the best way is just 11-6. Making the 11 doesn't seem to accomplish much. No other 3 to play. And Jeb needs to count the pips too and figure out where he's at. He's down though, so it'll be easy enough for him. Just needs to make some board points just in case. Oh, he can actually just play purely for race here. That makes sense. That's the most likely outcome. Chris not going to be very unlikely to leave any shots. And whoever rolls a set first, likely to win this one. 70 people with us. Okay. Stream's picking up. Good to have y'all. You got to keep doing these roll calls. Ask who's here and from where. 6-1 forced to bury a checker to not leave a shot, which is going to be bad for the race. So that's a little bit going for Jeb now. The unlikely contacts coming through. 6-4 would have to bury checkers too, so he's going to consider just playing for the race. Probably the best option, even though he's still down 2 pips. You know, it just doesn't accomplish enough to start wasting himself. Even though it'd be nice to make our opponent have to waste pips instead of getting to play pure from the midpoint. Pretty clear underdog, almost 2-1, and 4s might decide it. Pretty likely. 18 pip lead. Let's see if Jeb can get back in this with a big set. And 2-1, not going to do it. Here comes the cube in the pass. And I keep wondering if they're going to take a lunch break here or not, because I know a Kent Golding lecture is coming up on the stage back there. I think Ben might be announcing what they're doing right here. Are they going to lunch this time? Chris going to take a picture of the board maybe? Yeah, there we go. Just to make, take a picture of the clock in case it gets hit or anything like that. Yeah, so this does look like they're doing what they need to take a nice lunch break. All matches are going to pause so we can watch Kent Golding. I see Jason Dordel there in the background, maybe about to, there he is walking across the screen, Wonderbots. He might be setting up a camera to record this lecture for you. We'll find out. But for now, I'm going to move you guys over to break and go kind of coordinate in there. And we should be back in an hour and 15 minutes with the conclusion of this match. And maybe in the meantime, we'll have some of Kent Golding's lecture here, too, in 15 minutes. So stay tuned. Stick around. Back with more soon.
What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one, maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Bam and Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top. And I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Bam and Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looks like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Bauman Zondi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what. Man, I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top. And I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what. Man, I'm excited. So yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top. And I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghaffori, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what. Man, I'm excited. So yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looks like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top. And I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghaffori, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Bam and Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now.
What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier back here, ready to start commentary back up on this match we started earlier between Jeb Horton and Chris Trencher. I think Jeb trailing 5-way, 4-way right now. You know, the players just ran to the restroom before they get started. Jeb at the board there. Who is that with the blue sweater with their back to us? I don't know, but I think that's Sam Pottle of the famed Pottle's Law talking to Jeb in back there. But it's been a great match so far, both playing really sharp. I think both are going to be happy with their level of play on stream and everything like that too, which is exciting. But let me tell you, that lecture from Kent Golding, that was really cool. Interesting stuff in there, but like more than anything, it's just awesome to see like a whole backgammon hall full of people actually watching it. Our typical way to like run lectures, there's just no room in this schedule. So as Ben was telling us, you know, they run them at like first thing in the morning, no one gets up, and then there's like 7 people there. So I love seeing like a room full of 100 people there for Kent's lecture. That's really exciting stuff to me. Oh, it's Chris with his back to us. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I need to give the word to the room somehow, but I mean, we're good to go. Chris chatting with Sam there too. So Chris beat me to the board is what that means. Okay. Taking his seat there. I told them to give me a minute. That's all I needed. So, okay, this is a fun scoreline, too. Even though at 4-way, 5-way, the leader still gets to send some fairly aggressive gammonish cubes. Plays as though there's almost no adjustment, which is pretty interesting, I think. You know, of course, Jeb maybe wants to send a little bit earlier, but in a gammonish position, has to be very careful taking. It's just not too bad to let him get to 3-away instead. 3-2, okay, with the priming point and the 3-point mate, he's going to need to split somehow, and 2 up seems like a nice way to do it. But goes for the split instead, okay, totally fine. And 4-2 response is going to point on head. Beautiful shot. And 5-6 is going to fan, and okay, 5-way, 4-away. Hasn't done anything with the back checkers yet, but he has one on the roof with a much better board. Feels pretty strong. Could be a little bit shy here, but okay, he's going to cruise by it and misses a sizable cube there. Double 3s is going to bring a lot more material into the zone, I think. Oh, yeah, of course we can step up and just like have everything dominated. I don't think we want to switch to the ace with so few checkers into the zone. But my first instinct was just making the 7-point looks great. But yeah, I guess getting the back checkers moving probably a little bit up better. Standard up and down play. You want to join me again, Ben, or are you just hanging out for a second?
All right.
Dude, that lecture idea was perfect.
Yeah, I think it went really well. Kent had some amazing whoppers, double whoppers, quadruple whoppers with cheese. Even threw a pickle in there occasionally.
And I feel like this is a cube again. Yeah, almost on the take pass borderline here. And Jeb going to miss this one too. Just dominating the position with advanced anchor, 10 in the zone, better board. He's just got everything, right? Racing lead too. Not sure why he hesitated.
Yeah, and because he didn't double, I think this is going to be an overplay.
Yeah,
it is. Not much, but because you don't have the cube and you just come down, make the 8, come in. and get the cube in. I mean, that's what you're trying to do here.
And now we're probably too good.
Yeah.
Just barely.
It'll be interesting if I have these a lot where I end up doubling because I just didn't realize I was even in the market.
Yeah.
And they're good spots to learn. If he realizes he's now too good, he'll hopefully then realize that he missed a cube. And that's a good lesson for anyone who's getting into the cube play. Basically, the bot, it just doesn't miss its market very often. Like, you don't go from no double to too good very easily. Yeah. So he found the cube. Boy, this would blow up. Okay, no gamesmanship. Chris.
Yeah, that one's pretty tough to talk yourself into a take.
Yeah.
I think, you know, sometimes I suggest people be willing to send 2 good cubes because you never know, your opponent might talk themselves into a take. That didn't look like one of them.
No, it didn't. I do like to pause on those, use the delay, just so my opponent thinks there might have been a decision.
I gotcha. Okay, so this is a very interesting cube action score where the increased gammon value is going to make very aggressive cubes come in like volatile gammonish positions, but then also it kind of balances out with a very high recube take point. So it's a very valuable cube to own. Yeah, these can be really tricky to navigate. I miss cubes in these scenarios all the time. 6-5 just going to run. No need to leave a double shot running 22 to 11. Or sorry, a single shot. 5-1.
He's already run one away. Can you slot here? Or is that just way too big at the score?
I don't think it's too big. I think you can. It allows your opponent to potentially escape with tempo. But you're down in the race, so I think it seems okay. Oh, I didn't even think about the tempo.
Oh, wow. I didn't either. This is...
Nice.
Yeah. Wow.
Looks strange. Aces gets to enter and make the 5 point, of course. And what's the last one? Maybe stepping up is fine. I don't know. Slotting the bar. That's a strange one, too. Guess the follow-up's very good when your opponent can't do what they want to. But Jeb taking a second to look at hitting the back checker, which just looks a little too weak to me.
Oh.
Okay. Puts 2 on the roof, I guess, is how he talked himself into it and takes over the race lead. But you miss out on the 5 point and pointing on head.
Yeah, I think at 4-away, 2-away, maybe, because you can try to get the cube in, get a pass. But this is 4-away, 4-away. The cube's not turned yet. So I think I understand the take the asset.
5s is going to get to try again, most likely.
It's an awesome sequence. Both of them really...
This is interesting. I guess being ahead in the race, just wanting to play a simple game, I think you still have to hit on the 5. But you could just make the 3 point. Maybe that's a little better. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Nice fine jab here. And aces, okay. Chris ready to punish.
Yeah, that's going to make take a decent swing, I think, in the game.
Yeah, I don't see
At
many
least
options
locks up his being a favorite. Not really, though. Interesting. I'm not seeing the board well. Maybe the lack of sleep does it.
Chris with both 5 points. He's supposed to be winning, right?
Yeah, actually, Kent brought this up. There's kind of a saying, you own both 5 points, you send the cube. I mean, that's at this score with 3 back, I'm thinking that's not going to be so clear. In fact, we can see it from the analysis.
Yeah. Hey, Tapio, welcome.
Check this out. He can make the 2 point.
Yeah, point on head. I think just really for lack of options, you know?
Yeah,
Are we
yeah.
going to run into a double shot or what? It's a little inefficient use of our 7 checkers in the zone to play that deep, but okay. He buys a tempo, and this can be an interesting cube decision to pause and think about it with a shot and a board here. Gammon's creeping up. Okay, still too early with 3 back.
I think this is a really effective cube against many humans. I think that many people will pass there. Not sure I would have sent it or not.
Now he has the racing lead 2 and likely to have at least one up, 2 up. Yeah, this is probably, I mean, it could be claimable, really.
This was a huge swing. Yeah.
And it's probably right on the borderline of a take or pass at a normal score, I can see from these numbers. At 4-away, 4-away, it's making it a 418 decision. So Jeb's going to have to know how this score changes to not risk like thinking that he's right on the borderline at an even score.
Yeah, I mean, Chris just had a 3rd checker back, so it's tempting to get caught in the mindset that he's got 3 back, he's got a lot of work to do. But that 6-5 was just a huge swing. Not only did it hit, it brought a checker on the board.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, finds the pass. Nice from Jeb and 4-way, 3-way. So Jeb gets all the aggressive cubes now. The least aggressive of the most aggressive scores. It benefits greatly from the full gammon value of 1 for the trailer. But it's not a dead cube, so there's a little bit of value in owning it for Chris Trencher here. Yeah, not much to do with the 6 other than pop out. Jason's here spying on us. Wow, this is a tricky one. I'm always very hesitant to break my 8 to hit, but I guess we have a better board. Race is close. Can't play so passive. Nice find by Jeb. 1-6 is going to return fire from the bar. And I think Jeb's looking for roughly any roll to hit again from the roof.
Roughly. I love it.
Yeah. Stuck with the 3rd checker on the 24 point, though. That's a problem. He'll need to move that very quickly. 5-2 hits back again. And so I guess now he's probably hoping to make a second anchor as much as hit back even. 5-1. I guess this will enter high and hit. Still a very close game, even despite all the checkers back. 2-1. We have 2 back to 4 back. We don't really lose the checkers back advantage by hitting loose on the 5, so I'm tempted. But we could make an asset in the 11 too, which looks pretty strong.
Yeah, this is tough for me.
Between these,
you know, Stick actually one time told me, Jacob Rice told me, I said, why am I making the 11 point? And he said, because it's the 11 point. Almost like it's the 5 point.
Yeah.
And so I'm tempted to make the 11 in a position like this because it's a lot stronger than it looks when you don't have the 5. The problem is, I don't know if I would have gotten this right, but I understand this. We can fight for the 5 point right now, so it makes sense to fight for it. Making the anchor.
Yeah, 23 is an interesting idea when the 8's gone. You're not as primed anymore, but it just seems like there's so many other more productive things we can do. With 4 back, I'm not really worried about being blitzed either.
Yeah, I think that play was just a product of him knowing at the score he has to be careful. But he sees now, okay, Jeb has 4 back. It's just not relevant getting gammoned right now. Mm-hmm. Trying to win is relevant. This is a tough play, though. I'm not sure. It's funny. Now that I know more, I would have considered making the 11.
Yeah.
But if I would have known less, I would have just slashed. I wouldn't have thought about it. So this might be what this is about. He knows enough to consider making the anchor.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he'll pay the price next time. Wow, not this roll.
Leaves a double or leaves the 6 shot in addition, too. Like, I'm not sure why we would leave so many, to escape and send the 3rd back. The 23 just seems like a sort of clearly inferior option to me. 5s. Where can this go? I guess it can. I don't know what we're doing other than like playing really pure and maybe slotting the 5 and the 8. I can't find anything else. We could make the 8, but then we lose the mid with 4 checkers back, which I just don't think is tolerable here. Interesting, though. The bot does like just placing one out there. I think I would make that 3rd best blunder play. Cleans up to the 4 as well. Okay. Gets rid of some blots. What was that for Chris? It was a 6-4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see.
Oh.
7.
He's supposed to do some hitting instead.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. Well, White's position's pretty rough. Can't play a back game when you've got 4 back and no midpoint. I mean, not really anyway.
Yeah. Okay, this is a huge improvement. Ahead in the race after the roll, so he just needs to get rid of the 24 completely and advance everything. Can't clean up the bot on the 7 anyway.
Remake an outside point that you can play from. Oh, no. Just coming up. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, 24, 23. Oh, I see. I thought the position was 5-4s to play.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Much better play if you can play 5 of them.
Ooh, 5-4 is perfect.
That's a huge secret. They're a huge number for him.
Hits both. And now Chris clear favorite in this game. And usually he's going to have a very hard time finding a cube, but this could be the kind where, okay, never mind.
Yeah, this score is always so hard for me because I know I'm not supposed to ever initial cube, and I still want to.
Yeah. This is tricky. He has the option to point on head. He can, of course, hit with a 420 to 16. Maybe just hitting 2 is the best way to do it then.
Well, now you have a much better back game for not having the mid. You need much less timing to play a 4-5. Your opponent actually has 5 checkers stacked on the 6 still. Yeah, I could definitely see hitting twice. I could talk myself into all of these plays, though. This is tough for me.
3-6 only enters 1, and now Jeb with some initiative in the race lead. If he knows he has the race lead, too, he really needs to think hard about this cube. Blots everywhere, tons of gammons present, has to be a strong one, I think, and it's actually good enough to pass already with only 60% wins. Yeah. But, I mean, we need to be trained to see the volatility in, like, asymmetric scores like this near match end, you know?
Yep. I have not had enough sleep to catch this. I would have told you that white was down in the race still. I would have been sure about it.
Well, you could have read the screen. We have
oh, no, I did. I heard your friend got us to turn that on.
Who, Andy?
No, I was talking about who?
Andy?
Yeah, yes, Andy.
One should not say the name not to be named.
Which name? I don't know what you're talking about. Lord Voldemort. Oh, now we're going to get demonetized.
Nice fine jab. Okay, good job to slow down.
I just cannot see passing this. I realize it's a pass, but I just a few rolls ago, I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and all of a sudden I have to pass.
It's tough to do with 4 checkers back and no midpoint, but there is 10 in the zone. You have 3 back yourself. You have nothing but blots back there.
Can you up the analysis, or will it screw up the stream?
I can. I mean,
because this one, I mean, 4 back is like just
minute.
Always a take, and so I see this coming out to be a lot even closer. I realize at the score, it's going to swing it to a pass. For money, this is just a take. Yeah.
I didn't seem to change anything when I ran it for some reason.
Oh, try clicking again, maybe.
No, it just did a weird thing, but it's fine.
Okay, cool.
We'll see. Maybe we can come back to it.
Because it was the hint, maybe.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah. Okay, we'll find out. Well, just take it. Chris will take.
I mean, I think whatever plus comes up with, it's not going to be a big thing either way, right? It's sort of optional.
Yeah.
And I guess when you see someone think this long, it's a good indication that they're feeling that way too, and not really realizing that, like, well, it's pick 'em. They want to figure it out. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And just feel unsure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are scary. You're supposed to take, generally speaking, 4 back. But now you also know if you get gammoned, you lose the match. Yeah. So balancing those is hard. I would not be confident about this decision either way.
My sense is that as a player too, Chris probably prefers to let these go and not have to deal with super volatile positions where you can just lose the match.
Yeah.
Not as pronounced as someone like Victor maybe or something like that, but I still see him make some decisions like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. He doesn't tend to send the score cubes as aggressively either, actually. It's very interesting. I'm not sure what that's about. But,
yeah, I mean, it's certainly an approach I take at my local club, for example. Okay. I know that I have an extreme advantage as long as we play long, not volatile matches.
Okay.
And so I just don't send him very aggressively. I do bluff occasionally. Look at this. He takes. I love it. I love it. I will not be surprised if that's a take.
And what can we do with this? We can hit and cover, sure. Yeah, blitz continues. Tough to pull off a blitz with 4 back, but this is a little different with the 10 in the zone.
Yep.
What an entry for Chris. Okay.
And Chris is sure it was a take now.
Yeah, he could end up being the one to win a gammon for the match in this game, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that kind of position. No board points, though.
Oh, that's beautiful, though. I thought we were just making the anchor immediately, letting black come to us, but maybe we continue the blitz. It's tough with 6 back, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I think it's just too little with only 9 in the zone as well, so I like the 16.
Yeah, I mean, and now you have a forward point that you can jump out from. You cannot be primed and forced to crack your board. Yeah. I think Jeb is a favorite. Is that true? I guess it's not. He is a dog, but I like the position.
Yeah, Chris with the racing lead just wants to get those back checkers moving now. So my first instinct was to make the 16. But also we could pop out and make we don't leave any direct shots, even in board.
Oh, wow, yes, of course.
When we make the bar point and hop out 22 to 16. So that does look pretty nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, another option. Challenge him to leave that point. I think that's going to be okay, too. 6-5, can't hit. So what goes next in this position with a really even race?
Yeah.
I think it's probably like the 21 is what my suspicion
Yeah,
would be.
you can't give up the 20. Chris wants to use those checkers to make the 20.
Yeah. And I was torn between which one after I saw the 2 out play too.
With 1?
I probably would have run to challenge the anchor would have been my idea.
Give yourself a chance to make it next roll. And
there's that too, yeah. And 3-2 is going to start by hitting, and then it can continue in safely. Or make the 10 point must be his other consideration. I just don't see much value in that 10 right now. So
I'm going to go get Sam Pottle.
Okay.
Yeah?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, you can come tell us about Pottle's Law, man. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Absolutely. It occurred to me he had offered, and I'm sitting here doing commentary.
Okay. It's just because you'd rather be doing this than whatever other work you have to do, right?
I'd rather be sleeping. But that's probably not an option.
Only spare available is to play 16 to 10, I think, so that looks natural to me. And we're just in a fairly simple mutual holding game at this point, which is not the most comfortable place to have let the cube go for Jeb, but of course, takes a lot for Chris to get in a recube here. With the racing lead, I think he's just looking to clean up somehow. Oh, but he doesn't want to make a super stack on the 6, so he goes for the loose hit with the weaker board. I would have thought to play safe, but okay, he finds the marginally best play here. Tries to reduce contact behind, too. Very nice. Ace 3 can't clean up the blot. So I think, yeah, keeping pressure on it makes a lot of sense. And I thought 10 to 7 made a lot of sense, too, to make it a little so that your opponent can't always hop by or has to use less rest of the roll after hitting to escape, and then you get a lot of returns kind of thing. 4s, yeah, cover the point and hop out and start working on that 31 pip lead. Okay, I like it. And Chris in really good shape in this holding game. All right, I got Sam Pottle coming on in here. And a 6-1 for Jeb. We got this for you, Sam. You're going to have to hold it right up to your mouth and talk whenever. You can sit if you like, whatever you like there.
Okay.
What did he do with his 6-1? He's going to slot and play into the deuce. Okay, that looks a little awkward with distribution. 3-1. Not sure what this can do, but we've got Chris Trencher here holding a 2 cube, leading 3 away, 4 away, with a big racing lead, if you can tell, the pip counts we got on the top and bottom there. So I think just looking for safe plays here. But look at this. With all the blots on board, he's actually supposed to slot and take advantage of that right here. Very close, though. Five 3 can cover the points. I don't think it wants to link up for mobility. I think that checker on the 24 is doing good work right now. You see what we're looking at, Sam?
I'm catching up.
All right. Interesting. I would not have thought necessarily of breaking the 16 here. Probably would have ended up covering, but then stacking up the deuce does look pretty weak. Tricky play to find. Okay. So I guess once you cover the 5, it feels like you don't have many alternatives. So maybe he will just end up popping out or something like that. We'll see here. Everything just doesn't look quite right. Probably going to take some time to count the race and see if he needs to keep the goalkeeper in place.
He found it?
Yeah. 1-5. Gets it if it wants to. Probably better to just, remove the goalkeeper and point on the ace. I like that play from Chris quite a bit. 2-1 fans. And what is this now? It seems quite reasonable to think about the cube. But we've got too many gammons, probably the kind of position where we're going to turn too good before we end up actually having any sort of cube with all these blots around. Ace is going to hit, and 3 is going to come in somehow to get better distribution for building. Looks like a nice play by him. Doesn't mind giving up the bar points, so he'll reinforce the 6 for the extra builder. Enters 1, and Jeb really on the ropes here. But Gammon's going to win the match. And Chris going to pause to think about the cube again. And he is very close here. These are so hard to figure out whether you should claim or play on for the match. Sharp of him to even think about it.
It's really hard to pull the trigger in those situations because if you're wrong to double, you can make a really big error. And if you hold off, it's probably not a big error.
Right. So, yeah, after the hit, I love coming around from the front to have another builder again. I guess he wants to stay out of the way of the double 4s is the idea. Probably thinking tactically here. But when he doesn't roll double 4s, you're way happier being a little bit closer and bearing on the 4 point a little more efficiently. 4-6 makes the double anchor game. Okay, that's going to save a ton of gammons for Jeb, I think, here. And doesn't think about the cube anymore. I guess it's going to generate a lot of wins with pretty pure structure as well. And this one just looking for ways to bear in and clean up, but it can't get 2 checkers in. Doesn't want to leave the fly shots necessarily. So yeah, I guess making a point closest to home. I don't know. This is a hard play actually for me to make here because I know I don't want to have to clear the 10 later against these 2 anchors. So maybe I would find something bigger like playing one in and then any ace around. Yeah, you can see Chris very hesitant to create another problem to clear later.
Well, he doesn't really have an actually safe play, right?
Right. He's going to, I guess we can count through the numbers, and this is what he comes up with. Okay,
here's some
nice find.
sixes. Yeah.
Yep. Just a few of them. A lot of them give up the anchor, so it's relatively
It comes
safe.
up high, so maybe can get that checker out.
Yep.
Jeb has real chances again.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for him, actually. 2s can start clearing and play safely. Nice shot for Chris as well. And so with 3 points to clear, this is usually around the double and pass point against the double anchor game. And the mix when you have the 2 high anchors like this tends to be more on the win side and less on the gammon side. So once again, feels pretty reasonable to think about it, but I think it's still at the score not going to work. Yeah. Also, he does have 4 checkers behind the anchors, which is quite the liability.
Got a slot there.
Yeah, it looks better to work on the board, but I guess maybe Jeb's worried about saving the gammon and playing efficiently. 6-4 looks like 2 from the rear. And I don't know. I mean, Chris has gotten all the spares off and is ready to clear, but it's not clear to me that it's gotten better for him. So I don't think he has cube action yet. And this time he won't be able to avoid slotting, I don't think. Nice play by Jeb. 5-1 gets to clear another point. Even though it doesn't bring 2 checkers in, I think I like from the rear there. Always a dilemma whether you want to bring a checker into the 6. You don't like reinforcing a point that you intend to get rid of as soon as possible.
I think against consecutive anchors like that, it's really better to have the 2 points in a row and not another gap.
Yeah, I think instead of crunching the board, Jeb does need to leave something here, and the front is usually the one to go. So I enjoy his decision there.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty big error not to stay pure.
Chris with another dilemma here. He's threatening a few extra gammons. Does he win enough to claim the game when his opponent would have to pass to like 18, 19%, you know? I'm not sure if he's in the 80s already, but it's looking pretty good. Could be quite close. Just shy of a cube, really, but 22% gammons, too, is higher than I would have guessed. I guess probably largely because of pick and pass numbers like this. He can slow down Jeb's progress a lot of the time. And when he does clear safely, he's got the speed board ready. Oh, and
now his winning chances and his gammon chances have improved.
Yeah, look at this. He went to slightly too good, and it's just a marginal pass.
Too good pass.
Yeah. So fine claim there. Not much of an error available. But all the way up to, I imagine he didn't estimate that at 42% gammons.
Right.
Crawford game, and an even away score means that Jeb will benefit from a gammon, so we'll be playing aggressively for those. So it should be a 2-down play here, and he's going to go ahead and go that way. 2-1 probably counter slots the down play in general, but he's going to split. I think Chris just generally prefers splitting, and maybe at a game where he wants to save a gammon, he's more interested in achieving that advanced anchor. But it does open up to the blitzes, the problem with it too. In this 3-2, we can make one of the outfield points, but not both of them without giving up the mid. So I guess we'll make one in split. Looks pretty strong. Either way should be fine.
Yeah, the opposite split feels very bot-like, and I don't know very many people who actually play that way.
Yeah?
I mean, the play he made feels like the normal way to do it to me.
I actually kind of like the other one. I don't know, like it feels probably less shots. You know, it just feels like the further checker away is going to be harder to hit. And you're less in, I mean, the split is not as strong, though. 5-1. Can't make an anchor, so we'll probably slide up to the 22. Look at this. He should make a bid
On
for the
stack.
bar points. Yeah, with all these checkers aimed at the 5 point, it's a nice time to distract. And 6-3 likely to make the 5 point. Yeah, making the bar is pretty close, though, with all the blots around and his bar point made. Pretty close for both of them. 6-5 doesn't hit anything. It's almost a dead even race, so yeah, I think just escaping makes a lot of sense. Bringing one to safety. It's going to reduce the gammons in play as well. 6-1. I would think it looks a little awkward to play 11-5, 6-5. It's just funny distribution here. I'm not sure I find that hitting play, though. Go ahead.
Well, at the score, I think it encourages you to hit.
Yeah, I can see.
Even if there are only 4 dancing numbers, you go for it.
I can see by the numbers you probably give up a few more gammons than you gain, but the gammons you give up cost you nothing at this score.
Right.
So it does seem to be the relevant feature. Making the 5 for sure, and then do we make the ace with our front position all stripped, or we just bring 2 spares down? Both seem pretty good here, actually.
You could do half and half, but I think you just bring 2 down.
Yeah.
Well.
Decides he wants the board ready.
Significant error. He can't necessarily get cleanly off the bar point with those spares.
Sure. So double 5s here is going to point on head for sure. And then is he ahead in the race after the play? Yes. Then I think we want to get rid of the bar point and just advance to the 13 and try to race. But trying to win a gammon, he might be thinking about making the ace point as well. I just don't think it makes enough progress towards the blitz to make that deep point when you could be aimed everything at the 4 instead. Close ideas, though. Nice find by Jeb.
Yeah, I'd be curious whether the blitzy play would be better if his remaining inside spares were on different points. 6 and 5 instead of 5 and 5.
Yeah, then it kind of looks better. But to me, it looks very awkward and front-loaded to have those 2 spares on the 5 like that afterward.
Yeah.
Just pops out here. Yeah, I guess there's less checkers aimed at him when he does, but a little bit provocative at this score, too. And you would like a spare redistributed from the 13
It's a
to
case
8.
where he's not supposed to run the last guy.
Yeah. Right. Isn't there some law about that?
Apparently, it's wrong.
It was close. I'll take it. Okay, Chris gets to escape to a simple game down in the race, but at least he's not going to lose a gammon. And so generally you want to be the one breaking contact when you have the lead, so 2 down from the mid should be fine, but this looks good as well. Chris likes putting checkers on the bar point in these like racing positions for some reason, even though they should end up going deep when you do that. I don't know if I understand that.
Well, as long as there are several left, they probably won't have to go deep. Right.
That could be. I'm actually optimistic. I'm planning on rolling double 6s every one of my rolls from now on.
Right. Yeah. But in that case, it doesn't matter what play you made.
That's fair.
We're into the realm of the really picky bear-in plays that, .002.
5-3, still down in the race. I think I want to check her on the 4. Okay, he's going to play into the 5 here. He's got to fill that 4 gap eventually. 6-4 is a great roll to clear the mid with.
Yeah, Jeb has to clear his midpoint eventually with the racing lead.
And aces can make a bunch of crossovers however we want to do it. (5-1) looks like it's bringing in 2 for Jeb as well.
That's fairly pretty structure.
Interesting. He wants to go for distribution potentially instead. 3-1 can bring 2 in, but he's going to place it on the 4 now. Okay.
It's time.
Yeah. I must have missed some roll here. 6-1 gets to take one off and redistribute. Where am I behind here? Okay, I've got an extra bunch of pips. 4-2, so maybe we can clean it up with a 6-4. We'll get there. Oh, well, I screwed something up there. But that's fine. Close enough. That's what Chris gets for doing weird bear-in things.
Right. Blame the players when possible. I'm learning all the secrets of commentary.
Do I have them? We'll figure it out. I will do 6-3. I didn't see what roll was it for Jeb there? Was it like 5-1?
Sorry, I missed it.
You're good. And then Chris.
5-1 for Jeb, and he will probably cover the 4.
Okay.
Chris is back to taking checkers off with a 6-5.
Okay.
2-1 for Jeb, takes one off.
So we're doing a 5-1. There we go. Okay. Got the positions
you're
to
back.
transpose mainly. No, I didn't. I actually cheated a little bit still. Okay. So he's got an extra 6 pips. So 5-3 is like, we'll do like a 2-1. I don't know.
This race has stayed close all the way down.
Someone's dying outside.
Big double 4s. This could be the match.
Yeah.
Jeb answers with double 4s.
Wow. Hanging on. Okay, I think I have the actual position now.
Coming down to the wire.
Double aces can't do much for Chris. Well, 2 checkers off isn't too bad. 4s and 3s miss, huh? There's a 3 up.
Uh-huh.
It's going to give Chris quite a bit of hope here. Should make him the favorite to win the match now. And 3-1 isn't going to help. Well, makes him favorite to take off next roll, so he just has to dodge the set.
Jeb has his set chance. So
absolutely.
There it is.
There's the 3s.
So,
okay.
Match continues.
On to Post Crawford. I got all mixed up in the bear off there. That's funny.
Chris Trencher's fault. It's official.
Probably. Both still playing pretty sharp here. All right, so Ottaway Post Crawford score means that we have the automatic take. So if Jeb wants, he can wait to send the cube.
I do not expect Jeb to do that, but
yeah, he's not an executor of the trick. You don't think, huh?
Well, it's sort of opponent dependent.
Okay.
You can tell who trusts their opponents by who they'll just respect with an immediate double.
Okay. I'm actually probably the opposite about that. I will maybe I should be more likely to run it against Chris because he'll find a reason to pass. Here it comes. Or he could anyway. Plenty of players would just never. So also it's good for my PR either way mostly. So
right.
I think he wants an anchor after his opponent gets one, so I like the splitting decision. Looks strong. He gets in the cube 1 roll late. And 6-1, we like leaving the blot on the 9 when it duplicates the anchoring and hitting numbers. So, I was going to make the bar point, but you can hit. So I guess we should just do that. That's pretty strong, right? Wow, and at the score, he wins a ton more to hit, but he gives up too many gammons. This feels like the natural play.
Yeah.
4-5, that was going to get hit either way if it wanted. At the score, I think we for sure want to hit and come around.
He doesn't greatly value his 20-point anchor.
No.
Just hit with the stronger board.
Yeah. Okay. Plays very similar there. 6-1 can make the 5-point, it looks like.
Great shake for Jeb.
Yeah, looks to be leading this position by quite a bit, but Chris with the anchor always has some life. 5-1 is awkward. Maybe we tempo hit for lack of options.
There's not much else.
Yeah. Love to get a back checker moving, and that's why earlier he could have used the 4 to come out to the bar point, I guess. 4s gets to make the blocking point in the 9 now as well. Okay. Very big improvement. And I would have thought to clean it up too, but playing behind is
they're
fine.
tied, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I wouldn't play 6-2 here. I wouldn't find that.
Yeah. Very strange idea. Maybe it helps you make the bar point, though.
Yeah, I mean it's too deep and it's on a point where you already have a spare. So
fives looks like it's going to make the ace and the 3 most likely. Probably stack an extra one on there to avoid leaving shots. Oh, this is another way to keep the checkers.
Yeah,
from
I
up
don't
here.
think you can really keep the midpoint here, as much as you hate to give it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like for one roll we could try to link
This
up with
is
those
sort of a
back checkers, but okay.
desperation. 3 in a row is more than you think.
Ah, okay,
you know.
okay. Hoping that we have a little bit of offensive
Yeah,
value, and it
here's another
pays.
double 4.
You're right.
Now I think we'll see at least one checker on the deuce point.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind bringing them all into the 5, but yeah, probably better to spread out.
I think. Right, flex.
Yeah.
Oh, you leave one on the midpoint. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to contain the runners, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that at all. I was starting with 13-9 with 2 and then probably one in and then find the last
making the
one.
4th point.
Yeah.
In case of contact.
Not too surprising to see Chris play it that way too. Those heads-up plays can be very difficult to notice, you know?
Yeah.
They're exceptional. And so
right.
4-3, it would have been containing
and
this.
There's nothing shooting at it.
Yeah. Doesn't even hesitate to think about hitting and covering the ace. 5-4 is going to escape. And yeah, indirect range, so just get closer, sure. 5-3 misses. It can get past and cover the ace. That would have been my idea too. And 5-4. We're playing safe, I guess. Yeah. 9 in and
nothing wrong with that structure, right?
Right. 5-3. Chris is going to work on developing his board however he can. Start by slotting the 5. And slots the other point too. Sure. Why not? And down 23 in the race. So even a set doesn't look likely to catch him up. Counting on contact mainly, so he really needs to build his board quickly. There he gets to do it. Instant 5-point board. 5-2. Can this clear any points? Doesn't look like it.
This is an awkward play.
Yeah. There go all his spares.
Right. Half of his ammunition.
Mm-hmm. 6-4 would have to bury if it didn't hop out. I think it's probably still worth it. A little bit big to volunteer the attacking game plan here. We'll see if we can find another awkward roll from Jen. 4s is not an awkward roll. It's near perfect. Nope. And Chris likely to have to run with one soon. 4-3 doesn't have to, but maybe he'll choose to.
Yeah.
Unlikely that he's going to be attacked on the 3-point there. 5-3 wants to take a checker off and cover. Now the attack threat is real. We'll see if Chris chooses to just run to save the gammon here. 5-2. Does he think he can win by staying back? I guess so. Looks like almost 0 risk too. He's just gotten so many pips around that even when he gets closed out here, it's going to be tough to lose the gammon. 3-1's probably going to try. I would be hitting and lifting and taking off.
I agree. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah. And we know even with the closeout here with so few pips outside, it's got to be like 5% gammons or something like that. It's very low, but it's something, you know?
Yeah, 3% more gammons here.
Yeah.
4 instead of 1.
Yeah. 2-5 fans.
And now?
A couple sets could make it real, though. 6-4 probably does not work well toward the gammon. Opens up a point and sends a checker deep.
There are a couple sets it sets him up for. Oh, now he can, well, he's supposed to stay aggressive here and clear the 4-point.
That is a very difficult one to find. And the reason for it is because it wins more. Not because it gammons more.
Wow.
But I guess there's a lot more shot levers. There must be, I guess maybe there aren't any after we clear the 4. So we're just taking this one roll safety.
Oh, that's very interesting. He only has so long he can stay.
Yeah. That's a difficult one to find for sure.
And, you know, if Chris enters with a 4 instead of dancing, then that's not good for his contact. Right? He'd love to enter with a 3.
I feel like
he closes the board, but now he can't keep it.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be a couple turns before he can get a shot.
3-1 is going to create a bunch of shot levers as a start. I'm impressed with Jeb in the end game here, finding some interesting little plays like that. Probably 4-2 gets to hold for a roll. And 4-1 doesn't leave a shot. Okay. Looks like
only
Jeb's
takes
gonna
one
survive
off. It's kind of hard to win a gammon here. But.
Well, it's helpful in not losing the game, right?
Yeah. And,
yeah.
And now we run.
Yeah. And the 6-2 can take 2 off. So likely that will go to DMP game for the match. Yeah, this saves all gammons. 6-5, 2 off. Can't win either, so he's going to resign a single.
Chris is under a minute on his clock.
Oh, yeah?
That should be enough to play a DMP game.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
But, it's some pressure.
Right. When you use all the points, then it tends to be a little bit lower on the clock, too. But I don't think I've seen him, scrambling and stressed out by the clock before. I think he's going to be pretty comfortable with a minute left. Just knows that he can't take all day on a decision if he gets a tricky one.
It helps to open with a 3-1.
Oh, yeah. 4-3 is going to split in response. And double aces gets the point on head. Huge advantage for Chris to start. 1-5. Well, gets to have the 24 points, so he's not getting blitzed off the board anytime soon, but doesn't have the timing to keep this ace-point game. So be looking to split soon. Interesting that Chris just wants to stick with down here. I would have been thinking we need to split, but against 10 in the zone, this is okay.
He's just pressing his priming advantage.
Yeah, very true. That can be a hard thing to do when the race is close like this, though, too. You know? If Jeb can build something, then he's actually behind on the timing piece. Gets to make the bar point instead, and it's looking pretty good. So he is putting the pressure on Jeb to roll specific numbers to improve his structure.
That counts.
Sure. Look at that. We don't even get to do it, though.
Yeah.
That's tough. I think I would be making the bar point pretty quickly, but it doesn't look favored to improve the structure very much anytime soon. So we should look at just splitting instead. And I guess also we don't care about being attacked for gammon so much. So that allows us to,
That's why we don't necessarily see the double up move first.
Yeah, we're used to being very afraid of that.
So this is where Jeb has an advantage in having 3 minutes left on his clock, because he really would like to think about this.
Yeah, it's interesting that he sees the dilemma, though. That's a
he
very
finds
nice
it.
find.
He finds the good play.
Very tricky play, and punished for it, of course, as always happens in backgammon.
Yeah, right. It would have blocked the out. Well, I guess Chris makes the 3 anyway. So.
Yeah, I think we're happier to have an anchor, though, aren't we? Looks like we're hitting, and then what value is there in bringing builders down? I'm not sure. We can just escape and play that. It's a DMP theme to just race like that too, So misses a small opportunity.
He'd like to prevent a re-anchor,
of course,
if he can.
Yeah.
But Jeb has anchored, and so he's still in this. He's not going to get blasted off the board.
Yep. Chris just looking to come around the board quietly.
Jeb just looking to enter and keep building.
Yeah. 5-3 gets to make the prime at the back. Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. Only leaving the 2-1 from the bar. 2-5, I guess, has to try to hit, doesn't it? What can go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
Maybe our opponent rolls some weird number, gets stuck back there. I don't know,
Yep.
But I guess that seems reasonable.
Slightly too timid. But
maybe it allows your opponent to roll double 5s or 3s or something like this. So
double 1s cracks.
Gives some idea. Oh yeah, it does too. So he does create some cracking numbers by leaving his opponent on the board. Maybe that does seem better. 6-5 is running out of options. Are we going to try to rely on 3 prime again?
I would much rather hit than play to the 2's point here.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 down is, that's not crazy, but
yeah.
But you need to try and build it.
It's hard to see how Oh, hitting is going to work. I guess you're just hoping to be hit back into the dance at that point. Not likely that you're going to scrape up a counter prime so fast that you can crack your opponent. 3-6, not too bad. DMP game, having some more checkers back probably doesn't hurt you. Just buys you some timing. Unless you enter too quickly like this. I still don't think... Okay, we do want to leave it up there. I thought maybe we just
that's
make
interesting.
The 7. Yeah. Maybe it feels like it's going to go to 2 and pure of a point. That would have been my play as well. All right, 3s is fast enough where Jeb can hope to not run out of timing here. Chris going to play a spare into the 6, which looks very nice, and then plant another on the 7. Not too bad. All technical stuff with differences there. And the 5 point is secured. Jeb's structure rolling forward nicely. And Chris just looking to clear. I don't think he wants to clear the 8 here. We talked about this last time. Now I think I would bring checkers in. Find some way to do that. Like but this. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I like the 7-3 with it, but they're very close. We're reinforcing a point that tends to be difficult to clear against the 23 to begin with. We let 6s out. You know.
Oh, to squeeze him and try and crunch him.
Yeah,
possibly.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the best thing you can do with the 6 for sure. You'd much rather not spend it the other way. He's going to pop out with that 6 for sure and maybe reestablish the bar point. Or spread out to cover
more
the
builders.
3. That's fine. And 5s. Okay, pre-clears the 6 point.
Okay.
Not what he had in mind.
Some things can happen.
6-5. Yeah, I would probably find this too. Not sure why we're thinking about making the deuce here. This covers the next point and gets ready to cover the bar point too. Looks strong to me. 5-2. We have no 5. We get to spread out for distribution. Makes our 6s leave a shot. Maybe double 4s as well.
4s play.
4s play? Okay.
Yeah. You end up with another spare on the ace and one off.
Aces cover the rear. And 4-6 clears safely, though. Okay. Things looking good for Chris Trencher again. 6-5 gets to run another spare. 5-1. 2 checkers off. I would have thought, wow, why? Oh, even out. Interesting. Okay. I thought against the 23 we almost always peel. We win a ton more gammons to do it, but it just plain wins more when you even out and play safe like this. Okay. All these score plays trap me all the time. Close stuff.
Yeah, I'm used to taking checker off there, but it's about the gammons, and they don't count.
Yeah. This one I think it's still better to rip to. I don't see anything. Could clear the 4, I guess, is the only other option. And what does Jeb find? Gets to slot the next 2 points.
Right.
Running out of chances. 6-3,
well,
5-3.
This is what a deuce point game is supposed to look like. You know, Jeb has kept his structure good and has enough timing, more or less.
Look at this. Better to just rip them. It's very close. That makes sense. Probably leaves similar number of shots. When you do get hit, you have this stack of 6 on the ace point.
His 3s leave a double blot with this structure. It's bad.
I think they do the other way too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-1 gets to just cover the next one.
New ball game.
There it is. Chris finds it. Ace or a 3 to get right back into this. And 6-5 can't hit it. He'll have to keep the points, I think.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And Chris gets them both by. It. And Jeb happy to resign from that point. Okay. And so Jeb's going to move on to the second chance bracket. And Chris continue on to the round of probably 16 now. It depends where he started. I don't think he started with an anti-buy. So, well played match by them both, too, in the end there. I think Jeb will probably be happy with playing right around a 5. Chris under a 3, getting sharper through the weekend. And, yeah, Sam Pottle on commentary with me. Thanks so much for helping out.
Happy to.
Yeah.
Seeing all the secret stuff behind the scenes here.
I'm going to put it on break for just a second. We're going to go see if either of them wanted to talk about the match at all. And yeah, we'll be right back with more Backgammon as well. Thanks, everybody. I'll switch it to the board view for a second. Yeah, and I'm going to wander out there. I'll just leave it on for now. We'll go wander. We'll be right back. You see that? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Cool. Thanks, Sam. Dude, that was awesome. Are you playing?
Well, I very officially went 0-2 before.
Sweet. We got Chris Trencher coming over here. Talk about this match a little bit before we figure out who's up next. Wow, I didn't realize that was a 13-game match. That's pretty impressive. Maximum 17 games? Undoubled gammon, single, undoubled gammon, single, 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 2 points, 2 points, single. Let's see if we can find a cool position for Chris to talk about here, too. Oh, I think he's doing live commentary out. That was an interesting sequence. Celebrating his victory for now. All right, we got this in game 3 to look at with him. The double fours where he misses a chance to make that. I remember there being some interesting cube action in there too. Let's the single. Oh, this was an interesting one too. I hear him talking out there. That's right. This was a pretty big one too. I'm still on. What's up, Jason? Oh, I was going to talk to Chris Trencher real quick, but we can get the next match. Yeah, I'll just send you guys to break and we'll go figure out that next match real quick. We'll see. Maybe we'll get Chris to start the commentary on the match and talk about that one real quick, but I will be right back. What's up, everybody? I'm going to chat with Chris Trencher for a second while we get ready to start the next match. I've got him on camera. We've got this right here for you. There you go.
All right.
Tell me anything you want to about that match. I wish I could show you all the plays, but I got to set up the transcription for the next
thanks,
one.
Dick. I mean, I think for me, the most interesting play was really the cube actions in the 6-5 game. He doubled me at a point where I had a guy on the roof. He had a 2.5 point board with a whole lot of numbers that put two guys up against a 3.5 point board. But I felt that with him having 5 guys in my inner board, I had to find a take there. And then there was a question of when I redoubled him back. Obviously, his take point is 16% there. After the pick and pass, it was a clear pass. I'm not sure if I had a double before that, so that's an interesting play for me. And then in the 1-away 3-away game post Crawford, I had a 6-1 where I eschewed hitting off the 22 anchor to just make the bar to kind of take down the volatility when he had the point made. He had his 4-point made, and I would have had 4 blots, and obviously I'm in Gammon save mode there. So those were the 3 plays that I thought were particularly interesting, and the end of the match post the lunch break.
Yeah. I thought I think the cube action was good. I'm not sure I remember the other ones, but do you know who you play next yet?
I'm playing Backgammon Zondi, who I'm very good friends with. He beat me badly yesterday in the Masters, 13-3 at an uncompetitive match, and I played him in New York in the Masters, and I won that one. So Backgammon is a little bit of an old school, but he is a very strong, common sense, solid type of players, and it's a dogfight when I play him, and I always view it as a sort of 50-50 thing. So it's going to be interesting, but hopefully not too interesting.
Yeah, he made the final 5 in the Masters jackpot too. Yeah. Well, good luck to you, Chris. Thanks for coming and chatting with us. We'll get more of you, I'm sure.
All right, thanks.
All right. And up next, we've got Grant Schneider and Rory Pascar playing in round 3 here. So we're going to switch on over to that. Let me jump over here. Maybe. Okay, I don't want to ruin what my producer is doing over here too. But I'm going to pop over. I'm ready for him to start whenever. Hopefully they can tell by me having moved that screen over. There's Marty's store on the screen again. He's everywhere. Oh, yeah. Tell him to start recording. Thank you. All right. Chris being my messenger that they're ready to play. Where's everyone in the chat? We got 56 people watching and no one talking last match. I want to hear more. What is this? 4-5. Okay. Rory Pascar, solid, plays probably 4.5, something like that. Pretty strong player. And Grant Schneider, I don't know too much about. I haven't seen him play on stream very often here. Excited to see what he's got. I love hearing the stream on play in the playroom here too. He's got that fun jazz backtrack. So I get to hear that playing all the time. It's stuck in my head for sure now. 2s gets to... Oh, threw it off the table, enters, makes the 4. And maybe, do we want another blot involved right now? I guess why not? Maybe we can just step up as well. 13 to 11 is quite tempting. We can step all the way up to the edge. I wasn't thinking that I wanted to provoke at the edge necessarily, but I think this is going to be fine as well. And 6-3 looks like it's going to have to try to hit loose off the edge. I guess we could just play clean and bring one down and play 8-5. But we're down in the race, and we have a slightly better board, so why not? Like that play from Grant. And 5-2 cannot hit back. It's going to enter on the deuce, and nothing to do but 13-8 with it. And not really liking how Rory's position is developing here. Has to... Oh, he's going to just slot with it instead. Okay, really doesn't want to create the stack of 5. And so he's thinking about just unstacking and playing pure instead. The problem is just that it's not a strong enough point to slot in general, really. There is some 2 duplication, so it's got some interest to it. 5-4 gets to cover the 4 points, and then I guess we have to leave a shot on the edge if we do. What are we doing here? We could just tempo hit on the ace. I'm not sure what to do with the 5. It doesn't look as exciting. Probably stay in pure makes a lot of sense, though. Only leaves 6s off the edge, and when he's missed, he's going to be doing great, but Rory finds the 6 and continues with the 4 to safety. Solid advantage in the race, and the checker's back now, but stuck behind a 4 prime. So Grant with counterplay for sure. I think probably Grant needs to focus on the back checkers right now, though, while he has that advantage. So hopping out to the bar, and yeah, I guess it's very close and helps work on the prime somehow or attacking and things like that. But very easy for us to run out of time and have to break the midpoint when we don't want to after a play like that. Rory going to point on head. 5-1, I think definitely splitting and finding the minor split to cover it as well. What other aces there? Oh, he's going to step up to the edge. Okay. And 5-4. What can this do? Nothing but play to the 4-point. Awkward roll for Rory. Grant just looking to advance and escape. Yeah, this is the interesting thing about staying put on the 24 is he gets to establish the 20 now, but has to volunteer to cover the back. I guess still, of course, very strong. But just like very stiff position that he's having to navigate here. 4-3 looks like it puts a spare on the 6. Can't really do much else. 6-4. I guess we can step up to the anchor and play down to the 7 and just leave nothing. Why not? Just running all the way is totally fine too. That's interesting. With the 5 prime, that's how strong the offense is. He just really can play very loose just to make sure that he doesn't find any cracking rolls. 5s is too fast for Rory, and I think probably even with the giant racing deficit that Grant should have a decent cube here with outfield coverage and a 5 prime. How is Rory supposed to step up to the edge and escape here? Just looks too difficult and overrun, and yeah, Rory even has to let this go. We'll see if we can figure that out. Positionally, it's going to feel bad, I'm sure. Tough to find the problem numbers for Grant here, though. If he spends enough time counting the race here, he might convince himself, hey, I'm 35 pips ahead. I've got time to try to escape. Maybe I should take this. I do that to myself all the time. But the race just, it's gotten to a point where if we just look at the position, the race isn't going to be relevant. It gives us hope, but it's just too much to ask for to step up to the edge and escape before you start to crack and maybe even lose a gammon here. Okay, not a huge mistake there, but, I mean, blunder territory, but it gets worse for sure. 4-2, gets to hop out and just cover the outfield. I've definitely talked myself into those plenty of times. And what does Rory find? Can't find the 2 to start, so already under a ton of pressure. Not sure that he wants to have a blot and board to deal with either, so he's going to step up and reduce his ways to get to the edge just by 1 number. But it costs more than it seems like, and it's also closer to where Grant wants to attack him. So he should really stay put on the 24 here. Not huge, again, but small stuff. Perhaps part of the idea is that he wants to challenge the 8 point so that when Grant rolls a 5-4 or a 5-3, he can't comfortably make the 3 point anymore. So it does have that value to it. It just seems to be outweighed by the likelihood of being attacked on a higher point eventually instead. All right, here's that 5-3. Pays on that number. How will he play it now? I don't think he's not going to give up the prime. So probably just from the 14 instead and just count on that. Oh, he can come off the anchor too. Okay. Yeah, that covers the outfield the best just in case he rolls the 1-6, which is the biggest deal. So I like that idea. Okay, he wants to slot the back instead. Yeah, this is pretty good too. Threatens to roll forward. Double 3s. Okay, he's glad to not have left the anchor after that roll. Is he going to clear the 6 or will he just shift to the ace? Not super clear here. One from each for sure. All right. Yeah, this makes a new point instead of just giving up a point. I like it. 4-2 cannot play forward naturally. I think it's better to keep the prime. I don't think we want to point on him and let him maybe enter on the 3 when we don't have those checkers actively pointing at the 6 prime anymore. So I think I would just run from the 20. These get really confusing, though. It feels so natural to point on head and just try to work on blitzing. But, you know, there's not enough checkers in the outside still for Rory to lose many gammons here. And it gives up on our most efficient game plan, just purity and priming. Four-two can't cover the rear yet. So same idea here. I think we're just spreading out, trying to cover the back. And he should make the 14. I probably would have went to the 12 like this as well. And double 5s is going to crack a little further for Rory. Not looking good. This was how his racing lead rated to look, though. That was the problem with the position when he took it. And we end up here overrun. 4-1 still can't make a 6 prime. He's really stubbornly refusing here. I think maybe 12 to 8 and 16 to 15 leaves a lot of ways to make a 6 prime next roll. He can actually just slot the front, though. Okay, I like that, too, against the super weak board. Aces duplicate. I guess double aces look pretty good, but I think this is what I would have found as well. Tactically looks very nice. And 5-5. Okay, nothing. 2-1. Wow, he just can't figure out how to roll this forward. I think he still wants the back slotted. I would not have thought of hitting here. 8 to 7 looks okay, and then we can do... I don't know what to do with it. Slots the front finally, okay. Oh, he lifts and slots the front. Yeah, seems reasonable. 1-6 is going to look pretty strong. And 6-5 finally gets the cover. And 6 will just come around with it, I do believe. And now he's got the opportunity to hit loose and try to get recirculated to pick up that other checker. That's the new plan. 6-3 can't move. And 2-1 can't hit off the edge. Frustrating. Probably 9 to 8 and 7 to 5 to maximize ways to hit. Gets another fan out of Rory. 2s, 4s, and 7s to hit loose. 4-2. It can point. Does it really want to? Maybe we could play 9 to 5 with it. Just hoping to be recirculated, like I said, to try to win more gammons. Does not get hit. Rory's happy to fan there. 3-1. We can't be... We have to be a little bit careful. I guess we could slot the ace, too. That's an interesting idea, yeah. That gives us the best chance of recirculating. All right, ace enters. Ace-6 going to hit loose. Five, 4 fans. And 6-5 looks like it's going to cover twice, or play to the deuce is probably a little better, yeah. All right, no gammons here. Just going to be prioritizing safety. Oh, look at this. He actually can go for an aggressive bear off still. I guess, yeah, even if he accidentally leaves a shot and gets hit, he can recirculate and pick up a checker. Same idea. So why not just take checkers off? And biggest worry is probably your opponent entering with double 6s or something like that and just winning the race. So now he switches to safety and misses opportunity to take a checker off there. Goes both ways. Interesting. 6-2 clears safely from the rear, but on a fan is going to leave some shots on sets. Double aces. Looks like it's going to take a checker off and probably even out. Oh, look at this. It should take 2 off the 1 to play for the gammon again. Okay, that's a lot of fun. 4-2 fans. And double aces can take another checker off. I don't see him going for all 3 this time. Yeah. But an option again. Shows you how important the weaker board can be. And so, yeah, sticking to the safe plan like I probably would have been tricked into as well. And 4-4 leaves a shot. See if Rory can hit it. Does he even want to? 5-5 stays the gammon. That's an even better roll. All right. 4-3 is going to save the gammon for Rory. He's going to be happy to resign from there. And 2-point lead for Grant Schneider, 7 away, 9 away. Nice cube stand on the side there. Five, 3 to open for Rory. Pointing roll. Not going to be adjusting to the match score on the cube action or checker play or anything like that too much yet. Recubes will matter a lot. 4-1 tends to like to split in response to any sort of pointing roll. Challenge that stripped 8-point. And 5s is going to reward that decision with a blitz. That is 10 checkers in the zone, too. So if he can't enter or anchor, he's going to be under a lot of pressure, probably getting a cube from Rory, maybe even a pass despite the weak distribution. And entering might still draw a cube. I'm not sure. 4 enters, not sure what to do with the 3. We could just clean up the blot to not have extra things to deal with. But I guess the idea of putting the checker on the high point is that you're hoping to establish an anchor, a high anchor, whichever one you get hit on. You hope to enter on that and send a checker back or the other. Rory going to cruise right past and misses a small cube there. 6-2 is going to hit in the outfield. And 5-1 anchors. And now just a simple holding game for Grant after all. Rory with the racing lead, though. Just looking to escape. Decides to slot instead. Okay. Yeah, down in the race enough. It makes a lot of sense. Duplicates some 4s. Rory's going to pause and think about it. Still way shy of the cube. Three, 2, can't really do too much. Cleans up, fixes our distribution 8-6. That looks pretty nice. And 6-3 can't run around the bend. 3 gets to cover, so I guess the 6 just going to pop out with it. Looks pretty nice. Seeking contact, covering the outfield with that single checker back. 3-2 gets to hit, and the 2 could step up and try to escape now. Cleaning up to the 8 seems fine as well. 2-1 can enter and flatten out 6-5. And 4-1. No way to work on escaping, so I guess we're just going to play safe and play 13-8 again, capitalize our racing lead. Okay, 8-3 is fine too, to avoid making the super stack in the stripped midpoint. I rarely think about spending checkers deep like this. Nice find by Rory here. And 3-1. I think we just want a builder in the outfield. I don't think we need to slot with it either, but we would like to park back further back. It's unfortunate to have to move 10-9. And Rory's stopping to think about the cube action again. Still with a checker to escape doesn't look like much to me. Six, 5. Is that what it was? It must have been 6-1. Yeah. And he gets a 5 what? What, did I miss something else here? Oh, a 5-1. Yeah, cleans up. There we go. Almost lost track. Trying to multitask. 2-1 is just going to make a bid for freedom now. Doesn't want to create any extra blots. 5-4 gets to hit off the edge. I think it's coming from the mid, but it wouldn't be bad to play 20 to 15 with it. I guess too loose against a 4-point board. But has to try to hit and prevent the escape. And Rory wants to think about sending the cube again, but it feels like enough work to do, and like we don't lose our market by much even when we do hit knee fans. So I think we should take a roll here. Rory appeared to be figuring that one out loud. 4-1 hits, but the ace not so good. Leaves a lot of returns from the bar. Let's see what Grant can do with it. 3-2 is a fan. Now we might have an interesting cube. And good enough on the gammons for Grant to pass even. 26-13, probably a pass at normal scores as well. Maybe the leading match score will give him a little hint here. But it looks pretty bad. When we're lucky, we enter and just have kind of a weak holding game with such a big deficit in the race anyway. And when we don't, we can lose some gammons. It's probably hard to estimate positions like these at a full 31%. So that might give him pause. And he's going to snap it up. Okay, not too far off. So about the same size deep take that Rory made last game. 6-1 gets to pop out and cover the blot. Everything looking very safe for him. 5-1 gets to enter and slot a nice point. Slots the 7 instead of having a blot to deal with, just in case he gets a shot right now. And I think relatively happy with his take now after this sequence. 2-1 gets to clean up and has to break a point behind, and the contact looks nice. Yeah, I don't think he'd be passing at this point. 3-1 gets to make the next point and board. Things looking up all the way above 30% wins now. Take definitely paying off here. 5-3, next point in order. Really wants to get something around the bend, though. 4 checkers on that 20 point is too much. And look at that. He actually should work on that right now. Surprised by that. 6s is going to mainly clear. Running out of chances to hit. 6-5 can bring 2 out. Would have been my idea around the bend is fine, too. I guess aiming more checkers at making the bar can't be bad. 5-3 brings 2 in. Okay. 4-1 can come around. We could get 2 crossovers with it just to make sure we don't lose a gammon now that we're down a billion pips. 4-1. So come in and then smooth out 2 to ace. Interesting. Okay. What else can we do? 5s. Okay, that's going to save a lot of gammons for sure. Gets to make some nice structure too. Make the 8, slot the bar, bring checkers in. Okay, decides to bring 2 in instead. And that was a 4-1 clears for Rory. And a 5-2. He's going to go ahead and leave and bring a checker in. Okay. Seems kind of free to just keep the contact for roll, so I'm not sure about that one. Double 5s. Going to bring the rest in. And 4-1. Yeah, if we take 2 checkers off, then we leave 6-4 and 5-4 in addition to the 6-5 shot lever. So I think we need to find something else. 6-2 and 1 off leaves just 6-1 and 5-1, so it reduces shots and gets closer to clearing. Grant finds a 4-1 of his own and going to play in. Okay. Doesn't want to save the 6 for contact. Could work on his board, but Rory clears anyway, makes a non-issue out of it. 3-1 for Grant. Gonna start making the trip home, okay. And 4-3 for Rory, 2 off. Should be an easy gammon save, and the score should be evened out. The 5-1 next was a double 6s. Nice, okay. Threatening to get back in it. And 6-2. 2 off, and he's ready to resign it. Okay. Looks like Rory's going to go get a quick drink break here, okay? Probably going to be right back if Grant's sitting on the board. Oh, he's going to stand up and maybe get some water too. Pretty solid match so far. Couple deep takes, otherwise playing the checkers well. And we arrive in a 7-point match. Who's left here in the chat with me? We're going to be on with this continuing until the dinner break at 6 o'clock. So another, what is that, 2.5 hours of play? So that should be at least one more match after this. Maybe we'll even start another one or maybe even finish it. We'll see. We'll see. But I think we have something like 6 or 7 rounds to play through today, and then another similar length of that tomorrow. What is this? This is the 3rd and 4th, and then we'll come back and play a couple after dinner. Yeah, that sounds about right. I thought the path through the undefeated bracket was just like, I guess, 6 wins max to get there, and then a 7th to just win. But that fighters bracket ends up starting to take a long time. Lots of extra matches in there. So if you lose your first round, we'd have to go look at that to see how far they have to go from there. But I think they do like, maybe it's because they do a progressive double elimination too, which I think can make it take longer on the loser's side. See a lot of people wander around there. Sam Pottle's still in. I got to go find some more people to do co-commentary with me, I guess. All right, players coming back to the board. We're going to continue on with our 7-point match. Formerly 9 points. And 6-4 to open for Grant. Tends to like making the 2-point, but he's, yeah, see a lot of money players like to make this splitting play again. Again, very small stuff. Basically even. Depends entirely on your level of trust of the bot. And Rory knows to disconnect that split to the bar with 5s after your opponent splits like this. Split himself. Nice play. 3-6 gets to enter. And what can we do other than hit? Got to leave a direct shot anyway. Natural play for Grant. And what can Rory do from the bar? He's going to hit at least once. 3 in, and then what can the 4 do? I guess it just step up. There's nothing else to hit. Don't want to get another blot involved. Oh, Jason in the chat with me at least. Hope he's enjoying his tournament today. Double 2s. Can't point on head anywhere, but it can make the 18, or it could make the 11 or the 4. Lots of options here. I guess we're down in the race, so maybe we should make some offense. He's got the blot on the ace, so I'm not so worried. Yeah. And the 2 can just, I don't know, maybe up to the 21 to not get double hit on the 2 high points so often. Oh, we can get off of 6s to not give him good numbers to play that way, 18 to 16. That looks nice as well. I like that. We can also duplicate 6s with a 13 to 11. Either way, yeah, this kind of seemed like a natural play to me as well. And Rory on roll here wants to think about, oh, checking his phone. What is 3-1 going to do? Well, we can always make the 5 point. No anchor to be made. I don't think double hits can be stronger. So, yeah, I think we're just going to make the asset. Looks pretty strong. And Rory with the racing lead, too, so looking for safety relatively. 6-5 still can't anchor, but maybe the 16 point is a good enough anchor in itself. Yeah, I like that. Don't see any other options either. And 5-1 can hit. Does it want to? If it hits, I guess it should cover. I was instantly thinking from the midpoint, but yeah, okay. 3-1 gets to enter, and then the ace maybe wants to fight for the 5 point with all these blots aimed at him anyway. Kind of partially to take a tempo away, but also be a nice point to get away with. It's a little harder to use that loose hit on the 5 when it's your last spare on the 6, though, so that might be slowing him down. And just steps up instead, okay. Gives his opponent a lot of freedom to attack him in this position. 6s can reach all the way to the 4 from the 22. Oh, he just wants to cover the 2 points instead. That seems like a viable plan, too, being ahead in the race as much as he is. Last one, I guess. I'm not really sure. Hopping out is less numbers to attack. And we have enough of a racing lead where we can kind of gamble on getting away with it, I guess. So I think that's the idea here. But it would feel pretty natural to just bring a checker down to the 7 and prepare to attack as well. So both these seem pretty close. Understandable play. It's hard to hop out to the outfield and risk just being hit loose for apparently no reason. 3s gets to attack very efficiently, though. Gets to make the 5 hit loose and probably play down. Yep, he sees that he's making it and hitting. He has to pick his last 3. And why not bring some more material in the zone with so much better of a board? Okay. Going to play a little safe instead. Just not required. I guess Rory has a pretty strong board, so maybe you're a little bit worried that way. That makes sense. 3 hits and hops out, tries to get freedom. Nice shot for Rory, and on bad enough numbers, may have a cube. This could be one. 3 enters, and it could hop out and link up. Maybe he wants to make an anchor and board more, though. That one I'm not sure. I'd probably hop out 21 to 16. Just think that I need to get rid of a blot, but I'm down a billion pips, so he decides to keep more contact, I guess is the idea. Now with a huge racing lead, if Rory can just safety that blot, I mean, he can just pretend his opponent has an anchor and still know that it's close to a reasonable cube, and he also has the attacking game plan. So this must be very powerful and indeed just too much for Grant to have, given that he doesn't have the anchor yet. So sometimes he'll be in a bad losing game, and the other times he'll be blown off the board and being blitzed. It's too much to deal with. Hanging out while editing. I love it. Which video are you working on now? We'll have these 3-minute delay conversations. I'm just hanging out talking about backgammon. All by myself, apparently. I didn't get enough sleep last night, too. My eyes are getting heavy. I think I'll make it to dinner, though. If you hit snoring, send someone, or hear snoring, send someone to come wake me up. I guess he must just be taking that time to count the race, be really sure of it. Seems like it just takes him a little while with that. Otherwise, I don't think there's like a ton of tactics to calculate here. And now that his decision's done, he appears to be dancing to some music on his phone. And Grant has made up his mind about passing already, and on we go to 6 away, 7 away. Rory with a small lead. Rory's the director of the Chicago Open Backgammon Tournament, too, coming up in May. That rates to be a good one. I might get to come play that one. Planning on it anyway. 6-3, probably going to run past the down checker. Splitting is a nice option, too, though. 4-1 gets to make the 5-point. Nice improvement. And 3-5 gets to come to safety and link up in the outfield. A 10-point and safety a little bit stronger than the 3-point. And 5-2 can't really do much. I guess we don't really want to start the 21 anymore because it's blocked by the 10. So maybe we should come out to the bar and play 13-11. Easy to overlook that and just think, well, my 5, why would I be so provocative with that? And he does find another splitting option here. Slots the 22 instead. Those are just unintuitive looking plays, but once you see them enough, you start to spot them. 6-3 is just going to run, it looks like. And Rory on roll down in the race wants to pause to think about it with the better board. Reasonable. Oh, no, sorry. Rory is thinking about whether or not he should run to a winning race. And that does appear to be his best plan, but he can make the bar point too. They're both totally reasonable. So just checking in on the race and trying to figure out, but when it's only 9 pips ahead, then getting hit is very costly. So it feels like you kind of waste your roll when it goes wrong, and you're not really like winning so completely when you get away with it anyway. So not enough upside for quite a bit of downside. But right there, just not worth leaving the fly shots anyway. 4-2, what can we do with this? I guess we just play down to the 11 and provoke. We could tempo hit to try to slow him down, though. That's probably a little stronger the longer I look at it. Just feels like he's got too much to do on this one. Even numbers to attack on the edge with the better board and 8s and 9s to hit outside. Just scary. I think we want to pop up to the 20 and try to establish that anchor while we're here. But into the 5 for more covers instead. Okay, good option too. 4-5 is going to hit at least one. And I guess probably just wants to escape against the better board. So much material in the zone. Five, 4 gets to enter. Again, we really want to make the 20 and not the 21 here. So I think it makes sense to enter high. And he gets to hit with the better board. Even though we've given up our midpoint, I think worth it here. But under some pressure if he gets hit back by Rory again. Yeah, pretty loose looking now. And that's going to give Rory a significant advantage in this game, I think. 5 gets to make the anchor and hit. Okay, so he's safe again. It's still not fun to have your opponent have the entire outfield like this. 2 gets to enter, and the 6 is not looking very good. So what can we do other than tempo hit? Sure. Has to leave a triple shot otherwise or just break a point. And, wow, White wants to pause to think about the cube here. Yeah, I think a little aggressive there. Still plenty of work to do with 4 checkers back. And he's going to roll a 5-1 to enter. Looks to me, what can this one do? Get out of the way in the outfield and keep maximum contact? Yeah, okay. I like that idea. Seems strong. Cool. 4-1. I guess we want to start by probably covering our blot there with our big racing lead and then just clean up. Sure. Safety is the priority. Don't want blots around to deal with when our opponent's got 11 in the zone threatening to attack with a stronger board. 2s is going to improve that board even more. And I don't think he's down enough to worry about making a second anchor. So what can he do with the other 2 after this? I mean, switching his 2 in pure with so many checkers back. Yeah, so this is a temptation, but I feel like there must be something else. I guess this doesn't look too bad, yeah. But it actually releases some contact and potentially allows his opponent to play behind 2. 4-1 gets to make a point. Beautiful shot. Look at that. Very close to just step out for mobility, too, with this racing lead. But this interacts with both of the anchors very well. So I like the blocking point. I guess often we don't like to make blocking points when we're leading the race and inclined to escape the freedom anyway. But it's going to help him bring that back checker around since he hasn't established full freedom yet. 6-2 gets to roll the structure forward. Beautiful structure for Grant. And with the checker trapped behind it, I really like his position there. But Rory's got plenty of counterplay against the 2 anchors. 3s can't go anywhere. They can turn this into an attack, though. We'll see if he's able to escape one of the back checkers, 2s, 4s, and 6s, even numbers. If he can get some material working around, he's doing really well. But it's going to be a while before Rory doesn't have a lot of counterplay, so I don't think we have much yet. But, yeah, right on the cusp here. Okay. A little bit of score influence here, too. Takes a roll. I don't fault that at all. 2s are just going to advance both anchors, I think. Oh, look at that. Actually, he should go for maximum mobility and only keep one of the anchors. I thought probably 20 and 18 made sense. And now he's going to get the cube in, and this is a monster pass for Rory now that he's not primed in anymore. So those 2s were a pretty massive market loser. On to 6 away, 6 away. Talk about my book, yeah, my adjusting the match play. People seem to like it. It's really nice meeting people out at the tournaments that are like getting a lot of help from it and things like that too. Super exciting to have like made something for the community that way, you know? All right, standard stuff. Usually when Gammon's count is to play 2 down for both sides to open, so Rory's going to go ahead with that. 2-1 after down plays, we probably want a slot in response. And 3-1 could make the point, but then our opponent's very likely to make it as well. So usually we like to hit better and just send a checker back. Have a clear advantage. It is a lot of blots around, though. Hey, Steve. I've seen that name again before, but I don't remember where you're from. 5-6 gets to return fire on the 5-point. Definitely needs a tempo with all these checkers aimed at him on that 20-point as well. 4-1 is going to send the checker back. It's hitting somewhere for sure. It's in the best place. And 4-3, it looks like Grant's going to come out of it. Oh, no, he doesn't need to make the 20-point. He can just hit. Let's just send a checker back. Entering on the 3 either way. That's true. And 4-2 doesn't hit anything. Oh, yeah, it does. Sorry. 2-4 can hit from the midpoint, of course. Better with the racing lead to just anchor up, apparently, though. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Didn't feel like it was time for Grant, but makes sense for Rory. Needs to take a tempo away again, so I like the hit. Next time it might be harder. 5-3. We can hit, and then we're going to leave so many returns from the bar anyway that the double hit just makes a lot of sense there. And what is this? 5-3 hits back, sends a 4th checker back too, and both of them have made a whole bunch of backward progress. 2-1 could just make an asset in the 9-point. First new point made. Yeah, the idea is to get better at using the cube mostly. Specifically in match play, though. This is an interesting dilemma between making the 20 and the 18 here. Chooses the best of it, though. I guess all the checkers look like they want to develop there. 6s is going to make a nice priming point. Sad about not making the bar after that. And then I guess the only thing we can do is just bring... Okay, he's going to hop 2 out. Looks better to bring one all the way to safety, but this is probably totally reasonable as well. Feels like you're disconnecting from too many back checkers. Understand the idea there. I feel like the 4 should come in to try to enter the 21 or advance to the 21 from the 24. We don't want to play the 24 and 20 together. That double anchor game is just a little too weak. And actually, it's so true that we can just come up with both. But I like his idea here of coming in on the 21 and 13 to 8. I guess it just leaves a target for Rory is the problem to point on head when he would have had to just leave a shot to make the 4 point otherwise. 6-2. Yeah. Keep trying to get those back 2 checkers to freedom. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, we should split instead. Yeah, of course. I actually like that a lot now that I see it. We don't want to be stuck back on the 23 with such a massive racing lead. And we'll see if Grant can keep him pinned in by making the bar point there. Definitely going to weaken the 6-5. Can't get the safety, so I think it's just... isn't it a 6-5? Did I misread it? Yeah, that doesn't work that way. That's probably the best play if he lets you do it. Yeah, this one doesn't look good at all. Oh, okay, that's an interesting compromise. Challenge him to come off his anchor. Is Grant pointing out yet that it's illegal? Got real confused there. Okay. When would I recommend my book to players? I think it helps to have a pretty strong, like, something of a sense of the cube to begin with. But really you could read it beforehand too. And anyone that like just wants to play tournament backgammon and understand match score kind of dilemmas, I think that's what it's important for, to have some sort of clue what's going on in that. So yeah, I don't know, like very early on is fine, and you don't have to like digest every complicated piece of it. So yeah, I tried to write it in a way where you're going to learn something regardless of what level you're at in there. Oh, I got Ben back.
No, I'm working in here.
Ah, okay.
Away from the crowds.
Nice, nice. Rory's really stuck on this one. It's a tricky play to find. Nothing looks particularly good. But I mean, once you see parking on the 11 to force him to come off the anchor, that does look pretty strong. Board point seems like a nice alternative too, though. I understand why you would go for that. And 5-3 hits with the preferred checker. And maybe splits again from the back. Yeah, maybe we hit from all the way to the back. I like that. Decides to just link up with the mid again, but it's a little too stiff. Again, we just don't want to be stuck back on the 24 in this kind of game. 4-2 gets to advance. Nice improvement for Rory. 6-4. Wants to hit, but then what does it do with the 6? Maybe hit a second time? That actually looks okay here. Looks better than making... Oh, he's going to play pure instead. Okay. I like that. That also looks pretty nice. And 3-6 hits back from the bar. Nice shot for Rory. 2-3. I don't think we can have the blot on the mid and also be triple split. So, oh, just pops all the way to the 20. Okay, I didn't think of that at all. Maybe I would stayed back trying to make another advanced anchor, like stay parked in the 23 or something. 4 hits and 3 is going to step up. Okay. Ace-6 comes in deep and pops out. Needs some mobility. And 4-1 gets to hop out and hit. And Grant looking for a way to make the 23 or the 21 here, I think. So I like entering on the 21 and playing 24 to 23, just getting everything spread out. But he comes up to the 20 again. Okay, just happy to play this particular double anchor game. Just doesn't seem the same weakness in it that I'm worried about here. 4-1, I would have been pointed on, but yeah, would have been trying to make the 23. So the 4 is going to step up for mobility again, and then with the double anchor game, maybe we're happy to slot as well. Why not? Yeah, back to when to read my book. I think, I guess it wouldn't be the one that I like picked to introduce you to the game necessarily, but I don't think it's ever like too early to read it either. if that makes sense. 6-2. Yeah, I think with all these checkers stuck back, it's the time to try to escape here, but he's just going to bury a checker behind instead. And 5-2. Definitely hopping out for mobility. Then maybe the 2 can just continue. Why not? Slotting is fine too. For 1. Does it even want to hit here and send that checker back? It could just make the point too. Slotting a little bit better, okay. He's going to split and try to escape with the tempo. 1-5, 5 enters high, 1 hits loose. Okay, a little bit over aggressive here. Last spare on the 6. Doesn't really accomplish too much. And now Rory's ready to send this. And it's pretty early, but there are a whole bunch of gammons in this position, so plenty of work to do there. 5-6. Gets to hit and then pops out from the front. Interesting. I might have thought from the back there. Oh, nice, Steve. Okay. Yeah, I probably met before or something. 3-2. Sure, just gets a builder in line to try to attack the deuce in case he parks there and wants to make that anchor. Another fan. And what do we have here? 4-1 gets to make the deuce. Nice improvement for Rory. And Grant's stuck in this awkward 1-5 game. We'll see if he can make it work for him. Just doesn't generate double contact on enough points. You can see the 8 should be still relatively easy to clear with only 1 point seeing it in that sense. And then the ace only blocks the 7 point along with the 20. Just doesn't generate enough contact for all the gammons that it creates. Being stuck back there. 4 is important to get those back checkers moving. Starts the next point. He looks to definitely have the timing for it, though. Probably overtimed, if anything, risking some gammons. But if he gets a shot, he should be able to get structure in time to contain a checker there. And we can see, you know, unlike a very strong back game, he's only winning 30% of these, still paying the 50% gammon tax. And Rory just going to clear this point entirely. Interesting. Yeah, that's the hardest point to clear, so I get it. I like that logic for sure. 5-1, the 8 should rate to be easier later. 5 in, 1 advances, okay. 6-5, looks like it's just forced to play 2 in. And 2-3 gets to hit. And cover. Pretty sure we'd rather have the 5 than the bar and hope to remake it. And trying to fade a 7 from the bar from Rory, 1-5. Not too bad. Could cover the back and looking pretty strong in this game now. 5-5. It covers. Okay, and wants to spread out somehow to prevent any running numbers for now. Look at that. He should leave the 20 already. That's really interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that yet. I probably would have shuffled around to the 10 and the 11. Like the second best play here. I actually happen to be from the Madison Club too, and I would say on average we get like around 8 is common. What was this play? A 2 what? A 2-5, probably. And 5-5 gets to take him off the edge by hitting. I like that. And making the 10 point interacts with the open 4 very strongly too. So this one looks pretty clear to me. Nice improvement for Grant there. Hey, Jacques. 1 gets to step up to the edge and fill in the 5 point. Great shot for Rory. Puts a lot of pressure on Grant's position. Going to have a harder time containing now. And against that strong of a board, I don't think that Grant can afford to hit loose anymore. So I think he needs to just spread out in the outfield from the 16 and 15 points somehow. Yeah, I think Jason, when he showed up in Madison, got higher turnout. And I think Michigan gets a lot more than us, I think. Oh, nice. Jacques saw the one where they fanned 20 times in a row. Can't be a record, but also seems like quite a bit. Nice find by Grant here. See what Rory can find. 2-5 gets to run to a triple shot. And now Grant needs to hit to stay in this. I guess he still has a well-timed 24-point game now, but we prefer to stay on the offensive for sure. The deuce is going to hit. And then the 6, I think, comes the 8, even though it leaves a 4-4 and 2-6. I don't think it's time to come off the anchor quite yet. This should build quite nicely. That super fanning one was, I think, Gary Casilni and Roberto, first match of yesterday. And it looks like everything but an ace is going to point on head and improve this position. And 5 prime for Grant now. So I think he's still got 2 behind the prime to Rory's 1, but Rory's not at the edge, so that equals out that. They have equal primes, and Grant with the better timing, that indicates to me at normal scores that this should be a cube. But the Gammon price less, take point probably higher on a recube, I'm not sure, but it looks pretty nice recube, yeah. And look at that. Rory should still have a take in this. Like, it did sound like he has enough play with 2 checkers back, but it's just going to let it go. I wonder what the take point is there. Looks like similar to money, slightly higher, but not enough different. So, and the Gammon price reduced. So he's just going to pass. We're going to move on to 4 away, 6 away. Grant leading now. And a 4-2 to start for him. 6-4. I think it's pick 'em between pointing and running here. But I guess at a trailing score, we should probably favor pointing a little more. I'll likely be out at Novi with whoever shows up there too. 6-3, when someone runs, we tend to like to split past if we get the opportunity. So 24-18 and 13-10 looks nice to me. Covers the outfield nicely in case Grant has trouble getting to safety with that blot on the 14. And Rory, 5-3 for Rory. Could stack up on the 6 with no racing lead. I think maybe it'd be better to just make a point though. This looks too stiff. Very close though. Respecting that he's outboarded and not wanting to leave shots, wanting to escape the checker after he tried to run. 5-4. He's going to start by lifting that blot up with the racing lead, and then I think leaving a bunch of indirects in the outfield seems okay. I don't want to make 2 stacks of 5 again, so yeah, I think around the bend looks very nice. It's just hard to develop and come home when you keep stacking your checkers up, so important in the early game to play for some flexibility, even when you leave a couple unlucky numbers as well. Just makes whenever you're missed, things are so much easier. Nice play by Grant there. And a 4-1 can't take advantage of the blots in the outfield, so I think it's just going to redistribute that stack on the 13 with 1 to the 8. Don't see any other nice ace with it. Oh, he goes for the tempo hit to understack the super stack, and yeah, I guess Grant was threatening to make points quite a bit, so I like that play. 4 gets to enter, and then we can make the 5-point. Beautiful shot. All right, 4 away, 6 away, 2. Cube play is relatively normal, again, because of the larger than usual threat of like the Gammon winning the match. I think with this double 4s, Rory should probably, I guess the board's too strong and the race is so even that he should probably just make the 5 or the 9 and the 2, something like this. I don't think he wants to blitz here. Wow, 9 and 2 is way off, unstacks both, but 5 is just too much stronger. But yeah, very close candidate to attack even with the blot on the ace there. But I think he's going to count the race real quick and make sure this is the kind of strategy he wants to go for. Maybe if he was down further, he would have to mix it up more. Not sure what would change enough to make him want to choose that other play. And it looks like like at normal scores, the attacking play would give up way too much, but actually the trailing score makes it possible to go for that, or makes it closer. Seeing some score effect in relatively close ideas. All right, and he chooses that at the Gammon Go score. Not Gammon Go. What am I talking about? But, Gammon-ish score. Oh, wow, and he keeps finding perfect sets from the roof that get to make a 5 prime now. Beautiful roll again. And 2-1. What can Rory do here? Clean up well, he'd like to step up. Then what can the ace do? Maybe just switch or something? 2 to ace. Or he could clean up. Stepping up seems so important, though. Okay, he's going to clean up. And I think that it's still... So the 24 to 23 again, just same problem with priming where he steps under the gun a little bit more, makes it harder to get to the edge. And strong cube from Grant. I think Rory needs to let this one go again. Actually, a 109 too good. And on we go to 3 away, 6 away. Rory standing up to shake someone else's hand. That's David Todd's back in the background there, in the purple shirt. Andy and Paul, our tournament staff, standing there to their right. Matt Cohn-Geyer on his left. All the stars. Are they taking a break for real here, or just kind of grabbing some water quick? You forget what the summary is here. I can't remember what Grant's big mistakes were. Maybe they came in that last game quite a bit. Look at the... wonder if you guys can see this. Nope, you don't see the window of it. That's okay. Yeah, one of his messier ones, last one. I guess earlier at 708, he had a tough game. It was really short, though. I remember there being the games with many checkers back. Who's that? I don't think it is him, but that almost looks like Walter Busato. I don't think he travels to the States. Looks like they're about to get going again. And he's streaming from PA tournament in Philly. I don't know about that tournament.
Yeah, new ABT in Philly. Ross Gordon's running it.
Oh, I heard Ross Gordon's running a new tournament there. That's cool. Yeah. I like that city. I've only spent a little bit of time there. I'm not sure what they're planning. I don't know if Ross has ever streamed his tournaments, but I don't know what he's doing these days either. I think we're required to split here when our opponent has an advanced anchor and we have the better board. Which way, though? I guess it feels like more of a distraction to come out to the bar. Oh, he's just going to run. That seems like a good option, too. But, yeah, I was thinking about this reverse split idea. Duplicates the twos. Yeah, makes it so it's harder for our opponent to hit and continue. Look just like a nice play. Double sixes is going to escape to a leading race for sure. It's massively ahead. Oh, he wants to look at making a board point instead. I think we probably just want to clear contact, but a nice idea to pause and think about, well, how am I going to bring this the rest of the way home? This just isn't looking a whole lot easier. Now we leave ourselves the 14 point to clear later, and the 3 point really isn't going to help us clean those up so much, you know? Checkers that we could have been using to make the 5 and 4 point as well. So, yeah, I like the normal play, even though it makes another stack of 5 and stiff there. Best of bad options. And 5-3. I think there's enough work left for Rory to do that he probably doesn't have a cue, but he is at a trailing score. So 17 pips, yeah, maybe it is enough. I don't know. So many of his rolls are going to be stiff. Too many anti-jokers, I think. But... so at a normal score, I wouldn't, but maybe here it could be okay. Yeah, and it's actually a really big cube here. That's surprising. So this should be a cube at normal scores as well with 17 pips ahead. Doesn't look like he's consistently going to be able to cash in on the race enough here. So I would have thought that we had a lot of work to do for money. He's going to count it out, find out he's 17 pips ahead, and I wonder if that'll be enough for him to send it. And I expect still, it looks like enough game to play that. I feel like most people would take this, but we'll see what Grant wants to do with it. Maybe a lot of times people like to protect their Their leads in matches too, so maybe this is a 3-away, 6-away pass for him. We'll find out. Where is JVY11 from? You anyone I know too?
JBY11? That's John Brown, I think. He's here playing the tournament.
Oh, Ben Friesen says JVY11 is John Brown, who's my student. I didn't know that. It could be.
Maybe not.
That's Ben's guess.
I thought he was playing the main event, though.
Yeah, I think John Brown is here playing the main event, so it'd be funny if he was hanging out in his room streaming too. People do that, though. When they bust out, they just get on their phones, watch some backgammon. We have a TV out front where you can do it in community, though, with a couple chairs. Maybe we need more chairs out there, by the way. Nice find with this cube, Rory, and snap take for Grant. No mistakes really available there, but interesting how close it was. 5-3 improves, and I think Grant likely to improve his board, too. If he can get a running roll, I wonder if he would want to go on a 6-5. Kind of doubt it. 5 gets the cover. 2's going to come down. Oh, he's going to make the 3-point right away? Maybe he just didn't see that he could make the 5-point. That's interesting. Looks like an overlook kind of thing. 6-2 gets to make the bar point. Okay, this is coming home smooth for Rory. I see the merit in his cube now. 3 down and 1 can slot. (3-2). Can't make a new point. And yeah, the opponent's board is pretty strong, so he wants to play relatively safe here. So weird to play a checker 6-3 like this, but it's what we have. 6 slots the bar, ace covers. Everything transposes. Who cares that he didn't cover? 6-2, probably a good time to bring 2 down, but he could point on the ace. Oh yeah, and try to reduce contact. I like that. That seems like a wise move. 5-2. I think we want to enter deep to avoid provoking contact. Even if we can escape from the 20-point, we're still in a losing race, so I just don't see how it helps us. After that, the 13-8, it looks like a nice builder. We'd like to have the 8-point. Could cover the 7. Aims at the deuce. But it looks like Grant is thinking about entering high and trying to escape. We'll see if Rory can punish that. The 4-2 is just going to make a point behind for now. And 4-2 can't escape for Grant. So the attack is looking potent here. On a 2 cube, the Gammon can overtake. 4-3, I don't think... Well, there's awkward ways to play it safe. And his opponent has a very good board. Yeah, he has to. Oh, he can hit and continue. Yeah, sure. Okay, that makes it seem less scary to be up on the 20. Oh, he gets a fan out of him. Very nice. 4-1. What can we do with this? Don't really mind volunteering on the midpoint while our opponent's on the bar. So I like the 4 down. And then the ace I'm not so sure about. Maybe we could spread out, but probably too many shots if we spend time counting it. 3-6 fans. 3-2 gets to make the 5-point. Just 2-5 and 2-1. And winning a lot of gammons when he gets missed here. A 2 to enter just to move checkers would be very nice. And yeah, the provocative play is going to cost him, I think, potentially a gammon in that match lead. 6-1 is going to come in to try to close out. A little bit harder for Rory to close with that 1 dead checker. So that's going to save some gammons. But 14, 18, 22 pips outside, plus some short crossovers. Probably looks like, I would bet close to 50% gammons. 4-3. Yeah, this seems like the best distribution for closing out. Hope we don't roll 5s and have to slot the deuce. 2-6 comes in, and it can hop straight out and save all the gammons. Okay. Really tough to win from here, but that was still a very nice roll to avoid losing double. And he should maintain the match lead as a result. Double 5s is going to work on catching up in the race. Only 35 behind now. Couple more sets and it'll be interesting. 2 off for Rory. Double 3s, it doesn't really count as a set. Not the kind of set we had in mind. But it is 4 crossovers, so actually it plays like one here. Good enough. 6-1 is 2 off, still down 40 pips. 5-3, not enough to catch up and make it interesting. Brings 1 checker in. 6-1, another 2 off for Rory, avoiding the 2s that miss. And 1-4, in and off. Needs a bunch of big sets in a hurry. Double 3s is going to speed things along for Rory. 5-2, just 1 off. I guess 6-4 to make our big sets work best, but okay, unstacks instead. 6s still work very well. Or sorry, 4s don't work as well this way. Double 3s work better though. And 3-1 takes 1 off. Are we still in range of it being possible? We've been at 99.9 for a long time here. Oh, he's down to 0. I don't know if that's an accurate 0, but incalculable possibility. Looks like 2 sets and a miss here. So, yeah, I can see how it's possible. 6s is a good start. This would be a sick one to lose the race on. Needs Rory to miss, and he does. And now 5s are better to turn this one around. Yep, Rory's smiling about it. He feels like he deserves it, I think. That's what that look is. Oh, wrong doubles. Wrong side. Yeah, there we go. He shows him the other side. Polite of you, Rory. And resigning a single. And we're on to 3-way, 4-way. Rory playing a perfect game there, apparently. Okay. That's a lot of fun.
I would say Flint Club gets 16 to 22.
Ben says Flint Club gets more than Steve says.
What?
Fight. Yeah. 6-3 splits.
Steve Club's a close friend. World class strawberry player.
Nice. 5-1 is going to, even at the trailing score, we can start to hit on the ace as well, though it's more tempting than it is at normal scores. Oh, he's leading, though, so of course we're going to play down 13-8 with it. That's not Grant's style, though, okay? He likes to go for the double hit. I know a lot of players like that. Seems like kind of a classic style. One of the club players in Austin like to do that with the opening, too. It's funny, like, how easy as, like, a brand new player, I can memorize all those things and just know those are wrong and then still be much worse than those players. It gives you this delusion that maybe you could be better because you know things they don't. 6-5, yeah, has to leave shots around. I don't see much stronger than hitting loose as a result, so I like that play. Out in attack. Rory just looking for any sort of gammonish advantage, but Grant pounded him back. 5's going to hit. 6 comes out to a double shot. Doesn't help too much. It could cover the ace. 13 to 7 looks nice too, though, to reinforce the bar point and get a cover. The pure point tends to be worth a little bit more. 3-6 links up with the 16. Nice improvement, sort of like an anchor for Rory. 5s can cover and make the deuce point, go into blitz mode, even though he's ahead. Can't get safe enough in the race. So I think we are stuck attacking that way. Then we can pop out with the last one and try to find freedom. Yeah, bringing another checker into the action to try to finish the closeout is a reasonable idea as well. Gets a fan out of Rory, and at this 3-way score, it's going to be near impossible to find a cube. This game is going to be full of plenty of wins for Rory and a ton of gammons for Grant, which is just the wrong mix, I think, to be doubling here. And look at that. It's a cube somehow. So he's right to be pausing to think about it. And he's going to find it and snap it over. Wow, and it's a sizable cube. This is a very difficult one to find, and Rory's ready to pass it too? Wow. I mean, it is like a small take, but that's still impressively found to like understand where they're at in this and that it is even conceptually passable. Usually when your opponent is 3 away, you just kind of have to hang on, imagine that you're going to get in that recube and not fear the gammons there. But he's going to pass to, the thing about it is that we get to pass to the nicest score in backgammon at 4-way, 2-way, and the 5-point followed by a split, by the way, is definitely a cube. I wonder if Rory knows this or not. This is a sizable one. Just splitting is enough. He's going to pause to think about it, but any advantage at 4-way, 2-way is enough to send. I've been studying these to hopefully, put it together as a bunch of reference positions in another book. But, I mean, just like a split, if Rory wins the opening roll with the splitting roll and then his opponent splits 2, that tends to be enough at 4-way, 2-way. So, okay, he needs to read my book and study. This is clear here. I'll talk to him about this one afterward. Goes for the blitzing play, and he's just going to overrun his market by a mile. Okay, the anchor, though, is going to keep Grant in this one. I don't think it's almost nothing now, you know? It's very hard to win a gammon against this structure, and so he's lost his cube entirely. Not even a favorite anymore. Okay. 6-4 is going to hit. And 5-4, that cannot hit. So I guess the 5 probably just down. I don't think it needs to find any sort of tempo hit or anything like that. Oh, yeah, I can hit from the anchor, of course. So even at the score, there's only 7 in the zone. 1 checker is misplaced on the ace. Rory going to pause to think about it, but no longer the favorite, I don't think. So, yeah, I don't think he can send this one. 4-3 gets to anchor up. What else can he do with it? Two, 1 gets to anchor and hit. Beautiful shot for Grant. 5-4 gets to enter and hit. Good return from the roof for Rory. Let's see if Grant can find that ace, and he does. Gets to hit, and doesn't look like he can really make any significant improvements to his front position. So just mobilizing the checker, continuing on to the 21. Okay. That looks nice. Too bad that he's on the roof and doesn't get to make the 5-point with it. And Rory finds a 5-6 to hit. Wow, neither of them will quit. Many checkers back all the time. Both of them behind the pip count from the starting position right now. 3-6, close enough race where I think he should just pop out. It hops out into a double shot, but it doesn't leave something to attack behind, just kind of works on mobility. I don't see what else we can do. 6s is going to take over the race. Does that reach to hit and makes the 8 points if it wants? And wow, we need a lot of these. I guess we could play down to the bar with it as well. Maybe we don't make the 8. Maybe we just make the bar point after hitting. That probably is a little bit stronger. Oh, we can just come around and make the 9 too. Okay, that's something. This is a tricky one to figure out. Interesting that we can't hit and make the bar. Why isn't that on the list? Too many blots around? When we could link 2 up, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, and he sees how far ahead he is in the race and has the right idea here. Duplicates 2s to hit in the board. 2s and 4s are duplicated everywhere. Okay, nice tactics to this play. Yeah, this just seems like an interesting idea, but I guess it's too many blots around. It doesn't link up when you get the opportunity to. Yeah, okay. Good find by Rory here. And 4-6 doesn't appear to hit anything. Probably, maybe it's going to play down this time, given how much we're down in the race, or it can pop out to a double shot. I don't know. Neither seems particularly good. It's not clear to me that I want to take after this with all these checkers back. Interesting that the play does seem to be the difference between a clear pass or a pass and a small take. And we'll see if Rory finds this one, though. Now that we're deeper in the game, I think he's going to figure out this seems like a more normal position to cube. And we can find a mild amount of aggression. Yeah, it looks to be a cube at normal scores, or at least very close to it. And with gammons present, we can adjust to a pass at the score pretty easily. In a normal holding game, maybe there wouldn't be any gammons, and so we wouldn't think about adjusting even at this score. But the 2 extra checkers back generate a lot of extra gammons when he can't get them out or around or something like that. There's just more chances to get stuck back there. So Rory going to find this cube, and we'll see what Grant does with it. It's very easy for people to assume that they have an anchor and aren't losing gammons and have a very playable game. So I would not be surprised to see him take this and play it out. I think that's been his tendency in the match so far as well. I think both of them has been like heavy on the take side, if anything. And yeah, he is going to pick that up. Not too big of a mistake. Definitely giving some Rory some chances that he didn't need to, though. 4s. How does this improve? Brings 1 to safety. Can't do anything about the 9 and can continue to make the deuce after that. Yeah, okay. That looks about the only play there is. No new points to make otherwise, too. A little bit weak there. So 4, I think, does want to hit, even though there's a blot and board. It can hit twice, or it could point on head. It can hit and cover. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking from the 21. And the 5-3 is just going to hit back anyway. That's fun. And, huge shot for Grant here. Comes in hitting from the bar and then has 2 more 4s to play. I think we just established the 17, I guess. It looks nice to get all those checkers moving. And 4-1 can clean up the blot. Look at that. He should actually enter high and try to get to safety. Doesn't want to create the 5 stack too stiff for next roll. That's a difficult one to see. Not really under time pressure, but maybe starting to think about it with low bank. 4-3 is just going to come around, and the checker out on the 10 is nice containment for that checker that wants to run. And unless he rolls a 9 and hits it. Okay. 4-5. Okay, he gets to enter deep and create a goalkeeper now. So has ended up with a pretty nice position here. I'm still not sure if you would want to take this if it got sent now with the goalkeeper. A few too many gammons, but it's improved, I guess. 2-5 looks like the best he can do with it is probably just unstack the 13, and this appears to be the issue with his stacking up 17 to 13 earlier. Just his mobility is too restricted here. So the other option is to, well, I guess he could look at cleaning up 15 to 13 and tempo hitting, and of course that's going to be way too stiff. But yeah, it doesn't look any safer to tempo hit and play 13 to 11. It does look like it's going to buy some mobility later, but aces is a beautiful shot for Grant, gets to make the 5 point. And what does Rory follow up with? What can the 6-5 do? Still doesn't really have 5s anywhere, so it could play 16 to 9 and tempo hit on the ace now for lack of options maybe. I don't see us playing, what is he? Yeah, yep. And what is, Grant comes up with a fan, oh no. And now Rory looking to cover, but can't do it. Oh, the aces don't do anything. Oh, this is a disaster. It cracks the 6. He's going to take the headphones out to talk about this one. Sees that 3 more forced. Wow. That's as bad of a double aces as I've seen in a long time. Well, he keeps all the checkers live if he plays 6 to 5, so I guess that's a little bit better. And now he's in huge trouble to stay in this match. Somehow he's still the favorite at 52.5%. That's really surprising. But Grant feeling great about his taking his position now. A hit would be great. Just entering is going to buy him a bunch of time to try to create contact against those points. And 2-5 is going to hit right away. No waiting. And what can the 5 do now? I guess, I mean, maybe we want to maximize contact with a 13 to 8 here. I guess the normal play seems like hopping out to the 18, but I mean, when your opponent's this stiff, why don't you just want to keep the board covered? And even though you don't need to win more gammons, this is probably just going to win more games to not, give your opponent a place to play. 4 enters, and what can he do with the 3? I guess he could pop out into a double shot, but I mean, trying to unstack seems worth something. Only 9 in the zone right now, so maybe it buys him time to establish a 21-point anchor as well. This is tough, though. Who knows how to play this game? Everyone call up your friends and tell them to call people in the room to go look at Rory's match so that they can go see this position and ask, how did he get here? Why does he play like this, right? This is kind of embarrassing. Double twos gets to hit. I think hitting loose is better than switching. I think maximum purity in a position like this seems called for. I'm not 100% clear, though. And then the 13 to 11 for a cover seems pretty strong. Look at this. We should just switch, though. Okay. I kind of liked his idea of not getting off a nice point when we don't have to. 4-3 is going to enter 1. And 5-4. What can the 5 do? I guess it has to... Like, from the 23 is almost the only option. I guess the 11 gets into range of attacking, but I want to cover the outfield, too. They probably get tricked into 23 to 18 here, but they're very close ideas. Five, 6 fans. And 4-5 can't reach anything. It looks like it's just going to go from the 18. Oh, it can make the midpoint. Maybe that's a little bit better here. Yeah, we're really struggling for mobility. So this gets into range of attacking. Understandable, I think about this. But there's just like this really weird 5 squeeze, it feels like, that we want to get off of. And we just felt it with the last couple rolls. And that's what led me to look for maybe establishing a different point somewhere out there. We're just not like covering enough of the board or something like that. 6-3 cannot hit again. It can play 21 to 15 and 11 to 8 to get another checker into attacking range, though. Interesting. I like that. I don't know why 9 to 6 is so important. I'm not really worried about being hit here. He's ahead in the race now, though, so I guess he can afford to play a simple game and just win that way. That's part of the idea. Well, the ace comes in. The 2 gets done stacked behind. Try to do something with that stack on the 5. And 3-2 is going to hit at least once, maybe twice. Sure. Finds that instantly, looking for a 10 to cover if he's not hit. And double 2s. Now I guess we're starting to see the merit of the switch. It's almost easier to get to the 6. Something like 15 to 11 and 6 to 4 looks kind of nice in a weird way here. But just getting into range of covering the bars must be good too. I like that. Rory fans again. And 6-4 covers. All right, one step closer to locking this one out. Yeah, I would have liked the mobility of 17 to 13. I'm not sure what the idea of 11 to 7 is. Seems a little front-loaded to me. Oh. I would have thought here, too, both thought the 17 would be nice for the interaction with closing out the 4-point. Want to start to get things in range, but playing 2 off the back is pretty strong, too. Again, ahead in the race. Oh, double 4s. No. Okay, 4-3. I saw him bring both in. 6-5 reaches. Gets to hit. The long way. Can Rory find a 4? He cannot. Those same double aces, the crushers. And 6s can't cover. Oh, nice. He's going to cover with Rory's point there. I like it. Very nice. That's the kind of joke Rory deserves. I wonder if that was on purpose or not. I hope so. Makes a lot of progress towards home. I love seeing him have fun on the stream here, too. 56 viewers. 4-1. Hits, okay. Well, I guess a little bit of hope for Rory, but this is looking pretty grim. 3-6 hits again and can't continue, so I guess it's going to have to play 11 to 5. Oh, he should just not even worry about the extra blot and prevent the anchor. Of course. That seems much better when I see it when he doesn't need to win a gammon. Okay. Those, like, having to think heads up about score plays like that can be tricky, though. And 6-2 can't move. Should have entered high, I guess. Rory laughing at the checker 2 primed, and there's the anchor. And now Grant in a hurry to scramble around and just win a winning race with 87 pip lead. 5-2 gets to at least top out. Could clean up the checker 2. 3s are nicely duplicated, though. Jack says clock is running out. Doesn't look too bad for either player. 5-1. Fans again. Well, it's nice that Rory is having fun in this game. Comes down to the 11 out of indirect range and can just bring a checker in. Not sure how much fun I'd be having right now. Looks like a disaster. I mean, I like to laugh about it. It's funny. If you don't think dice are funny, then you're probably playing the wrong game. I think 4-2 should still play in, but it's weird to have a stack of 6. Let's just work toward the bear off. 6-2 can leave a shot, but Rory not ready for it either. So there it is. A little bit of hope. And I guess maybe we play 3-1 to avoid the sets, but no, because he's on the 6. Yeah, okay. This would be a weird one to win. Can't say he never had good dice if we get out of this one somehow. This is how it starts, though. All his checkers are live. 4s. Where does it? Oh, it comes around and hits. Beautiful shot. All right. He's just toying with his prey now. Put him to sleep already. 6-5 enters and hits again. Okay. 4s reaches one more time. 6s probably works better. Just cruel. Okay, 6 in. Is there any reason to hit to try to buy himself time to get home? I don't know why he wants an extra blot involved, but it can't be too bad here. He has the better board. Just going to hop out instead. He won't get direct returns when he's hit this way, so that's the benefit of playing 3-2 instead. But just trying to keep it simple. The 6 hits, probably 5 around, 16 to 11, just to try to build. We can establish the 16 point, which blocks some numbers like double 4s. If he remembers those double 4s. And at least with that 6-2, Grant has definitely saved the gammon even if he manages to lose this game somehow. But okay. Somehow he has 26% to win this game. It looks way less likely than that. 3-1 enters. And just makes a bid for freedom. 6-3 can cover. Then where's the best 3? Yeah, sure. Just all the way from the rear. This containment game seems pretty tricky. I'm not sure I'm figuring all these out that quickly, but Rory's got a good feel for it. 4 hops out. I mean, Grant's always just trying to run without having to burden checkers in front. 6-5 is going to be forced to hit, and then the 6 can come around. So these 6s look natural to me to try to find more building, but Rory going to hit from the back, and that's a very close option too. Maybe better on higher plies. Who knows? 2 what? 3-2? 2-1. 2-1 sees the light. No, it doesn't, actually. So I guess I'm not sure why it wants to step up. Maybe there was something else there. 2-1, a little bit better. 3-2 gets to make the 5 point. He's happy to be where he's at now. And the 5-4 gets to run, do a double shot again. It's getting closer for Rory. 4s and 1s to hit. 6s do not. Okay. And that might be enough for Grant to bring this one home. Rory needs to keep the checker back on the 19 for sure. Makes the 3, slots the 2, and let's see if he can roll higher than a 7 to get home. That'll be it if he does, and a 2-1. He's probably going to just come as close as he can to home, and potentially the match on a 4 for Rory here. It's been a lot of 4s. The 6-3, no good. Covers, and now almost like the whole deck gets by, but another 2-1 will stick. 6-4 is good enough. 37 pips ahead in the race. No reason to hit on the way. Rory asks him, are you sure? You want to give me a little bit of extra contact there. I guess he could win the race, though. 1.1%. And double 3s. Okay. That's going to help the cause. 99.6%. Doesn't get much less likely than that for the turnaround. 2 in for Rory seems nice. 3-2. A lot of misses available with the gaps on the 4 and 3, though. So that's a little bit of hope, I suppose. 6-4 is in and off the high point. And double 2s, another 4 checkers off for Grant. Beautiful shot. And double aces. 2 off and switching 6-4. 3-2, another checker off. It could just smooth out, I guess, but taking off probably good. 5-4. All right. XG doesn't calculate enough decimals to see how often Rory wins this one, and that's going to be it. So there you go. Rory going to resign it. Grant going to advance. Rory will still be alive in the second chance. Exciting one there. Those double aces are wild. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to switch it to a break real quick, and we'll be back with the next round before dinner break here. We're at 4:38, still an hour and 20 minutes of backgammon action before we leave for a little while. So we got one more match for you before we take a little bit of time off. And I will be back soon.
What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the Super Jackpot. As I mentioned, we had made it on the bottom side to Sean Garber and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Matt Cohn-Geyer was able to win out in that matchup, move on to play Brandon Macklin, and he's won his match as well. And so now the finals of that Super Jackpot, playing for that 9,000 up top, and I presume Matt Cohn-Geyer probably in the side pool for the extra 3 as well. That final is going to be playing against Ray Fogerland to try to take it all. So that should be an exciting matchup. With our focus on the main, I really don't know if we're going to get to stream any of those live, but we'll try to record them at least and get them to you somehow. On the Masters Jackpot, that was our main focus of the stream the last 2 days. Over there, we had 16 more entries, so most of our coverage was focused down in the 2 new 8-player brackets we had to fill out the bracket for 40 total players. And we played down to 5 total finalists, 3 of them from yesterday. As I believe you saw, Victor Ashkenazi, Karen Davis, and John O'Hagan had made it through already. And in the new brackets, we've got Dana Nazarian making it through a very tough field there, beating, it looked like Matt Cohn-Geyer in the first round. I think we streamed that one maybe. And moving on through Michael Niagu, that's a good matchup. No, I don't think we did stream Dana and MCG, but that's fine. And ultimately beating Arash Ghafouri, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, lost to Arash, who then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Baman Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what, man. I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blasier here, chilling outside with my friend Jason, watching the sunrise, the calm before the storm. Today on stream is going to be the ABT main day. It's going to be chaos in there. A whole bunch of people showing up. The room was filling up yesterday, too, but I got a little bit to share with you about yesterday's action before we get into it, before we get into all the fun today. We continued play in the beating Arash Gafori, who's been in all the events this weekend. We did stream Roberto and Gary in that first round, I remember. Roberto moved on, then lost to Dana. And then on that other bracket, we have Bam and Zandi making it through. A name that some of you might have met out there, not like one of the world beaters or anything like that, but a strong open player that's out at most of our ABT events. Good to see him having some success. We'll see if we can continue on through the finals. So with those 5 finalists, we did a random draw. 2 of them got an anti-bye and have to play yet. That's Karen Davis and Dana Nazarian. They have not played their match yet, but we did jump straight to the semifinals and got to stream last night a very strong match between Victor Ashkenazi and John O'Hagan. And that was a wild one, pretty exciting one. We got to have them on stream to talk about the match afterwards too. So if you missed that, check it out for sure. But yeah, rounding out the action, we had a 14-player field in the Women of Backgammon tournament. Great to see that. We filled out our open jackpot with 16 players, had 8-player advanced and intermediate jackpots. We determined finalists at least, if not winners, in a lot of those. So we'll show those out, and you can watch for these names to maybe move up a level in the near future, right? We'll see if they're ready to come compete up now. And yeah, I think the doubles have made it down to the finals too, and all kinds of other jackpots yesterday. And I'm excited to see how big of a field we have for this open. I think Ben was expecting 64 bracket for the ABT main at the most, but it seems like a lot of players in there. We'll see if we get that high or if it's going to be bigger or what. Man, I'm excited. So, yeah, lots of backgammon action coming today. I'll be on stream probably nonstop, 10 to midnight, something like this. We'll see. But, okay, let's get to the backgammon, everybody. Bye for now. What's up, everybody?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. The next round we're going to play here, I believe this is round 4 now. We've got Grant Schneider playing again after beating Rory Pascar and taking on John O'Hagan, playing the black checkers on top here in another 9-point match. And back with me on commentary is Sam Pottle. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
This should be the last match. We've got an hour before the dinner break, so we may finish this. May have to stop before we go. I'm not completely certain. Oh, our board camera is frozen there. It looks like they're playing and I'm just not seeing it. So let me tinker with this real quick. Yeah. Hold on. Let's go here. Let's see if I can get it back to us. Okay. Looking better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we missed a little bit of action, but we got it back here. Let's see if I can set up this position and transcribe from here. So I'm going to miss a little bit of the beginning, and we will go soon. But go ahead and talk about what you see.
Yeah, Grant has a 2-1. Anderson hits loose. John has made his 5-point. John Anderson will anchor on the bar point. So it looks like John has a pretty good start here.
Okay.
2-1 for Grant. That will point him off on the 4-point. John has a 1-2, and he'll make the 11-point with that. Grant rolls a 4-6, and he still can't get off of that stack on his back anchor. He makes the 2-point. John rolls a 6-4 and makes his bar point. And I think that we might see a cube soon.
Okay. Still not caught up here.
Grant rolls 3-2, finally gets the spare off the anchor and brings one down. And so there's some things for John to shoot at, and he's got a nice 4'. And Grant has this sort of ugly picket fence structure.
And it's John O'Hagan on roll here now, huh?
Yeah, he thought a minute, but decided not to double. He can hit 1, he can hit 2, he can point him off on the 4-point.
What's the roll that he got?
It's a 4-3, sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's hitting on the 15 and thinking about his 4.
Yeah, looks like he can link up with the 11. Looks pretty nice if we're going to hit, right?
Yeah, or just up twice. Yeah, it looks like the 11 is just running that.
Yeah,
that
just
hitting
links up
checker.
2 blots, leaves something out of harm's way. And the hit does look called for, even though he's a little bit outboarded, because it sends a 4 checker behind the prime, right? Very costly. I don't think we want to give up that structure and interaction with the 23 by pointing on the 4 either. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even on the top 6 plays. That prime is the real value of his position, particularly with all of those deep points that Grant has made in his board.
Looks like he missed a sizable cube there too.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
4-4 makes a second anchor.
Beautiful. It doesn't look like it's going to have the time to play a double anchor game, though. So I think this is still just kind of trash for Grant. And still totally doubleable for John, most likely. I'm not even sure he's going to have a take however he plays it.
I think this is probably cashable, right?
It looks awful close. I think the bot likes a small take here, but that's hard to
take.
find. 4 checkers back with that anchor and no timing. Yeah, it looks pretty bad, right?
Right.
Yeah. My instinct would be to let it go here as well. But, I mean, he can still potentially hope to hop up and escape and attack and buy time that way, right? There's a little bit of hope here for White.
Yep. But John needs to find this double first.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I expect he will.
Yeah. It is a strange sort of positional cube. You know, you haven't really dealt with your back checkers. Still looks like your opponent could have a backgammon
He
play,
rolls.
and he's going to miss it again. Yeah. I don't know if he thinks about adjusting to opponents in any way. If he thinks he's got to maybe, wants to play longer games and doesn't want to deal with the volatility. If he thinks he still might take. If he thinks it's close. 4-5. Yeah, just bidding for mobility here with the priming structure that he's got. Looks good. Find some freedom, and Grant can't hit. And this is looking very strong still for John. 3-5. Yeah, I like this slotting 2 points. What else is there?
Well, they're all the same, it turns out.
And now John has an optional play on or cash, basically. Funny to have arrived here, though, where now he can't really make a mistake continuing with the cube. Maybe that was his thought from earlier, too, in some sense, is just couldn't see the turnaround happening right there, so why not take a roll? I know some players think about it that way. and kind of don't think about the bot idea of like it's close to the take pass borderline, so I need to send it, and just start thinking, how much can the position deteriorate the next roll anyway? Well, how different can it get, right? Here it comes now, and would just be almost perfectly on that take pass borderline. Oh, it looks like I transcribed a money session, so maybe this could be different for her. All right. If he passes it, we'll get started from there. That's funny. Should be the same at this score, though, at 9-away, 9-away, more or less. It's fun seeing the beaver option show up in match play, though, huh?
That's our hint.
Yeah. Right. Wait a minute. And he's going to play this one out. Okay.
Takes the 1.3.
So maybe John knows something about this player specifically as well. I mean, we did see him take a little bit deep against Rory in general.
6-4 is a really nice shot, extending his prime.
Yeah. He's definitely happy to trap Grant in, given the relatively close race. 4-3 just switching, and make sure that there's no chance of the back game working out. (6-4). Don't see anything too fun or creative here. Looks like
no, my instinct wants to go to the 7, but sure. I know that there's a lot in it.
Yeah, looks like it's pretty small difference there. Just playing around, getting ready to make the 22 attack if he decides to run off with a 6, all these kinds of things. 6-1. Advances forward, okay. And 6-3. Just looking for distribution here. I don't think there's any rush to clear the 11 points, and it lands on kind of stacky points there, so I guess just 13 in looks kind of nice. 13 in, 8 in.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bot's first idea, but 11 to 8 it likes for some reason along with the 2. Okay. All these run really close.
Grant may need to decide soon whether to bring a spare up or get squeezed off his front anchor.
Mm-hmm. And so he does clear the 11. Got it. Got it in match play now. What was this crash here? It looks like a 6-5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awkward. 5-2 gets to fill in a gap. Very nice for John. And 6-4 to pop out now. This is the problem with the 2-4 game with no timing.
Right.
And why not cover with the ace? I guess he could duplicate and reduce shots by continuing. It just seems nice to have the board point, yeah. Very close.
He knows he wants to do that eventually, right?
Yeah. 6-5. Yeah, it looks a little too big to attack on that front point, and just no rush either. John's position likely to continue to roll forward very easily.
5-2, another great roll from John.
Mm-hmm. Closing the point. Only liability seems to be that extra builder on the 3-point.
And now we have a poorly timed deuce point game.
Yeah, with an extra checker back, too, increasing the gammons a little bit. And John happy to throw checker behind and recirculate and see if he can capture some more checkers after some crashing from Grant. Ace comes in, and that's the plan. Nothing can really go wrong for John here. Hoping to stay on the roof and that Grant finds some sort of 4 to crack a little bit further. 6-1 gets to at least reinforce the 23 point to avoid any trap plays. I like that. Down the road. 3-2 fans again. And 6-4. There's the crack. Now John looking for a 5 to send another checker back. Can't find it. 2-1 gets to clean up. Yeah, and reinforces the highest point to try to avoid having to leave another shot for some time. I like that idea. And John just looking to buy time. Again, hoping that Grant can crash his position so he can find some sort of trap play here, but not super likely to happen here. Most likely he'll just be content with the 3-back. And this is a little bit awkward. Oh, he's going to clear the point instead. Okay, I didn't think of that. Definitely 18 to 13 and 6 to 1. And we got 2 left.
Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, I would have thought just the stacky play, but find something creative. Maybe the opportunity of the board being very weak was the idea. But it doesn't really look like
if Grant comes out, then maybe he can hit the checker and it can end around the ace point or something, and the trap is back on. But
that's true. A little bit of containment value there. And 4s looks like it's going to leave a shot. Oh, no, it doesn't. Does it have to?
Yeah, he's played 3 of them. And
yeah, forced to because we can't play all inside.
I guess you have to take a checker off, right?
You it's don't. That, or it could clean up nicer to play 5 to 1 potentially. I'm not really sure. A little better to take the checker off.
Very close.
Yeah, not off the gammon now either. 6-5 just gets to run and save a bunch of gammon saving pips. Be happy with that. 3-1 cleans up. All right, cruise into a likely 2-point win. Hard to win a gammon from here. 5-3 doesn't want to waste any pips coming around and kill another checker, so he can just run off the point. And the distribution is just so weak that we're not really worried about being attacked on the deuce anymore either. Kind of close with 12 to 4, though. Interesting. Probably
he's thinking about it.
Sets, yeah. Five, 4 is safe. And a 4-1 for Grant. Crossovers, sure. Interesting. Making the 11 has some value if you get into some contact down the road. Okay.
And here's a shot.
Yep. It'd be a small miracle to win the game from here, but I guess John only has 2 off, so maybe not. Maybe just a 2 is enough. Yeah, he's actually already 39.5%.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10 to 9's quite a bit weaker than, well, I'm not sure why that is. Maybe more pointing numbers for white. Better distribution. I guess 6-3, 5-4, 6-6, and the other way is 6-4, 5-5, 6-5. Should be the same.
I guess it leaves fewer of John's numbers leave a double shot in the outfield because he's coming too close.
Yeah, that's probably the way to look at it. 3-1 can't enter.
John to fan for a while, and John is obliging now.
Yeah. And yeah, with only 2 checkers off, he can try to just slime this home by putting checkers on the slime or on the prime. Doesn't need to make another point to win this one. Howdy, Eric Peterson. Comes in, blocks double 6s. Doesn't contain as well on a 6-5.
Right.
So an ace would put him right back in it. And he finds
the
it.
Ace.
And a little bit confusing whether we want to come closer to home or, you know, same sorts of dilemmas that we had last time. He can't go there. He can play 12 to 8 or 11 to 7. No 11 to 8 though. 11 to 8 is probably best though, if he's allowed to. And now he's actually a 2-1 favorite in this game. That's pretty wild that we've gotten here. Looked like a disaster. And 4-2 misses. And is there any chance we're in cube territory now? I wouldn't think so. But maybe, yeah, we've actually already got a pass here with only 2 off.
Wow, 20.5%.
What's going on here? 2 checkers off. So it's sort of like he's going to find this cube too.
Recubing right on time.
And this is a very difficult decision for John. Right on the borderline here. He tends to figure these out, but how would I think about this? I would think that
John is going to count everything.
Yeah, right. It looks like 8-roll position in some sense. I guess when you have 15 checkers, that's like an 8-roll. And we have one more roll to get into the 8-roll, at least. Maybe 1.5. So maybe it's like a 9-roll. And John has 7 rolls to take all his checkers off, plus how many 6-2s to get around? 1, 2, 3 to get there first. So it looks like a 9-roll to a 10-roll in a way. And that's only if he enters, too. So maybe this is passable. Okay. John figures it out. They break the clock.
They break the clock. Yeah. Okay.
Fantastic. Continue, and we're going to go like this. They'll get the clock fixed. I'm going to get their names back on the transcription real quick. That'll be fun. Well, all right. Very optimistic take from Grant, but he makes it work out. Oops. I better fix that, whatever I did here.
Now, did John break the clock as he was passing the cube?
Good question. What is this? Why is there's like a browser window in front of this? What have I done? This looks weird.
We are experiencing multiple technical difficulties.
What are we seeing here? I've got this. I've got the meeting. Everything looks good. Maybe they hit something on the other side. No, I can't see it on the... Well, I could look at the meat on the... Am I looking at the meat on the monster? Is that the problem? So maybe the meat on my side. Did I hit something on that? I think maybe I did. No, it's on their side. The meat on my side looks like this. I don't know why I'm saying this all into the into the microphone, but it looks funny. But okay, are they trying to figure out what the bracket was? Oh, maybe they're actually pulled something up to rewatch it real quick to figure that out. But yeah, you keep talking about the match while you watch. I'm going to go see if I can figure out why we lost the feed there.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Yeah, I guess they... Oh, I thought they were looking for what time to reset the clock to, but they don't seem to be resetting the clock. But John has correctly passed the recube, and now they're setting up again.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Nick has stepped out to do a little bit of debugging, and it looks like the players are waiting also. Ah, there's our visual feed.
That looks better.
It's not so often you get to watch Nick on the room stream. But I think they're watching back the video to find the... Oh, here it comes back. How'd that happen? All right. The clock was not as fully broken as we thought. So it looks like we're going to get started again here. Nick is running from the playing room to come back here and pick it up.
All right.
Nick has returned completely breathless, just in time.
We're all set. They got the clock reset. Somehow it just turns back on where it used to be when it turns off like that. That's a nice feature. Like sometimes I auto shut off, but I remember where I was. That's good. 7 away, 9 away, 520. Okay. We were just talking about dinner break coming up.
5-3 for John.
Yeah.
Makes the 3-point.
6-3 likes to split in response, I do believe. And running a close candidate. That's fine. Style things. 3 is going to hit, and maybe I would be inclined to take the opportunity to split as well, but for some reason just focusing on the offense, I guess, in this situation. 5-4 is going to anchor. I guess he does have some match trails, so that could be a little bit of match effect there. Game plan preference. 4-2 does get to anchor now as well. Now that the opponent has an anchor, cleans up the blot too. Could just slot though too. I love those kinds of holding game plays where you just leave checkers in front and try to make a board quickly. Since in mutual holding games, it's quite likely to result in contact anyway. For 1 is going to come down 13-8. Maybe that's another one where I guess it would have been interesting to think about. Yeah, we have this 13-9-8-7 or 2 off the 8th point, something like that. And what was
6-1.
6-1 force to stack up.
2-1, and he's going to slot a couple points here.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the better board again, right? And we can see
and the great anchor, and why not?
And Grant's position just keeps getting more stiff. Even though he's trailing in the race, the board is the more important feature here of finding those slotting plays. 5s escapes to a winning race.
Well, he still has a blot showing, but he's not maybe terribly worried about it.
Right. Tough to hit it here. 4-3 can cover 2 points. That seems pretty natural, and he's down 13 pips in the race. This is close to, but not quite at the racing point of last take. Maybe right there. So it might be a marginal cube with the additional contact having to clear, but probably find a way to roll as well.
Oh, super close.
Yeah. And John has been tending to wait, it seems like, in this match. So this is a less volatile type of position, though. So who knows? Let's see. Probably all the way to the 7 or something like this. Oh, we could slot 62.
He's
I like
supposed
that
to.
idea. Yeah.
Supposed to unstack the remaining stiffness in his position.
Sure. He has a better way to unstack it, too. So.
Yeah.
All right. 13-8 seems pretty simple. He thinks about clearing a point with the racing lead instead. Yeah, it's a nice landing point for now, though. It might help us get the midpoint home, so let's just keep it as a close idea.
It blocks double 5s, after which he's no longer winning the race, right?
Yeah, I guess still technically slightly ahead, but he doesn't want to let him escape with it, right? 4-2 could make the deuce point. Better to slot the better point first, but okay. A little bit impure. 6-5 gets clear, and now 22 pips in the race. In a holding game that's not likely to provide a lot of contact value, it looks like this is going to be a double and probably even a pass.
Yep.
And efficiently navigated to 8 away, 7 away, it looks like. Here it comes, unless Grant wants to take again. He's got an anchor. He's got contact.
He does.
Maybe he thinks he can do it again. Maybe he just needs a second to count the race first. But
and he almost has a board.
Yeah. He has shown himself to be a taker, so I wouldn't be too surprised by it. These ones, if you get used to, I mean, it's just once you don't have the midpoint to contend with, so many points in front to like clear to, he has 4 numbers that he can roll or combos to clear that 10 point, a bunch of spares to wait a couple rolls to do it, so it should play just like a race. Yeah. Nice pass in the end. Near perfectly played game for both of them. And a 5-4 to open. Standard splitting stuff. Nothing too funky going on at the 7-away, 8-away score. John responds with a point. 4-2. And 4-2 could point.
A choice.
Yeah, the curing point, Michi calls this, though. Got to make the golden point anchor when it's past the made 4 point. Goes up in value exponentially. 5 for a spare, and the 1 splits, and now John's in a hurry to have an advanced anchor of his own. Beautiful advantage for Grant having both 5 points.
If Grant was at the lecture, he may now just double on the strength of owning both 5 points.
Is that something he talked about in there?
Yeah.
Nice.
He talked about an old 70s player who, so he had a rule named after somebody about, it's an automatic double, right? Once you own both 5 points, just send it.
I've heard that one. I like the attacking play, just no good 4 if we don't go for it. 3-2 gets to hit and establish the 22 point for now, too. Though he doesn't have a ton of time, so he'll probably be looking to leave it soon. 2-3, I don't know if he's under much pressure to clean this up. Maybe we can just slot the bar or something like this. I really don't want to put a 6 checker on the 6.
Yeah, right. That's the really stiff, and he's looking at it.
It's an option, though. Oh, look at this. Big problem to slot the bar. His play is fine, but best appears to be just to step up to the 20. That's very interesting. 1-6 gets to make the bar point for John. And a 1-6. Just hops out for mobility. Okay, close race. Yeah, if he can get away with this, it's looking like a fairly simple mutual holding game again. But the 4 is going to hit, and is it going to clean up, play down? Probably just clean up to reduce shots, force him to give up the midpoint to hit. Only aces from the roof. Yeah, if he plays 2 down, then the 4s and 6s that hit from the anchor are also the numbers that don't enter, so there's going to be a ton of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somehow we permanently have 55 viewers exactly on YouTube, it would seem. Wonder if that froze or something.
2-6 is awkward.
Yeah, the 6 is not good. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, somehow 8-2 looks better, but of course they're both just gross. So, and this feels... I guess he still has the anchor, so this probably can't be a cube, but it's quite close. Wow, impressive. Okay. 5-2 gets to just smooth out. He goes for, yeah, very close idea. You're allowed to attack as well if you want. And aces seems like it's going to fix a lot of problems. Just make the rack. I like that quite a bit. Now it's a little bit scarier for John to hit and leave with 4s. And 6-2 gets the point on head, though. Turns the holding game into a little bit gammonish with the blot loose if he fans or something like that. And he does. And this feels like a strong cube now. And wow, we still don't win enough behind this good structure. I would have thought it was a little bit better than this.
Double 4s. Well, I think somebody is now going to be too good.
Exactly. Well, we're hitting 1 for sure and making the point. I guess the last one out is fine. I don't have a better idea. 5-6 enters 1. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we're massively too good. But of course, the 4s is a very large roll. But it seemed like plenty of numbers. I guess maybe you needed to hit and point specifically to get this good, this well off. But I don't know. It seemed like a pretty strong cube to me on that thread of hitting. I guess when you don't, you just have a lot of work to do to escape. So
yeah, with most of the normal hitting numbers, there are a lot of return shots too.
Very true. Very true. And John's going to think about this one, whether he is in fact too good or he's going to choose to claim it again. Okay. So it feels like, I don't know, I think this is like a player type of adjustment when people feel stronger than who they're playing against. Maybe they reduce volatility by claiming too good kind of cubes by a small margin, wait to send the cube a little more. I don't know if he's just like in a different sort of game or trying to make the match longer or what, you know? It feels like an adjustment, though, having watched a decent number of John's matches. 7-away now.
Yeah, well, maybe we can ask him about it later.
Yeah. 5-1 gets the split. Oh, he's going to slot, too. Okay. I do think John just tends to like slotting a little bit better than most players. I don't think that's player-specific. And the up and down with the fours, like usual, looks pretty strong.
Who was it earlier who you were saying likes to split? Was that Chris?
Chris Trencher, yeah. I think even in spots where splitting and running doesn't seem to like slotting type of games.
Yeah.
I like getting the checker off the extra one off the 24 and making the bar. 2-1. Rolls forward. Interesting. Okay, yeah, what else can we do? And
3-2 anchors up.
Beautiful. John with a small lead with the better anchor, the racing lead, threatening to prime those checkers too. Forced to just clean up with this one though. Not exactly what he was looking for. And 6-1. Yeah, I guess this is one of those exceptions where we might advance 24 to 23. Chef Henry asking who is the other commentator. Sam Pottles, who I got with me. You may say your own name if you would like. Gary Olison says that was the Barclay rule. Does that sound right? Barclay Cook with both 5 points?
No, I think he was talking about some, I don't know, it was a West Coast player. Anyway, there was a...
Goes for the hit here. Interesting. 1-6. Okay, we got room to bring one more spare down, but running out of time here. Getting a little bit awkward for John. And Grant can shift to the ace point. That looks kind of nice.
Yep.
Finally establishes a board point, and with his winning race, just wants to reduce contact. 2-1 gets to enter deep and keep the contact, or step up and see the light. Yeah, that seems better. Running out of room to play checkers efficiently. First instinct is to switch to the 5 here, but maybe there's some sort of make the 11 and do other stuff.
You have an issue with your last deuce.
I sure do. Do we have to make the 3 then, or what? Yeah, we can just hit loose must be better. Yeah, I like that play. That seems right. Just making the 9 was actually an interesting candidate too. Okay.
I didn't see that either.
All right.
And John comes right back in.
Outboarded, so he doesn't want to enter deep for more contact. That seems prudent. 5-1. Could play safe, but it's starting to bury checkers, so I don't think he will. Maybe the midpoint is the thing to go here. And we can smooth out 6-5 with it. This I don't like because we need a landing spot for the 20 point and the midpoint as things come around. They're very close, but it's hard to bring this game home without some sort of outfield presence.
I think he was attracted by the extra inner board point.
Yeah. So it's hard for his opponent to hit for one roll, but then we just really want to remake it next roll anyway, right, is our goal. So it's tough to gain too much on that.
There's an inclination to think, as long as I missed, I can always roll a 5, right?
A 5 what, though, as well?
You can't always roll a 5.
Yeah, okay. He's got a shot and a 4-point board, so he wants to think about cube action now, apparently. Okay. Looks a little threatening, but it looks like there's quite a bit of play in here and hard to see the market loss for me. A little bit shy, yeah, only 62%, 2-1. And if he gets away with this, it can still be a pretty efficient cube, right? It doesn't feel like we're going to lose our market by much if we do. And I like the cube now, I think.
Yeah, so does he.
And just a 79 pass, yeah, still. So he puts like a difficult decision to John. And so if I'm right about his adjustments, this should be a snap pass, but he's going to think about it a little bit first. It'll be interesting to see him like play kind of conservative through the whole way and then choose to take this one. We'll see, though. I mean, he just has nothing in his board, right? And must realize that he risks some gammons in a position like this.
John just has to count what he's going to count.
Yeah. It is a whole 30% of wins that he has. He sees there's a lot of game left with like blots all over and still a 20 point to bring around. It's going to take some time. Chef Henry is still asking who the other commentator is. We did say Sam Pottle. Maybe
was that again?
I don't know. I don't know if they're still asking, just not listening. Sam Pottle, the famous Pottle's Law. But go ahead. What are you saying?
If he thinks I sound like Marty, I'll take it.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Okay. I don't think you guys could possibly sound more different. But it could be that the voices are similar, but the way that he commentates is very different. I think you have on the low side of words, and he has on the high side of words.
Edward says, of Pottle's Law, the very same.
There
Indeed.
we go. They caught up with us.
Yep. And he did let it go.
You're from the East Coast, Northeast, right?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Marty and I don't live that far apart.
Okay.
I live in Maine, and I think he's in southern New Hampshire.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what are we doing here? Are they going to leave for the dinner break or take a short break? Maybe they told me that they're going to stop at 20 to 6 or something like that. We can check in. But we have dinner break at 6. They got to pick some time to pause. And so we're likely to have to resume this match after that break. But, I thought it was closer to 6. So I'll go check on that. But likely that we're going to take a quick break here and come back at 8:30 afterwards to resume this match. So let me go check on that for you. So Edward Ani checking in on what the Pottle's Law is. Farthest checker from home advances first.
See, if you put it that way, it will never fit on a bumper sticker, right? Always run the last guy.
Yeah. All right, we're confirmed that we're going to take a quick dinner break here. So I'm going to move the stream to the break text. We might stop it and restart it afterward. But yeah, thanks for joining me, Sam. We're going to take 2.5 hours to go eat some food, and we'll be back with the conclusion of John and Grant.
Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye for now.